Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hong Tian looked down, undisturbed by the words of the enemy, and his determination only grew stronger. Do the number of enemies matter to our human race? To become an enemy of our human race, the cultivators of our human race shall eliminate. If our path is full of thorns, our human race cultivators will march forward without hesitation, clearing a path through hardships and obstacles, and forging a broad road. I believe that our great Xia sect's master will lead us to exterminate all external foes. The masters shall be our will. Are the disciples of the great Xia sect willing to inherit the master's will and protect our human race? Eradicate the external foes, safeguard our human race. We, the disciples of the great Xia sect, should possess half the brilliance of our master. In the midair over the purple Lin Mountains, the disciples of the great Xia sect had fervent gazes as they shouted the determination in their hearts. They admired Su Yang and were on the path to becoming like him. Su Yang hadn't taught them much in cultivation, but did it matter? Su Yang's every action was guiding them toward the right path. Su Yang was their spiritual leader, telling them that cultivators with immense power weren't meant to bully the weak. He taught them that cultivators with great power should be righteous and punish those who do evil. Now, he told them that the human race loved peace, but would not be bullied. Faced with oppression from other races, they would strike back. Disciples of the great Xia sect, heed my command, attack. Hong Tian issued the order. The enemy was currently entrenched within a formation. He had two choices: lead his people in a battle inside the formation or break the formation from the outside. Given the overwhelming advantage they had, it was clear that they would choose the former. Why engage in single combat when they could overpower the enemy with their combined might? In the face of such an array, even a nascent soul stage formation was powerless when infused with the abilities of 6,000 golden core stage cultivators and over 10 nascent soul stage cultivators. Red Earth Star, Red Root Domain, Silver Moon Clan Stronghold. This was a stronghold guarded by nascent soul stage Silver Moon Clan cultivators. The Purple Lin Mountains were one of the battlefields in the Red Root Domain. Silver Moon Yunfeng frowned as he read the battle report brought to him by his subordinates. Purple Lin Mountains have been breached. Where did these nascent soul and golden core stage cultivators come from? Investigate and find out. After reading the report, Silver Moon Yunfeng immediately recognized the problem. These sudden arrivals of nascent soul and golden core stage cultivators were a significant issue. It was an unexpected variable. Once it was investigated and resolved, there would be no further problems to worry about. It was just a minor issue. He would take care of it. Origin ground of the galaxy. After nearly half a day, Su Yang had wiped out all 7 nascent soul, evil spirit nests within the boundaries of Silver Moon City. The result was not significantly different from the previous ones. At the very core of each nest were either 9th layer tribulation transcendence or early grand cultivation evil spirits, and Su Yang easily dealt with them. He also successfully obtained 7 galaxy crystal core fragments, 22 million will of all beings, and over 30,000 galaxy origin. At this point, Su Yang was ready to build a small city in the galaxy origin ground. However, he felt it was better to improve his own strength first. Su Yang was slightly excited at this point. The 22 million will of all beings was enough to raise his level to over 4,500. Su Yang's mind flickered, and he began to level up. IV-480, LV-485, LV-490, LV-495, LV-500. In just a short while, Su Yang had raised his sword intent level to 4,500. At this level, he could clearly feel a tremendous change in his sword intent from its very foundation. It was a fundamental change. His strength had entered a new stage. But it wasn't enough. Su Yang still had the will of all beings, and he had no intention of leaving it untouched. At this point, he only needed to have 1,000,000 will of all beings in his hands. He continued to level up. 4505, Lv.5.10, Lv.5.20, Lv.5.25. Phew! After raising his level to 4525 in one go, Su Yang depleted his accumulated will of all beings once more. It was an incredibly satisfying feeling. At this level, I can do more. Sword Intent, Celestial Immortal Early Stage 4.5.25, 0/4350. This was his current Sword Intent level. Well, let's start by building a city in the Galaxy Origin Ground. Su Yang took out 10 Galaxy Crystal Core fragments and had the Heavenly Tao communicate with the Galaxy Origin consciousness. He then fused them together, resulting in the rapid creation of a complete Galaxy Crystal Core. This crystal core had a rhombus shape, was palm-sized, emitted starlight, and had flowing azure light, as well as an accumulation of cosmic mysteries. At first glance, it exuded a sense of mystery, power, and energy. If Su Yang wanted to use this Galaxy Crystal Core to build a city in the Galaxy Origin Ground, he needed to let the Heavenly Tao consciousness communicate with the Galaxy Origin consciousness. Now, he needed to choose a suitable location for the Crystal Core transformation. Where should I choose? It might not be wise to choose within Blackhorn City's range. In that case, I'll place it near Silver Moon City. It needs to be 100 miles apart and not too close. Su Yang moved closer and received this prompt. Well, if it needs to be 100 miles apart, then so be it. Originally, Su Yang had thought of placing it about 10 miles away so that he could easily deal with the Silver Moon Clan cultivators if they became a problem. Since that wasn't possible, he had to choose another location. After a quick look, Su Yang quickly found a suitable source node controlled by the Silver Moon Clan. He casually wiped out the Silver Moon Clan inside it. Will of all beings plus 23,112. Then he chose to build a city here. This time, there were no surprises. The Galaxy Crystal Core began to transform. Before the transformation, Su Yang had to choose the appearance of the city, set streets, buildings, and the positions where cosmic cultivators would be transported. Su Yang began constructing his own city. As his Galaxy Crystal Core unfolded, intense fluctuations radiated from it, spreading throughout the entire Galaxy Origin Ground, with Silver Moon City at the forefront. The intense origin fluctuations astonished the Silver Moon Clan cultivators inside Silver Moon City. What's going on? What happened? Why are there such intense origin fluctuations? Could it be an origin eruption from some dangerous area? No, it seems like the origin release from the Galaxy Crystal Core. Someone is building a city. Soon, someone discovered the real reason. Silver Moon Clan cultivators flew out of Silver Moon City one by one, and they could see a city being constructed 100 miles away. This scene immediately infuriated them. Who dares to be so arrogant as to build a city within my Silver Moon City's range? And it's within 100 miles of my Silver Moon City. The requirement was that cities must be 100 miles apart in the Galaxy Origin Ground, but there was also an unwritten rule among the various races that cities should be at least 3,000 miles apart, except within one's own race's territory. This is outrageous. Can strength alone allow this? Some Silver Moon Clan cultivators felt extremely irritated. Never mind. Those who can build cities must at least have the strength of grand cultivation. We can't provoke them. Others were more understanding. But wait, do you see that figure? Is it the guy who suddenly appeared and killed a lot of our people earlier? Wearing white clothes that gradually turned dark, with a starfire giant sword on his back that shattered darkness. This unique attire was quickly recognized by the Silver Moon Clan cultivators. Wasn't this the human who had just defeated them and foiled their plans? It seems to be that human. Then he's in deep trouble. A single person dares to be so audacious and build a city here. What does being a grand cultivator matter? It might not be a problem for grand cultivators from other races. But if it's a human, they should expect to be besieged. When they saw Su Yang's figure in midair, they relaxed and even began to revel in his misfortune. A human city? It was practically impossible to establish one, unless a large city established a small city. But large cities had celestial immortals presiding over them. At most, the other side had an unknown grand cultivator who suddenly appeared. To try building a small city single-handedly was nothing but a dream. Though their mockery was loud, they didn't dare to approach. They could laugh from here, but getting closer meant death. Silver Moon Madman also noticed this scene. At once, he felt some regret. My half of the galaxy crystal core? Damn, why didn't I build a city earlier? At this point, Silver Moon Madman felt that his plan had completely failed. Unlike the celebrations of his subordinates, he couldn't find it in himself to laugh. He even felt like crying. The only consolation for him was that the human city couldn't be built here. It would be a waste of a whole galaxy crystal core. That was some comfort. However, he thought that it was now unlikely that this human would die here. A grand cultivator human? Where did he come from? Or was he an old monster who had hidden in cosmic cultivation in the Blackhorn Nebula for many years? Silver Moon Madman wasn't too sure, but he didn't think too much about it. Next, he just wanted to watch a good show, to see how the galaxy crystal core was destroyed. By then, he could also take advantage of the scattered galaxy origin. Su Yang, who was in the process of constructing the city, glanced in the direction of Silver Moon City. He noticed that while the Silver Moon Clan cultivators were all looking in this direction, they didn't dare to approach, most likely out of fear for their lives. Su Yang's heart, however, was starting to itch. I really want to destroy Silver Moon City. Why is it that only other races can attack human cities, but human cities can't attack other races' cities? The more Su Yang thought about this condition, the more annoyed he became. He contemplated what would happen if he destroyed a small alien city. Would the inhabitants of the large alien cities step in? What about the entities in super large cities? If such beings intervened, he might be in some danger. But what if he raised his power level above the entities in these two cities? Who could stop him then? The so-called alliance of alien races would be a joke by then. No matter how many of them came, he would slay them all. However, he was worried about surpassing the entities above the galaxy. Although Su Yang thought that these entities probably wouldn't care about such minor matters unless he caused a major disturbance. But even if there was a slight risk, he didn't want to take it. He would wait for some time, raise his strength, and then consider it. Besides, he was also concerned about surpassing the entities above the galaxy. Although Su Yang believed that such entities probably wouldn't be concerned about minor matters like this unless he caused a major disturbance. But even if there was a slight risk, he didn't want to take it. He would wait for some time, raise his strength, and then consider it. Furthermore, if he wanted to destroy Silver Moon City, it was quite simple. He didn't necessarily have to use his human identity. He could change his appearance with sword techniques. As long as he had an excuse, a way out for other alien races, then those not involved in the matter wouldn't get involved in a fight over a city that didn't concern them. He quickly grasped the key to the situation. As long as he transformed into another race and didn't expose his identity while destroying some alien cities, there would be no problem. Once the city is constructed, I'll casually wipe out Silver Moon City. Every additional day he stayed made him increasingly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the aura released by the galaxy crystal core thoroughly permeated the surroundings. Cultivators in various cities began sensing this aura. Those with a bit more experience immediately recognized that this was the aura released by the galaxy crystal core. Someone was building a city, Blackhorn City. The moment Li-Wen sensed this aura, he understood that Su Yang was building a city. Senior Su sighed. Li-Wen sighed softly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Why was he so impatient? He had already explained the interests involved in this matter so clearly. It was impossible for Su Yang to build a city with his strength alone. Unless he had the strength of a celestial immortal, he would end up failing under the siege of other races. Furthermore, Su Yang didn't really need to build a city on his own. He could freely enter and exit the galaxy origin ground. If he didn't like Blackhorn City, he could obtain tokens for other human cities, granting him the freedom to enter and exit. Wasn't the galaxy crystal core good for cultivation? Wasn't it useful for exchanging valuable resources? What was the need for all this? Li-Wen couldn't understand it, but he didn't have the right to interfere. At most, he could advise Su Yang a little. He had done everything he could. However, he wasn't worried about Su Yang's safety. Even if some other races tried to obstruct him, at most, they would be celestial immortals. It was impossible for them to instantly kill Su Yang. He could leave the galaxy origin ground at any time to ensure his safety. But the galaxy crystal core, it was probably going to be wasted. Well, that's that. He would prepare to collect the scattered galaxy origin to make up for the loss. Even Li-Wen didn't hold much hope for Su Yang. He had already started preparing to collect the scattered galaxy origin. Soon, more and more cities sensed the fluctuations of the galaxy crystal core. They knew someone was using the galaxy crystal core to build a city. Who could it be? Interesting, let's go take a look. Huh, this direction. Isn't that where Silver Moon Madman is located? He just confiscated half of his galaxy crystal core, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Many celestial immortal cultivators from medium-sized cities set out. In the only human city, there was also a celestial immortal cultivator who ventured out to see where the city built by cultivators would appear. Creating such a city generally had a purpose. Otherwise, nobody would waste a piece of the galaxy crystal core on such a thing. Celestial immortal cultivators traveled quickly through the layers of space, arriving at Su Yang's location. The first to arrive were celestial immortal human cultivators. There were 2 of them. When they saw the situation on the scene, they were also greatly surprised. A human cultivator is building a city? Have you seen this fellow Taoist before? One of them asked his companion. No. Celestial immortal cultivators, if they had appeared in our Black Serpent Plateau, I should have heard something about it, but I have really never seen this guy before. His companion shook his head. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Building a city as a celestial immortal cultivator was a very unwise move. They didn't even have time to advise them. Disturbances spread throughout the surrounding space. More and more celestial immortal cultivators from different races had arrived. Now, the 2 human celestial immortal cultivators realized that this fellow Taoist galaxy crystal core would be utterly squandered. In a matter of moments, there were already nearly 20 celestial immortal cultivators from various races surrounding the area. They also observed the situation on the scene and saw the 2 human celestial immortal cultivators nearby. Tan Shang, Cheng Hui, is this the small city you 2 built in Zhejiang City? Just the 2 of you, plus that celestial immortal cultivator, we don't know. The 3 of you think you can build a city? Isn't that wishful thinking? Isn't this just providing us with resources? A celestial immortal cultivator from another race looked at Tan Shang and Cheng Hui and openly mocked them. Ah, that's right. Are you humans so wealthy that you have nowhere to spend your resources? How about coming to buy some celestial elixir from? Although they couldn't discern the strength of the person currently building the city, they had the means to conceal their own aura easily so that outsiders couldn't detect them. They could also infer the other party's realm through certain conditions. Just like now, the person currently building the city was at most a celestial immortal. In truth, if they reached the celestial immortal realm, there is absolutely no need to construct such a small city. In the celestial immortal realm, even in large cities, they were considered influential figures. Every celestial immortal was famous, even among human celestial immortals. The person below, they had no influence over. At most, he was a celestial immortal who had suddenly appeared from somewhere. Faced with the ridicule from the foreign cultivators, Tan Shang and Cheng Hui remained silent, their faces dark. At this point, they couldn't do anything, even if they wanted to. Of course, they weren't afraid of these foreign cultivators harming them. If anyone dared to attack, and they couldn't instantly kill them, they could leave this place in an instant, ensuring their safety. They stayed here only to see what would happen next. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with the 2 of you. But next, you can just watch the galaxy crystal core of the other party go to waste. Celestial immortal cultivators from other races also noticed that this matter seemed to have nothing to do with Tan Shang and Cheng Hui. However, that didn't matter. Originally, they had come to see who was building the city. It seemed that now they had an additional windfall. For celestial immortal cultivators, being able to collect thousands or tens of thousands of galaxy origin at once was not a small gain. At this moment, Su Yang calmly guarded the galaxy crystal core. He had long seen the large number of celestial immortal cultivators hovering in midair. The numbers were continually increasing, and in less than a moment, there were already nearly 20 foreign celestial immortal cultivators. Su Yang was contemplating whether he should go all out now. Would the other party be able to react if he attacked with full force? This was probably possible, judging from his escape from the celestial immortal origin spirit earlier. If the distance was too great, it was impossible to achieve an instant kill without a reaction time. That was a problem. How could he kill some foreign celestial immortals? At this moment, the foreign cultivators were thinking about dividing the galaxy crystal core. Su Yang was thinking about how to kill some foreign celestial immortals. Both sides were harboring different plans. In the blink of an eye, 20 Mayana realm cultivators from different races appeared on the scene. They were openly discussing matters related to Su Yang below, showing complete disregard for him. Their words made it clear that they did not consider Su Yang a threat, and they believed that they could easily destroy the galaxy crystal core. During their discussions, they paid no attention to the two human cultivators present, which was a clear indication of their intentions. It was evident that they were planning to take action against the human race. Tan Shang and Cheng Hui, the two human Mayana realm cultivators, felt both sorrow and resentment. They wondered when the situation for their race had deteriorated to this extent. However, they were not incapable of fighting back. Looking at the 20 Mayana realm cultivators, they realized that it would be nearly impossible to take on all of them at once. Just forget the chatter. Let's destroy this galaxy crystal core and divide the resources of the galaxy. That's what matters, one of the foreign cultivators said. Exactly. Let's get to it, another foreign cultivator added. After understanding the situation, some of the Mahayana realm foreign cultivators could no longer contain themselves and urged their peers to act. Those who had previously obtained half of the galaxy crystal core from Silver Moon Madman nodded in agreement. However, not all of the 20 foreign Mahayana realm cultivators were ready to act. Even though it was the humans who were building the city below, some of them were not inclined to take any action. Among the foreign cultivators, about 3/10 harbored intentions to attack the humans and plunder their resources. However, the remaining 7/10 were only interested in gaining some benefits and avoiding unnecessary conflict. Among the 20 foreign Mahayana realm cultivators, 6 of them rushed towards Su Yang. They unleashed powerful techniques and spells, enveloping the entire illusory city and trapping Su Yang within. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the confrontation had begun. He could see the 6 foreign Mahayana realm cultivators approaching, and he no longer held back. He urged his majestic and vast sword intent, and in an instant, it tore through the heavens. The space around Su Yang vibrated, but had no effect on him. His sword intent shattered the attacks launched by the 6 foreign Mahayana realm cultivators in a matter of moments. Their overwhelming spells and techniques couldn't withstand Su Yang's sword intent. His vast sword intent remained unaffected and swiftly eliminated all 6 foreign Mahayana realm cultivators. As Su Yang's sword intent swept through the area, the very fabric of the space in the galaxy core region tore apart. Witnessing this, the 14 foreign cultivators who had been watching the spectacle and planning to take advantage of the situation promptly vanished, as if fearing something. Faintly, a phrase echoed in the void, "Damn, celestial immortal." In the blink of an eye, the 4 Mahayana realm cultivators who had come to confront Su Yang disappeared without a trace, leaving only Tan Shang and Cheng Hui, the 2 human Mahayana realm cultivators. At this moment, the 2 of them were dumbfounded. Had their human celestial immortal acted so cunningly, waiting for the foreign cultivators to provoke trouble before launching a counterattack? They couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the sight of 5 bodies falling from the sky. As for the foreign races causing trouble, even if they had many experts among them, it would be challenging to provoke a celestial immortal. Will of all beings plus 3.22 million. This was the gain brought by the 5 foreign Mayana realm cultivators. Su Yang retracted his space-shattering sword intent and glanced around. They fled so quickly, he remarked with a casual tone. With a thought, the 5 body storage rings came into Su Yang's hand. When he checked the first one, he was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had the opportunity to experience the thrill of looting corpses again, a sensation he hadn't felt for a long time. Since his strength had grown considerably, many things were of limited use to him, and he had rarely looted corpses. Instead, he let Guxiu handle the spoils. With a slightly excited mood, Su Yang opened these storage rings one after another. Inside, he found a total of 300,000 strands of galaxy core essence, 2.5 galaxy crystal cores, and various miscellaneous items. However, Su Yang also found a special map. It contained locations in dangerous areas, each tagged as a hidden resource point. Green Lizard City, hidden resource point. Speckled Yellow Ant City, hidden resource point. Six-Legged City, hidden resource point. Ironclad City, hidden resource point. White Cloud City, hidden resource point. All 5 of these cities were of medium size and belonged to foreign races. It seemed like Su Yang had uncovered the secrets of these 5 medium-sized foreign cities. This indicated that the relationship between the foreign races was far from harmonious. Although they appeared friendly on the surface, in secret, they seemed eager to reveal each other's weaknesses. Su Yang didn't know the identity of the person who had collected this information, but he silently promised, "Don't worry, if you have unfinished business, I'll take care of it for you." After organizing his spoils, Su Yang was highly satisfied with the results of this encounter. This harvest, apart from the will of all beings, exceeded what he would have gained from working tirelessly for half a day. Now, he could easily build 2 more cities if he wanted to. However, he couldn't afford to waste these resources casually. He was also curious about the potential uses of the galaxy crystal core. Su Yang looked up and noticed Tan Shang and Cheng Hui, the 2 human Mayana realm cultivators, still present. Let's ask them directly. And so, a voice sounded in the ears of Tan Shang and Cheng Hui. "May the 2 of you come for a conversation?" In midair, the 2 exchanged glances and quickly descended. Tan Shang, "I've met the senior." Cheng Hui, "I've met the senior. No need for excessive courtesy. You can call me Su Yang. Please come down. I would like to gather some information from you, and I hope you can clarify some things." "Su Senior, please ask." Naturally, the 2 had no intention of refusing. Su Yang expressed some of his doubts as well. Firstly, he inquired about the purpose of the galaxy crystal core. Besides city construction, it had various other applications, including in crafting, top-tier formations, and city expansion within the galaxy core. Its uses were extensive, making it a common resource for those at the Mahayana realm and beyond. Secondly, he asked about the construction of the Starry Sky Market. To build it, they needed a substance called voidstone as the primary material, supplemented with the galaxy crystal core. Thirdly, he wanted to know if destroying foreign race cities might lead to retaliation, with the foreign races uniting against the humans. This was Su Yang's primary concern. He had the strength to wipe out numerous foreign race cities, but the fear of provoking a powerful counterattack from the foreign races held him back. "Su Senior, in truth, even though the foreign races have an alliance treaty, its impact may not be substantial," Tan Shang explained. "Those who are completely hostile to the human race will remain so, and the fact that we still stand here means that the foreign races have not reached a level of complete unity. At most, it may make those foreign races who are already opposed to us react more intensely. Some neutrals, or those who seek to gain more resources at the expense of the humans, might seize the opportunity," Cheng Hui added. "As long as you are prepared to withstand a fierce counterattack from the foreign races before taking action, there should be no issue." Su Yang quickly grasped the key point. Essentially, It meant that the enemies of the human race would remain enemies, and, at most, it might encourage a few opportunistic individuals to plunder human resources or attack human cities. So you mean that the human race will still face as many enemies as it always has, and at most, a few greedy individuals may exploit this as an excuse to seize our resources and attack our cities. Is that right? Su Yang inquired. Yes, that's correct, Tan Shang replied. However, Su Sr., you should be cautious. If we destroy too many foreign race cities or provoke a strong reaction from foreign race experts, it may backfire. Exactly, Chung Hui chimed in. With your strength at the celestial immortal realm, it may be feasible to destroy some foreign race cities. The issue lies in the possibility of foreign race, celestial immortals getting involved and causing excessive destruction could trigger a stronger retaliation. Su Yang had picked up the key points in the conversation. It seemed that he was eager to take action against foreign race cities. With his celestial immortal level strength, he could certainly handle some of the foreign race cities. However, the concern was that foreign race celestial immortals might respond if he caused too much chaos. In simple terms, a little destruction was permissible, but not too much. Su Yang hadn't thought about it that much and continued with his inquiries. In this entire stellate arm galaxy, who is the highest level of cultivation? I mean, in the biggest cities? In the whole stellate arm galaxy, each of the super-large cities is governed by a true immortal, and there aren't too many celestial immortals, Tan Shang explained. Once they reach the celestial immortal realm, cultivators usually step into the immortal domain to pursue higher realms. So they won't come back? Su Yang asked. Tan Shang shook his head. Once they enter the immortal domain, they will be exposed to the rules and energies of that domain. Returning is not so simple. So far, there have been only a few instances of people coming back over thousands of years. Their cultivation level after returning doesn't surpass that of a true immortal, and it's only temporary. They will leave again after some time, Tan Shang explained. As for the specific reasons, I'm not clear, but that's how it is. Understood. Thanks for clarifying, Su Yang replied. Su Yang was becoming increasingly excited. It was a positive development that they couldn't easily return. Now, he wouldn't be afraid to take action. As for any foreign race treaties, that was just nonsense. The foreign races could attack human cities, but the humans couldn't attack their cities? Nonsense. Tan friend, do you happen to have a list of the foreign races in the Black Serpent Plains that are hostile to the human race? Su Yang's lips curled into a smile as he asked. I do have such a list, but to compile the entire list of foreign races in the Black Serpent Plains that are hostile to the human race, I may need to return and make the necessary preparations, Tan Shang replied. He didn't think too much about it, as strong individuals had their own reasons for doing things. Typically, strong individuals were more intelligent, courageous, and adept at planning, in addition to being fortunate. They were different from those who had average concerns in their minds. The reason why strong individuals were strong usually boiled down to their heightened intelligence, courage, scheming, and luck. Certain obvious crises didn't require excessive reminders. Did others think they were oblivious to them? Providing too many reminders could actually be annoying. Very well, let's exchange contact information. You can contact me once you've prepared the list, Su Yang suggested. Sure. After this conversation, both of them departed, and Su Yang remained, waiting for the completion of the city's transformation. Building this city would provide him with substantial assistance. Next, he planned to use his sword techniques to connect to each resource point, much like linking a water source to a pipeline. As soon as resources were generated, he would have them sent directly to his city. His city is a transit station. With the city, resources can be directly sent back to the Daxiao world through the will of all beings. This is the most crucial step. If they are merely stored in the city, Su Yang doesn't have to work this hard. This is the most direct benefit, allowing Su Yang to directly collect an abundance of resources. Secondly, with a city in place, he doesn't need to waste too much world source to bring his Daxiao immortal sect disciples up here. Without depleting world source, a small-sized city can produce 1 token per day. If you consume world source, it's just 500 points of world source for 1 city token. Blackhorn City's token costs 1,000 points of world source, as Blackhorn City earned 500 points. Thirdly, within the city's territory, the city lord can restrict others from leaving the galaxy source area at will. They can delay others for a maximum of 5 seconds. From the order to leave the galaxy source area to actual departure takes 5 seconds. It's like entering a danger zone. A single galaxy crystal core can limit an area of 100 miles. So, once the city is established, it will be impossible for other races to act recklessly within its territory. They won't be able to escape. These 3 points can be said to be very helpful to Su Yang. Although Su Yang can now easily set up a sword formation here, there's probably no one who can break his sword formation. But after just one day, Su Yang doesn't plan to be a time management master. He'll take a break, stay quietly here, and study new sword techniques. First, he will focus on improving his defense. Upgrade perfect defense. Take his defense to the extreme. His sword intent can now slightly touch the power of causality. With perfect defense, he can defend against all kinds of attacks, be it physical, mental, or causal. Danger perception has also been raised, and he can be instantly alerted to any danger. With these 2 sword techniques, unless the enemy's strength far exceeds his own, his safety won't be compromised during the time he is studying his sword intent. At the beginning, from time to time, nascent soul stage foreign cultivators come here to observe. Some of them haven't figured out the situation, and seeing Su Yang, a human, try to build a city, they immediately take action in concert with other foreign cultivators who arrive simultaneously. And then, they just lie down, and Su Yang profits. For Su Yang, these people are like treasures. In a short while, his will of all beings reaches 7 million, and he now has 5 galaxy crystal cores and over 1 million galaxy source. But after about an hour, there are no more foreign cultivators coming to their deaths. Even those who come to take a look don't exist. The news is already spread throughout the Black Snake Plain. A human immortal realm expert is building a city. Whether it's foreign or human, everyone knows this news. Those foreign cultivators who survived quickly spread the news. In just about an hour, everyone in Black Snake Plain who is well-informed already knows about it. At the same time, they also tallied up how many foreign nascent soul stage cultivators have been killed by this human so far. A total of 17. Keep in mind, in the entire Black Snake Plain, there are a total of 53 medium-sized cities, excluding the 5 belonging to humans. That leaves 48 cities. Each medium-sized city has about 1 to 10 nascent soul stage cultivators. Even if you take the average, it's about 250 nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, in just about an hour, nearly 1/10 of that number have been killed by Su Yang. When calculating the number in the foreign cities hostile to humans, this is a huge loss for them. The resources required for the growth of a nascent soul stage cultivator are astronomical. For any medium-sized city, this is a precious resource. Now, nearly 17 have died in one go. And how can foreign cities hostile to humans endure this? These foreign cultivators are completely disgruntled. Why have they ever suffered such a huge loss at the hands of humans? They are so frustrated they could spit blood. Silver Moon City. Silver Moon Madman has already learned about this through a special internal communication channel for foreign cultivators. Immortal Realm? Silver Moon Madman is perplexed in Silver Moon City. Was Su Yang so powerful the last time he messed with him? If he had Immortal Realm strength back then, they might not have been able to escape, right? Shaking his head, none of this is important. Now he's feeling a bit anxious. Will Su Yang come knocking on his door and destroy Silver Moon City? He probably won't. He definitely won't. Otherwise, he would have done it already. Silver Moon Madman comforts himself, as there's a treaty with foreign races and human immortal realm strength shouldn't act. But building a city right next to him. Even if Su Yang doesn't do anything, he's afraid. Immortal Realm cultivators. They are considered top tier in the entire Black Earth realm. Moreover, this Black Snake Plain is just a small area in the Black Earth realm. Blackhorn City. When Lwen heard this news from the human star market in Black Snake Plain, he was completely confused. Half a day ago, When Su Yang killed the Silver Moon clan, he displayed the strength of nascent soul stage. Later, he seemed to be hiding something, and he should have nascent soul stage strength to build a city. Now, the news tells him that Su Yang is an immortal realm cultivator. Approximately half a day has passed. Tan Shang came to visit once again, this time bringing not only a list of hostile races, but also a star market token. Sage Su, this is a list of foreign cities in Black Snake Plain hostile to our human race. This token, the star market token, is a commodity in our human cities in Black Snake Plain. People in human cities have access to this. Please accept it, Sage. It will make it easier for you to obtain information and facilitate any resource transactions you may need. Su Yang accepted the token with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Levitated Galaxy, Star Market, number 1177. This was another star market token Su Yang received. This was a star market belonging to the human race. These tokens can be condensed in two ways. The first way is to be completely condensed by the creator of the star market, and it costs 1,000 strands of galaxy source per token. Normally, it's not given away for free. There's usually a charge for it. As for why Tan Shang didn't charge Su Yang, there's no need to think about that question. The second way is for the star market to produce tokens automatically, with one being created each day, somewhat similar to how small cities operate. However, tokens created in this manner will appear randomly in galaxy source areas, even in the cosmos. Their appearance is not fixed. The first star market token Su Yang obtained was created randomly. After acquiring this star market token, Su Yang chose to enter and inspect it. Inside, it was mostly populated by human cultivators. However, this star market was smaller and could only accommodate around 5,000 people at a time. The expansion of the star market happens in two ways. Either the star market accumulates energy on its own and gradually expands, or the creator of the star market accelerates its expansion. The number of tokens corresponds directly to how many people the star market can accommodate. One star market token allows the star market to accommodate one more person. In other words, this star market could accommodate at most about 5,000 tokens. That's the current situation of this human city in Black Snake Plain. Then there's the issue of resource prices in this star market. While it's not an exaggeration to say it's 10 times more expensive, it's about 3 to 5 times the price for foreign races purchasing the same resources. And there are limits on each cultivator's purchases. A single person can't buy too much, not even on behalf of the city. This is an unavoidable situation. Many of the resources that human cultivators can sell are bought from foreign race merchants. The prices aren't 10 times higher, but they're still quite expensive. Due to the limited quantity, there are restrictions on each cultivator's purchase to prevent hoarding. If one person buys everything, others in need won't be able to obtain any. Overall, the resource prices for human cultivators are at least 3 times that of foreign races. The same resources require human cultivators to pay a higher price to obtain. After browsing for a while, Su Yang left this star market. He's waiting for Daxia City to transform from illusion to reality. Another half a day, Red Earth Star. As Hong Tian and the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples completely reclaimed Zilin Mountain after wiping out all the Silver Moon clan cultivators, the strength of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples began to soar. More and more nascent soul stage powerhouses emerged. It had only been 5 days since the great battle at Zilin Mountain. The number of nascent soul stage disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect had grown from 11 to 100. Hong Tian had also stepped into the nascent soul stage's perfection realm. All the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples had experienced significant growth, improving the quality of their spiritual roots within their limits. Although, with the world source's abilities, the best they could achieve was perfection. Earthly and heavenly spiritual roots couldn't be raised further with world source. It would require more precious resources or the occasional opportunity during world advancement. Just like Hong Tian, even though he couldn't upgrade to earthly or heavenly spiritual roots, the perfect spiritual roots were sufficient. This wave of spiritual root improvement consumed a significant amount of world source. Thankfully, Su Yang had acquired a sufficient amount of world source. Otherwise, with the previous rate of 70 points of world source per day, it might not have been enough. From the current perspective, the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples were earning resources for the sect at an incredibly fast pace. Putting in 1% effort would bring a return of 1,000%. This would have been detrimental to normal worlds. Unfortunately, the Daxiao world was different. The heavenly path consciousness had explained this to Su Yang. Su Yang expressed his desire for this effect. If he didn't worry about directly enlightening the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples, providing them resources for free would make them overly dependent and lose motivation. Su Yang wanted to do it that way himself. He collected these galaxy sources, gathered various resources, and he couldn't use them himself. So, why not use them to improve the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples? And what he needed most right now was for the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples to grow quickly. Once their strength had fully developed, they could fight for him in the cosmos. In his future plans, the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples played a crucial role. As long as they grew, the help they could provide him would be immense. Even now, the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples were already capable of providing him with 100,000 wills of all beings every 2.5 hours. Converted into cosmic time, it was approximately a day. Compared to the speed Su Yang could obtain on his own, it was in a different league. Now, think carefully. Su Yang had arrived in the galaxy source area half a day ago. Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples can bring him about 10,000 each day. When converted to cosmic time, that's equivalent to 5 days, making it 10 times the amount. With this kind of growth rate, in the future, Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples will not only be scattered throughout the entire universe, let alone just the Black Horn Nebula. Every day, they'll bring him an astronomical number of wills of all beings. Su Yang is very much looking forward to the growth of the Daxiao Immortal Sect. As for the ease with which Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples acquire resources, Su Yang can only say it was intentional on his part, and it's exactly what he hoped to see. He even feels it's not fast enough. He is already a heavenly immortal, while most of his disciples are just in the nascent soul stage. Isn't it like a level 99 character guiding a level 1 newbie? Regarding this, he realized something. For cultivators who reach true immortal realm, continuing to acquire resources to enhance their cultivation is extremely difficult in the galaxy source area or in the cosmos. To keep progressing, they must head to the immortal domain. But Su Yang seems not to need to do that. He only needs enough wills of all beings, and even simply wielding his sword will allow him to continue growing. Resources? What resources? In 5 days, Hong Tian and thousands of Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples participated in a massive battle against the Silver Moon clan from the Red Earth Star and the Blackstone Star. The invading Silver Moon clan were only from a small world, with their highest combat power being in the nascent soul stage. The previous level beyond Xilin Mountain is the Giant Stone region. Originally, the entire Giant Stone region was occupied by the Silver Moon clan from the Blackstone Star, taking up 70% of the spirit lands. With the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples joining in just 5 days, they reclaimed a portion. However, the progress won't be as fast later on. After all, the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples are at most in the nascent soul stage, while the Silver Moon clan has cultivators in the out-of-body stage and nascent soul stage. Reclaiming this portion was only possible because they caught the Silver Moon clan off guard. To speed up further, they'll likely have to wait until the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples reach the out-of-body stage, which would make things faster. Inside the base, where Daxiao Immortal Sect was fighting alongside the Red Earth Immortal Sect, Wu Ping excitedly discussed the significant events happening in the galaxy source area with Hong Tian. After some time spent together, Hong Tian and the others had already learned a lot about the universe from the Red Earth Immortal Sect. This information also included details about the galaxy source area. Hong Dao friend, something incredible happened in the galaxy source area during this time. I'll tell you, the Silver Moon clan, in alliance with the Three-Tailed clan and the Horn clan, attacked our Black Horn city. Under such circumstances, it was quite unfavorable for our Blackhorn City, and without unexpected events, Blackhorn City was sure to fall. If Blackhorn City falls in the cosmos, the three races in these three nebulae will launch a full-scale assault on our Blackhorn Nebula. At that time, our entire Blackhorn Nebula's human planets will be doomed. As Wu Ping explained with a worried look, he appeared very concerned. Listening to this, Hong Tian also became increasingly uneasy, knowing that the destruction of Blackhorn City would indeed have a tremendous impact. Even their nascent soul-stage cultivators couldn't make much of a difference. However, Hong Tian detected something amiss from Wu Ping's expression. The situation couldn't be that terrible, or Wu Ping's lips wouldn't have curled upwards. "Go ahead, tell me, what happened that's unexpected?" Hey, I couldn't help it. It's just too delightful." Wu Ping realized that Hong Tian had figured it out with just a few words, so he chuckled and continued. "Just when Blackhorn City was in grave danger, a mighty member of our human race appeared. Countless sword intents filled the void with a single thought. In a single wave of the hand, thousands of Silver Moon clan members were killed on the spot, with no chance to escape even out of the galaxy source area. Even the refining void stage Silver Moon clan cultivators fell right then and there. The more Hong Tian listened, the more familiar it felt. This fighting style played over and over in his mind day and night. That invincible figure was the goal he had been pursuing in his life. How could he not be familiar with this combat style? So he asked, "Is the attire of that mighty figure the Starfire greatsword that shatters the darkness?" Wu Ping was amazed. "How did you know? I haven't even mentioned that yet." Hong Tian turned around calmly, revealing the pattern behind his attire. This. Wu Ping suddenly awakened, realizing that the attire behind Hong Tian was the same as the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples. "So, that mighty figure is from the Daxia Immortal Sect?" "Wu Dao friend, stay calm. But you should also take a look at who that is. That's the patriarch of my Daxia Immortal Sect." Hong Tian stated this very calmly, feeling extremely delighted within himself. It's no wonder the patriarch didn't appear on the battlefield on the Red Earth Star. Turns out, he went directly to the galaxy source area to deal with the Silver Moon clan. He truly is the patriarch. After letting Wu Ping finish speaking, Hong Tian contacted Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was a talent. Anything the patriarch did was edited into biographies by Zhang Yan and published online for Daxia Immortal Sect disciples to observe. From resolving the oppression of the Li family in Pingshan City to rectifying the injustice throughout the entire Daxia world, addressing the injustices suffered by the common people, dealing with evil spirits, addressing demonic beasts. All of these events were recorded by Zhang Yan, composing the biography of their patriarch. Now that their patriarch had accomplished another great feat, they would need Zhang Yan to write a book about it. Red Earth Star, Giant Stone Region, Silver Moon Clan Base. Lately, Silver Moon Peak's mood had been extremely gloomy. The large battlefield he was responsible for had been subjected to an unprecedented counterattack. A large number of cultivators from the human race seemed to have emerged from nowhere, taking him by surprise. Checking the other two large battlefields, they hadn't suffered such a fierce counterattack. He was just having bad luck. However, his subordinates quickly brought him some good news. The sudden appearance of those cultivators came from a world rift. In other words, they were reinforcements from other worlds. Those coming to support are only in the nascent soul stage. At most, they represent fledgling level worlds. A small fledgling world dares to meddle. They're simply asking for death. Silver Moon, Yinfeng immediately sent a team of out-of-body cultivators to destroy that world. This out-of-body team acted without any delay. They quickly found the location of the world rift. 10 elite out-of-body Silver Moon clan cultivators gazed at the rift ahead. They entered calmly. In an instant, they reached the opposite side of the rift. However, they encountered some resistance. Is there some kind of formation here? Who cares about the formation? Just destroy it. A mere fledgling level world can't make much trouble. You're right. With that, one of them attacked directly. A spell was cast, covering the entire space and heading toward the rift's location. When the rift's first defensive formation, set by Su Yang, was attacked, a warning appeared in front of the 10 out-of-body Silver Moon clan cultivators. It was a piece of text formed by condensed sword intent. Warning: cease your attack, or the formation will retaliate. Ha! Silver Moon Shanjing, are you capable? You couldn't even break this fledgling level world's formation and got warned. One of their companions immediately mocked the person. Why are you laughing? I just made a casual attack, which means the other party has some ability. As long as I put in a bit more effort, I can easily break this formation. Silver Moon Shanjing raised his hand once again. This time, he struck with all his might. The entire rift passage trembled. However, Su Yang's sword formation remained unaffected. But the attack triggered Su Yang's defensive formation. 10 waves of annihilating sword intent emerged from the formation. With a swift motion, they hit the 10 out-of-body Silver Moon clan cultivators. In an instant, the 10 Silver Moon clan members disappeared from existence. Only 10 storage rings were left behind. After a moment, a Daxiao Immortal Sect disciple emerged from among them. Initially, he wanted to head directly to Daxiao Immortal Sect's base on the Red Earth Star. But there were 10 shining objects on the ground that caught his attention. Why are there 10 storage rings here? The disciple went up, picked them up, and opened them one by one. Ha! I've struck it rich. Galaxy Source Area. The final half-day had passed completely. Daxiao City had fully manifested under Su Yang's witness. It could be considered completely stabilized. It's done. Now it's time to get to work. Su Yang looked up at Silver Moon City in front. In the blink of an eye, he crossed layers of space and arrived in the air above Silver Moon City. Even the potent suppression of the Galaxy Source Area was useless against his cultivation, which had reached the heavenly immortal stage. The moment he entered the opponent's territory, he received a notification. He couldn't leave the Galaxy Source Area instantly. But did he need to? The moment Su Yang appeared, Silver Moon Madman hiding in Silver Moon City sensed it. This esteemed human senior, you mustn't forget the treaty with the other races. Silver Moon Madman immediately reminded. Silver Moon City couldn't afford any mistakes. Even facing a heavenly immortal powerhouse, he had to stand up. It's just that this was the first time he had called a human senior. Su Yang paid no attention. In the next moment, boundless sword intent covered the entire Silver Moon City. The entire Silver Moon City was shattered in this instant, with nothing left. The only thing that possibly existed was the resources intentionally left by Su Yang. Treaty? Nonsense treaty. Let me see who dares to step forward when I sweep through with my sword. Against my human race? All of them can die. Sentient will plus 2.73 million. The sentient will gained wasn't very high, partly due to the higher-level sinners Su Yang killed in the previous battle. In that battle, he specifically targeted high-ranking Silver Moon clan sinners. When added up, there were about 6 million sentient wills in total. After casually obliterating the entire Silver Moon City in a single strike, Su Yang felt extremely comfortable, and his thoughts flowed freely. It should be like this. What a ridiculous treaty with other races. I want to see who will dare to step up when I sweep with my sword. You can all die. Collecting the resources exploded from Silver Moon City. Su Yang began his next actions. He used sword techniques to envelop each source node. The source nodes generated from these would be sent directly to Daxiao City. Then, they would be transferred back to the Daxiao world by the celestial Tao consciousness, and he would directly obtain them. Origin Essence Birth Resource Node. Stellar Source Breath Resource Node. These are all good things. In the future, when the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples advance to the nascent divinity stage and the melding stage, they won't lack these two resources. As for the other hostile races, none of them will escape. Su Yang's eyes showed a fierce light, cutting flesh from the human race. Looting human race resources? These resources weren't easy to obtain. At the moment, Su Yang obliterated the entire Silver Moon City in the blink of an eye. The foreign cities within the Black Serpent Plains received information about it. They had a special means of connection. When other cities were destroyed, they could sense it. Silver Moon City has been destroyed. This must be the work of that human, heavenly, immortal cultivator. What should we do? Ha, isn't that great? He wouldn't dare do anything to us if he hadn't destroyed our cities. But since he has, he's finished. Let's go. We'll unite the leaders of the major cities and ask the heavenly immortals to judge him. We have heavenly immortal powerhouses as well. Only a small city was destroyed, and the higher-ups won't interfere, will they? Some of the foreign races hesitated. If it were only that, they naturally wouldn't. But as long as we unite and make a request, the higher-ups will naturally pay attention. Just exaggerate a bit, you know? The medium-sized cities among the foreign races were some nascent. Divinity-level cultivators were killed by Su Yang, immediately sensed an opportunity. They began to unite and prepare to request the judgment of the heavenly immortals against Su Yang. Within the boundaries of Silver Moon City, Su Yang spent approximately an hour of effort. He managed to seize all the resource points within the Silver Moon City's range. Whether they were source nodes or resource points, he deployed sword techniques on all of them. Manual of all beings, plunder. Function, plunder all resources within a radius of 10 li and transport them to another location. This technique not only allowed him to directly plunder resources into his Dasha city without much effort, but it was also highly secretive. Hidden within the void, it was virtually impossible to detect unless the opponent's strength greatly surpassed Su Yang's. However, to ensure the safety of each resource point, he also set up an annihilation sword formation at the location of each resource point. The first wave was a warning. If the other party didn't comply, he would launch an attack. His sword formations gave only one warning. During this time, he casually annihilated 9 demonic nests of nascent soul level that were within the Silver Moon City's range. This added 27 million will of all beings to his collection. Additionally, when he took control of the resource points belonging to him, he encountered some Silver Moon clan members try to seize his resource points. Naturally, those who underestimated him met their demise. Run away? Well, they needed a chance to escape in the first place. Faced with Su Yang at this moment, they wouldn't even have 1 second to react. By exterminating these Silver Moon clan members, Su Yang gained a little over 1 million will of all beings. Will of all beings was something that depended on the level of power on demonic entities. Other intelligent races judged the accumulation of sin. From the current perspective, whether it was the human race or other races, they carried some level of guilt. After all, reaching this stage of cultivation, one couldn't count how many living beings they had killed during their growth. In the universe, unless there was significant power suppression, even a slight confrontation might result in the harm of numerous lives. And so, guilt naturally accumulated. It was just a matter of how much. After eliminating the Silver Moon clan, Su Yang planned to take a moment to digest. He had already acquired a substantial number of resources. First, he would convert them into combat power. This would also lead to an improvement in the Dasha world. Will of all beings, 29 to 34 million. Galactic origin, 1.31 million. Galactic crystal cores, 5. Most of the galactic origins were obtained by killing nascent soul stage entities. Adding those from outside Silver Moon City and the demonic nests, he had accumulated more than 10,000 galactic origins. This was what Su Yang had in his hands. Apart from that, there was the Dasha city that he had constructed. Dasha city, galactic origin, 500 strands/day. Low-grade elixir of primordial spirit. 100 drops/day. Mid-grade elixir of primordial spirit. 50 drops/day. High-grade elixir of primordial spirit. 10 drops/day. Low-grade starry essence. 1 strand/day. These were the daily gains that the Dasha city, connected to a significant number of resource points, could provide him. Apart from the galactic origin, the other resources were pitifully meager on a daily basis. Well, so wouldn't this kind of small-scale human city like Blackhorn City have almost nothing to gain daily? However, regarding cultivation resources, Apart from stable output resource points, they could also be searched for within the dangerous zones of the galactic origin land. In the dangerous zones, one could explore and obtain cultivation resources faster and in larger quantities. After taking care of the resource points in Silver Moon City, Su Yang decided to make a trip back to the Daxiao world. He would spend some time upgrading the Daxiao world. Resources in his possession couldn't be wasted indefinitely. With a decision in mind, Su Yang returned to the Daxiao world with a single thought. In the galactic origin land, he had spent only around 2 days, but in terms of universal time, nearly 20 days had passed. In these 20 days, the changes in the Daxiao immortal sect were enormous. There were over 100 disciples in the nascent soul stage. Thousands of disciples were in the golden core stage. The remaining 90,000 disciples at the foundation establishment stage were gradually accumulating strength. It was only a matter of time before they broke through. After observing the situation of the disciples for a while, Su Yang began to focus on his own matters. He started to upgrade the world. With the world origin and galactic origin he currently had in his grasp, upgrading the Daxiao world from a small world to a grand world was an effortless task. However, according to his knowledge, raising a world from a grand world to a small thousand world wasn't that simple. It was much more challenging and required not only sufficient world origin and galactic origin, but also some precious materials from the universe. Su Yang had the world consciousness utilize the world origin to begin the upgrade of the world's foundation and resources. Currently, upgrading these two aspects with the world origin was quite simple. It required a total of approximately 20 million world origins. With the galactic origin, it was only 2,000. For the present Su Yang, this was hardly worth mentioning. However, the upgrading process still required some time. After roughly 2 hours, this upgrade was finally completed. After enhancing the foundation and resources, he could proceed with the world's advancement. With a single thought, Su Yang issued a world announcement through the Sword Network. World announcement. The Daxiao world is about to be upgraded. Daxiao immortal sect disciples who are currently outside, please return immediately and prepare. After publishing this announcement, Su Yang didn't immediately begin the world upgrade. He waited for an hour, allowing everyone to get ready. World advancement would bring many benefits, and he didn't want the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect to miss out. Once he had given this announcement, all those who logged into the Sword Network with their own accounts received this message. Even the Daxiao immortal sect disciples currently engaged in battle on the Red Earth Star received this notification. This message was heard by everyone. World advancement. Didn't the Daxiao world just advance recently? These details don't matter. Let's head back first and not miss the world's reciprocal blessings. After learning more about the cosmic information, the disciples of the Daxia immortal sect began to understand what world advancement entailed. They also learned how challenging it was to make a world advance. But as they contemplated, they realized that their sect master had initiated this. Suddenly, everything became reasonable. They weren't overly surprised. Ever since Su Yang appeared in their world, they had already been shocked numerous times. They had become accustomed to it. Any unreasonable events, when initiated by their sect master, were instinctively labeled as reasonable in their minds. An hour passed quickly. When the time came, Su Yang instructed the world consciousness to initiate the world's advancement. Heavenly Tao, begin. Understood, my lord. What happened next didn't differ much from the previous world advancement. The advancement of a world had a massive impact on its inhabitants. However, this time, during the advancement, the origin energy radiating from the world's center began to improve the physique of everyone within the world. All living beings became stronger. Among them, the human race benefited the most. Originally, this was a human planet. Furthermore, with Su Yang as the Lord of the world consciousness naturally guided the origin energy to favor the human race, allowing them to absorb more. During this process, the enhancement of physical qualities was inevitable. Every living being underwent it. Apart from this fundamental enhancement, the most crucial aspect was spiritual roots. As the advancement proceeded, more and more people were endowed with spiritual roots. This provided them with an opportunity to embark on the path of immortality. And this was just one of the benefits brought about during the world's advancement process. After the complete advancement of the Daxiao world, more benefits would follow. About half a day passed. With the immense drive from world origins, the world's advancement was completed rapidly. Once the advancement was finished, waves of fluctuations appeared at the world's barrier location. This was accompanied by cosmic energy. It was a highly unique form of energy. At least with Su Yang's current power, he couldn't acquire this substance. This time, there was an enormous amount of cosmic energy. It was more than 100 times compared to the last time. The cosmic energy entered the entities within the Daxiao world. It started to enhance the fundamental and foundational entities. Basic types of spiritual entities and profound sources experienced the most significant enhancement. Following them was the location of the Daxia immortal sect, which attracted a large amount of cosmic energy. This type of energy was exceptionally advanced. Even with Su Yang's current strength, he couldn't detect its origins. A substantial portion of this energy also entered his body, initiating an enhancement of his physique. His physical body swiftly broke through layer after layer of restraint, ascending continuously. From the initial exteriorization stage, he ascended to the perfected exteriorization stage. This consumed only a small portion of the energy. The advancement continued. In a brief moment, he transcended the boundaries, bringing his physical body to the transformation of divine intent stage. However, at this stage, it wasn't as simple to progress further. Similar to the cultivation realm, once one reached the transformation of divine intent stage, further progress required special resources. Although world origins still had some effects, their impact was minimal. Cosmic energy, on the other hand, didn't care about these details. It continued to forcefully enhance Su Yang's physique. His physical qualities continued to rise, advancing from the perfected transformation of divine intent stage until it reached the perfected transformation of divine intent stage. Su Yang briefly assessed his current physique, which was exceptionally strong. If he were to wield his sword further, his speed would undoubtedly increase. However, he wasn't focusing on swordsmanship much at the moment. Improving the proficiency of sword techniques was too slow. Killing demonic entities to accumulate more will of all beings was a quicker method. Su Yang briefly evaluated his current physical attributes and decided to leave it at that. Compared to his swordsmanship proficiency, his physical attributes weren't that powerful. During the world advancement, in addition to the substantial benefits Su Yang received, the other inhabitants of the Daxiao world also gained numerous advantages. Hong Tian was among those who benefited the most. His spiritual roots were once again enhanced. Although he hadn't broken through from heavenly spiritual roots to immortal spiritual roots yet, there was now a strand of immortal aura within his heavenly spiritual roots. This strand of immortal aura presented countless possibilities. If Hong Tian had sufficient opportunities in the future, he might be able to forge immortal spiritual roots with his own power. This would provide a foundation for breaking through to the heavenly immortal stage. After the world advancement, a crisis appeared and crossed the void toward the Daxiao world. Various cosmic beings residing in the void sensed the fluctuations of cosmic energy. For these cosmic beings, there was an innermost desire for cosmic energy, although this cosmic energy had already merged with the Daxiao world. The cosmic beings living in the void had a way to extract the cosmic energy that had merged with the Daxiao world during a certain period. After completing the advancement, the world received cosmic energy as a reward. This cosmic energy would merge with the Daxiao world. Although it was absorbed in an instant, a residual cosmic energy fluctuation persisted. The more cosmic energy there was, the stronger this wave would be, and the longer it would last. During the last advancement from the nascent world to the small world, the effect lasted for approximately 10 minutes. 10 minutes also attracted a large number of cosmic insectoid creatures. This time, The duration would likely be about an hour. In other words, for 1 hour, the location of the Da world would be exposed to cosmic beings. This was because the nearby void had already been cleaned by Su Yang in the last instance. Hence, cosmic beings did not appear initially. Su Yang also had no intention of waiting here. He decided to set up a sword array that enveloped the entire Da world. All the cosmic beings that came would have only one fate: to be annihilated by the sword array. After dealing with these matters, Su Yang informed Gu Xiao. The Da immortal sect needed to continue recruiting disciples. This time, they were opening up fully. Anyone could join the Da immortal sect at any time. There were only 2 criteria for consideration: spiritual roots and conduct. Gu Xiao and the world consciousness would handle this jointly. People from the Da world could sign up directly via the sword network. Then, the world consciousness would screen them. Gu Xiao would oversee and make arrangements. This way, Su Yang wouldn't need to worry about it. After making the arrangements, Su Yang opened the panel of the Da world. Da world. Level: Grand World. Realm limit: Crossing Tribulations Realm. World Foundation: 10,000/100 billion. World Heritage: 1,000,000/10 billion. World Origin: 6.42 million/100 billion. Upgrade requirements: Root of Nullity, Basic Rule Foundation, Low Grade Immortal Spring. This was the current panel for the Da world. The realm limit was the Crossing Tribulations Realm, which meant that all resources up to the Crossing Tribulations Realm could be obtained in the Da world. This included essence of nascent divinity, starlight vitality, void chi, and thunder transformation territory. These 4 resources corresponded to the transformation of divine intent, unity realm, spiritual refinement realm, and crossing tribulations realm, respectively. All 4 of these resources could now be produced in the Da world. However, the rate at which these resources were produced was quite unsatisfactory. Apart from the thunder transformation territory, which was controlled by the world consciousness, the other 3 resources could be produced because the Da world was part of the universe. Leveraging this identity allowed for the continuous generation of these 3 special resources. The speed of production of these 3 resources was also related to the world's quality. If it was too slow, Su Yang couldn't be bothered. He found it more efficient to collect them while hunting origin demonic beings in the galactic origin land. These resources were highly valuable to other worlds, but Su Yang didn't think much of them. In his view, the most significant benefit from the world's advancement was the enhanced capacity of the spirit fluid pool. In the future, the Da world could congeal pools for the transformation of divine intent, unity realm, and spiritual refinement realm. These 3 levels of spirit fluid pools could accelerate the cultivation of magic power for Da immortal sect disciples. The cultivation of magic power was a process that every cultivator had to go through at each realm. They had to continually solidify their magic power and expand their capacity. Magic power was fundamental for each realm. In addition to the fundamentals, there were other things that needed to be improved. In the transformation of divine intent realm, it was the nascent spirit. In the unity realm, it was the fusion of elemental infant, and so forth for each realm. Only after accomplishing each of these steps could cultivators pursue higher realms continuously. There were many requirements and limitations. Su Yang could only say that leveling up his sword intent was more convenient and faster. Apart from understanding the benefits of the world's advancement, Su Yang also learned about the preparations that the Da world needed to make for advancement to the next stage. In addition to the 3 basic conditions, 3 critical advancement items were also needed: the Root of Nullity, Basic Rule Foundation, and Low-Grade Immortal Spring. Just the names of these 3 items indicated that they weren't easy to obtain. But whether they were easy or not depended on one's strength. With enough strength, there was no problem in obtaining them. After understanding the changes, Su Yang continued to elevate his strength. The 29 million will of all beings could also enhance his strength. Upgrade: 4530 Lv.540 Lv.550, Lv.570, Lv.585. Finally, his sword intent level was locked at IV.585. Sword intent, mid-heaven immortal realm, IV.585. 0/49-5 million. Only the mid-heaven immortal realm. Su Yang assessed his current realm and knew that he wasn't entirely satisfied. He needed to continue advancing. Fortunately, there were many abyssal lair dens in the galactic origin land. If his strength wasn't enough, he would continue hunting them. Thinking of this, Su Yang felt somewhat impatient. In a single thought, he entered the galactic origin land. The Daxia world advancement was completed, and he had handed it over to Gushio to manage. Now, his task was to quickly elevate his strength to become a true immortal or even higher. Once he reached that realm, the entire galactic arm would no longer pose a threat to his existence. As for the entities in the immortal domain, he could think about them later. Returning to the galactic origin land and the Daxia city, Su Yang opened the map of the Black Serpent Plain. This map contained a wealth of information. Abyssal layers, origin nodes, resource points, danger zones. All sorts of information, each with their respective levels. What Su Yang had to do now was to sweep away the outworld abyssal layers and transformation of divine intent abyssal layers. As for Unity realm abyssal layers, he didn't want to provoke them for now, especially since they housed abyssal beings at the heavenly immortal level. After obtaining the map that covered the entire Black Serpent Plain, Su Yang also noticed that the highest level of abyssal layers was the Crossing Tribulations level. There were no abyssal layers above the Crossing Tribulations level. Su Yang put away the map and headed to the nearest location. During the time, Su Yang was busy. The medium-sized alien city, whose high profound realm cultivators had been killed by Su Yang, began taking action. They contacted the alien celestial immortals, seeking their intervention. The human race, whom they had been taunting without retaliation, had now struck back, wiping out one of their medium-sized cities. This matter was extremely serious. If today he dared to annihilate one of our small cities, tomorrow he might dare to obliterate one of our medium-sized cities. This issue needed to be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, wouldn't the arrogance of the human race continue to grow? After learning about this situation, the alien celestial immortals immediately pressured the human race in the Black Serpent Plain. They informed the upper echelons of the human race in the Black Serpent Plain, demanding that a human race celestial immortal come forward to apologize and provide compensation. Otherwise, they would take action against all human race cities in the Black Serpent Plain. The human race has celestial immortals, and so do we. The aliens' demand was to make Su Yang come forward to apologize and compensate. They also knew that trying to force a human race celestial immortal to come forward to die was impossible. This was a cunning scheme to threaten the entire Black Serpent Plain's human race, forcing Su Yang to comply. But could this really work? Black Serpent Plain. 5 leaders of medium-sized human cities gathered together. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was heavy and no one spoke. It could be seen that the faces of several people were not very good. Each of them had a gloomy expression. After a moment, someone finally broke the heavy silence and spoke first. Everyone, let's discuss this. Prolonging this situation is not a solution. The 5 people were the leaders of the 5 medium-sized cities in the entire Black Serpent Plain. They could also be regarded as representatives of the human race in the Black Serpent Plain. In the Black Serpent Plain, there were 5 large cities of different races, but these 5 cities did not specifically target the oppression of the human race. In the Black Serpent Plain, the hostility between the human race and other races was mainly limited to some medium-sized and small cities. To say they were hostile was, in fact, to seize resources from a human race. The 5 large cities of different races did not oppress the human race in the Black Serpent Plain. Ultimately, they did not covet the meager resources controlled by the human race. In the universe, there are no absolute mortal enemies. Everything is for the sake of competing for resources. The so-called cosmic battles are just an excuse for the various races to unite. Originally, in the Black Serpent Plain, conflict between the human race and other races occurred only between small and medium-sized cities. This time, due to the intervention of Su Yang, a human celestial immortal, celestial immortals from the large cities of other races also got involved. They were told to convey a message to Su Yang, asking him to come out and apologize to them as a representative of the human race and to provide an explanation. They also demanded a promise that they would not attack the cities of other races in the future. Otherwise, the different races in the Black Serpent Plain would launch a full-scale attack on the human race. If Su Yang remained stubborn and continued to slaughter the weaker members of other races with his celestial immortal strength, they too had celestial immortals, and the consequences would be dire. These damned other races are using us to threaten Senior Su, Yi Chuan said with hatred. It was a plot, but it was a plot they had to accept. We have only one choice now. Prepare for a full-scale battle. Convey this matter to Senior Su. As for how he chooses to handle it, it's not something we can decide. Agreed. That's all they could do. Their minds weren't feeble. Su Yang was a celestial immortal, and how he chose to act wasn't up to them. As for using the righteousness of a human race to pressure Su Yang, the other races could do it, but if their own people did the same, it would be too heartless. In any case, they had prepared for the destruction of their cities. This was the tragedy of the week. Whether you could survive or not depended entirely on the mood of the strong. At this moment, Su Yang was sweeping through one evil spirit nest after another, enhancing his own strength. After reaching the celestial immortal realm, his speed in exterminating evil spirits had become extremely fast. For nests with externalization level evil spirits and transformation level evil spirits, he could destroy them with just a thought. He no longer needed to enter them and study different sword techniques. This made Su Yang's progress extremely fast. At the moment, he focused on hunting only these 2 levels of evil spirit nests. As for evil spirit nests at the fusion level, which already had a celestial immortal, Su Yang didn't bother with them. Whether to fight or not was one thing. The time and benefits didn't match. Exterminating externalization level and transformation level evil spirit nests would earn him 1 billion wills of all beings in just an hour. But if he wasted time tangling with fusion level evil spirit nests, he might only get a few million in an hour. Moreover, fusion-level evil spirit nests wouldn't provide much increase in benefits. Compared to transformation-level evil spirit nests, they would increase his gains by at most 20%. An externalization-level evil spirit nest yielded 5 million wills of all beings, and a fusion-level nest yielded about 6 million. The increase wasn't significant. However, the central location of fusion-level evil spirit nests should contain some good items, such as galaxy crystal cores. When his strength increased and he could exterminate fusion-level evil spirit nests, he would go back and deal with them. For now, he was solely focused on hunting evil spirit nests, not worrying about other resources, items like origin points and resource points. For now, he didn't pay them any attention. But as he was concentrating on hunting the origin spirit evil spirits, Tianshang sent him a message. The news about him exterminating Silver Moon City had triggered a strong reaction from other races. 13 medium-sized cities jointly requested the celestial immortal representatives of other races in the large cities to take action. They wanted Su Yang to provide an explanation in this matter, to apologize, promise not to attack the cities of other races in the future. Otherwise, they would clear the human cities in the Black Serpent Plain. A one-day deadline. Su Yang had to give an answer within a day. Su Yang didn't say much, just asked Tianshang to provide him with the locations of the 13 medium-sized cities of other races and 1 large city of other races. He would handle this matter and have Tianshang appease the human race in the Black Serpent Plain. Pressuring him with the righteousness of a human race? Did these other races think too highly of themselves? In the face of absolute strength, any scheming was futile. Whether it was a conspiracy or a plot, one day was enough. Su Yang looked at the locations of the cities of other races that Tianshang had provided and he had an idea. On the side of the senior members of the human race in the Black Serpent Plane, they had been waiting for Tan Shang's reply. How is it? What did Senior Su say? Senior Su didn't say much. He just asked for the locations of these cities of other races. And also, after a pause, Tan Shang said, Senior Su said we shouldn't worry. He will handle this matter. He will handle it. The 5 leaders of the medium-sized cities exchanged glances and were somewhat confused for a moment. Su Yang apologized, or what should he do? From Su Yang's tone and actions, it doesn't seem like an apology. The few people exchanged glances, somewhat unsure of how to proceed. Let's forget it and focus on our preparations. After a moment of silence, they decided to prioritize their own preparations. Other matters would become clear after a day. After Tan Shang brought back this message, the human race in the Black Serpent Plane fell into a rather eerie silence. City after city was making its preparations. They didn't know what Su Yang planned to do, but they couldn't rely entirely on Su Yang. They had to prepare themselves. One day is not long. After 11 hours had passed, the other races still hadn't received a response from the human race. Large city of other races, Golden Scale City. Lord, there's been no response from the human race. Inform them to prepare for the annihilation of the human race in the Black Serpent Plane. Yes, Jean Feiwu spoke calmly. The human race? They still existed in the Black Serpent Plane, but they were mostly ignored, serving as practice for the younger generation. If they wanted to resolve it, they would have done it long ago. Why cause trouble and stir things up? Following a series of orders, the prepared other races began to assemble. They were just waiting for the command, and they would swarm out to destroy the human cities in the Black Serpent Plane. In the entire Black Serpent Plane, there were only 5 medium-sized human cities and 64 small ones. Under normal circumstances, the human race could put up some resistance. This time, with the other races' celestial immortals getting involved, the human race wouldn't stand a chance, unless a human celestial immortal came out to stop them. But this time, they were well prepared. As long as Su Yang dared to come out, he would undoubtedly die. The galaxy's origin point could be entered at any time, and there were ways to temporarily disable this ability. With a day's time passed, Su Yang had collected a large amount of will of all beings. This time, he wanted to boost his strength significantly. Then he would deal with the troublemaking other races. Currently, in the Black Serpent Plane area, about 1/5 of the externalization level and transformation level evil spirit nests had been cleared by him. He had obtained a total of 1.8 billion wills of all beings. With this wave of will of all beings, he had enough to make a significant power boost. Su Yang calculated the time and realized he couldn't delay any longer. Let's begin. We've worked hard for a day, so let's see the results. Upgrade. Level 590, level 690, level 790, level 849. Finally, his sword intent level settled at level 849. The will of all beings in his hand had also reached the bottom, leaving only 1 million as a safety net. Sword intent, mid-true immortal level 849, 0/75-9 million. Mid-true immortal. It feels like I'm just a step away from breaking through to late true immortal. Su Yang sensed the vast sword intent in his mind. During the upgrade, he had also noticed it. After breaking through level 699 and entering level 700, his sword intent realm advanced from celestial immortal to mid-true immortal. Then, after breaking through level 775 and entering level 776, his sword intent realm reached the mid-true immortal stage. In other words, after reaching the true immortal stage, every 75 levels marked a small stage. After reaching level 1000, he would enter the next realm. Su Yang had a rough idea, but mid-true immortal is already sufficient. At this moment, his power had reached a completely new level, a level that could influence the galaxy's origin point. After entering the true immortal realm, Su Yang had gained the ability to influence the galaxy's origin point and enter or exit at any time. In other words, he could directly restrict the ability of anything within the range of his sword intent to enter or exit the galaxy's origin point. This ability wasn't unique to him. As long as one reached the true immortal realm and mastered this level of power, they could do it too. This made Su-Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't provoked any enemies at the true immortal realm yet. Otherwise, this ability of the galaxy's origin point wouldn't save him. This also made him more vigilant. ANV, seemingly invincible and insurmountable rules. When faced with a more powerful force, there was no such thing as invincibility or insurmountability. What you consider invincible or insurmountable is only at your level of understanding. When a higher level of power comes and reduces dimensions, everything will collapse. Just like evil spirits, when you don't have enough strength, you need the power that evil spirits fear to kill them. But when your strength surpasses the initial rules of evil spirits too much, those rules become meaningless. Fortunately, his strength had increased too quickly. In just a few days, he had already reached the true immortal realm. But this ability is really great. This time, you won't be able to escape. Su-Yang thought. With a thought, his sword Intent hovered in the void, and then he opened a rift in space. On the other side of the rift was a magnificent city. At the city gate, there was a plaque. Golden Scales City. Countless members of other races were coming and going within it. But some people noticed that there was a crack in the sky above them. They all looked up, trying to figure out what was happening. Why was there a crack in the sky above them? This scene immediately alerted the high-level members of Golden Scales City. A celestial immortal of the true immortal stage, Jin Fei-Wu, quickly appeared above Golden Scales City. On the other side of the spatial rift, Su-Yang stepped into it. This was a spatial passage he had created with his sword Intent, utilizing the powers of causality and space. Causality was for positioning. Space, it was a means of transportation, although he could only rely on a bit of the power of causality at the moment. But this existence, which had already begun to plot against him and had developed a rather strong causal relationship with him, could still be located by him. This included 13 other cities of different races. As long as they were involved in plotting against him, Su-Yang could deduce their existence through the sword of causality and find them. In just one step, Su-Yang stepped into the rift in space, crossing an unknown distance, and appeared above the Golden Scales City. Su-Yang's appearance caused the temperature of the entire Golden Scales City to drop sharply. Without any reason, the entire city seemed to be silenced in that moment. The foreign cultivators of the Golden Scales City felt uneasy, and their hearts pounded heavily. They couldn't help but look up at the sky, and they all saw the scene of Su-Yang emerging from the rift in space. Human race? Su-Yang. A person quickly appeared in Golden Fei-Wu's mind, and that person was Su-Yang. To cross space within the stellar source land, one had to have the strength of a celestial immortal. In the Black Serpent Plane, apart from the suddenly appearing Su-Yang, there were no other celestial immortals among the human race. This result was not difficult to guess, but there was an extremely uneasy feeling in Golden Fei-Wu's mind. Golden Fei-Wu couldn't figure out the source, but he felt very uneasy. The problem lay with Su-Yang, who had just appeared. Golden Fei-Wu frowned, unable to find a reason. Never mind, this time, killing a human celestial immortal is not bad. Golden Fei-Wu took out a true celestial token. This token was obtained by chance from a powerful, true immortal. Its function was to imprison space and prevent free access to the stellar source land for a period of time. Although Su-Yang had entered the range of Golden Scales City, it could only limit him for 5 seconds. The time was too short. With his true celestial token in hand, this time could be extended to an hour, and it could be fixed on the opponent, preventing them from leaving the stellar source land for an hour. This thing was created specifically to deal with certain individuals. Golden Fei-Wu brandished this celestial token at Su-Yang. At the same time, within Golden Scales City, 2 more celestial immortals flew out. The 3 of them formed a triangle and completely surrounded Su-Yang. Just as Su-Yang had stepped out of the rift in space, he felt this grand reception. First, a sense of true immortal energy enveloped him. restricting his ability to freely enter and exit the stellar source land. Su-Yang easily broke this with a thought. Other celestial immortals could still limit him slightly when they acted, but they wanted to restrict him with just a strand of their energy. Was he a celestial immortal? Then, 3 celestial immortals surrounded him. If he were still a celestial immortal, there might be some slight danger. Unfortunately, he was not. Su-Yang of the human race, I didn't expect you to actually come out. Can you feel it? You can no longer leave this area of the stellar source land. Golden Fei Wu stood in the void, feeling a bit smug. Next, what he needed to do was to resolve Su-Yang within an hour. Su-Yang scratched his head. Unable to leave this area of the stellar source land, with a flicker, Su-Yang disappeared into thin air. The 3 Golden Scales clan celestial immortals were left bewildered. They exchanged glances. Fei Wu, what's going on? Even Golden Fei Wu himself was puzzled. Didn't he just lock Su-Yang with a true celestial token? How did Su-Yang disappear again? But the next second, Su-Yang reappeared in place. It seems I can leave at any time. Why don't you try if you can leave? Su-Yang said with a hint of playfulness, glancing at the 3 foreign cultivators. The 3 of them were taken aback and quickly tried to leave. They found out that they really couldn't leave. What's going on? The faces of the 3 foreign cultivators changed. This situation was not right. Su-Yang moved his thoughts, and the boundless sword intent pervaded the entire space. He casually enveloped an area of thousands of miles. Then, with another thought, the sword intent locked onto the 3 foreign cultivators, capturing them in the manner of catching dolls and bringing them in front of him. Do you know, targeting the human race is the biggest mistake the foreign cultivators have made. Su-Yang finished speaking, ignoring the panic in the eyes of the 3 foreign cultivators. The sword intent invaded the 3 foreign cultivators' bodies, disturbing their minds and souls, completely annihilating the 3 foreign cultivators. Only their lifeless bodies remained. 3 foreign celestial immortals fell. Sentient will plus 670,000. The 3 celestial immortals didn't contribute too much to his sentient will. Their sins were only in the thousands, not even reaching tens of thousands. At this level, they no longer needed to massacre innocent beings. For them, it didn't help, so their sin levels weren't very high. If the sin level exceeded 1,000, they had already killed quite a few innocent beings. Su-Yang had investigated and found that those whose sin levels exceeded 1,000 had killed at least tens of millions of innocent beings. Casually dealing with 3 foreign celestial immortals, Su-Yang then looked down at the massive city below. There were over 1 million foreign cultivators. Only those who had reached the nascent soul stage could enter the stellar source land. Su-Yang didn't know how much sentient will these million foreigners would bring him. The space for miles around had already been sealed off by Su-Yang. At this moment, within the Golden Scales city, many Golden Scales clan members who wanted to leave the stellar source land were very confused. What's going on? Why can't we leave? Various thoughts emerged in their minds. But this turned out to be their final thought. Su-Yang's sword intent covered the entire Golden Scale city, extending for miles. In an instant, all the foreign cultivators were wiped out by his sword intent. Sentient will plus 1.2 billion. After easily dealing with the foreign cultivators in Golden Scale City, Su-Yang also collected the spoils of war. He effortlessly collected a large number of storage rings with a single thought. Looking at the countless storage rings, Su-Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. There's so much stuff, it's really troublesome to sort through it all. It seems like I should have Gu Xiu come and oversee this stellar source land. Su-Yang couldn't be bothered to deal with all this stuff. He put it all away for now and decided to take care of it step by step after dealing with all the troublemaking foreign cultivators. This included the resource points controlled by these foreign cultivators, which couldn't be let go. They all had to be connected to Great Xia City. After resolving this large foreign city, there were still 13 medium-sized foreign cities. These, he wouldn't let a single one escape. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. When suppressing the human race, these foreign cultivators should have thought that the day would come when the situation would be reversed. If Su-Yang didn't have enough power, Would the human race be in trouble? Would all the human races in the Black Serpent Plain be slaughtered? Su Yang had a compassionate heart, but it would never show on the enemies of the human race. After annihilating Golden Scale's city and gathering all the spoils of war, a rift in space naturally opened in front of Su Yang. The forces of causality and space materialized, revealing a medium-sized foreign city on the other side of the rift. Stepping into the rift, he traversed countless spaces with a single step, arriving at the first of the medium-sized foreign cities. Su Yang stood high in the sky, calmly observing below. As he arrived, his sword Intent had already enveloped the entire foreign city. Over 10,000 foreigners below would not escape this. A massive starfire sword, covering the entire sky, silently appeared. Without a sound, it hovered over the foreign city. It appeared in the blink of an eye, descending with a single thought. Without any unnecessary actions, Su Yang obliterated the medium-sized foreign city in just 2 steps. His sword Intent covered the entire city, and all its resources were absorbed into Su Yang's sword Intent space. Next, the second medium-sized foreign city, the third medium-sized foreign city, the fourth medium-sized foreign city, the fifth medium-sized foreign city, the 13th medium-sized foreign city. Su Yang tread on the void, pushing one foreign city after another horizontally. He wielded the powers of space and causality effortlessly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had completely annihilated all 13 medium-sized foreign cities. This was a thorough obliteration. After destroying these foreign cities, Su Yang once again gained 13 billion wills of all beings. Approximately one foreign city could provide him with around 1 billion wills of all beings. Some more, some less, and this was the final count. In just 10 minutes, Su Yang had wiped out all the hostile foreign forces in the Black Serpent Plain. As for whether there would be any dissent or disturbances among the foreigners, was Su Yang afraid? He called on them to step forward if they were dissatisfied, and they would not utter a word of protest. For those who resisted, he would kill them all, leaving no room for dissent. It was a straightforward matter. There was no need to complicate it. Su Yang took out a token and sent a message to the other side. The foreign threat has been dealt with. No need to worry. On the other end, Tan Shang also felt the token's vibration. He promptly reported the message. Dealt with. How was it resolved? I don't know, but it's best if it's been settled. In the human clan's marketplace in the Black Serpent Plain, many high-ranking figures gathered. Upon receiving the news, they remained skeptical. After all, such a matter was merely spoken verbally, and no one could easily believe it. This was a matter that concerned the life and death of their city. However, they would easily know the truth in the near future. As long as the foreigners remained quiet, then the matter was settled. Many of the human clan's high-ranking figures did not dwell too much on this issue. They remained vigilant, of course. If there were any issues, they could respond promptly. They were curious, though, and each was trying to gather clues about how Su Yang had achieved this. As for Su Yang, after dealing with these restless foreigners, he did not immediately take over their territories. He began to digest the wills of all beings in place. 25 billion wills of all beings could potentially raise his level to above. IV000. Su Yang had some expectations for this. He opened his panel and began the upgrade process. Upgrade. With a thought, the wills of all beings on the panel decreased rapidly. In no time, he had consumed 13 billion. The panel now displayed 12 billion wills of all beings. His level had jumped several small stages and arrived at IV000. At IV000, not only did the panel change, but he also sensed something new between heaven and earth. When his sword Intent was fully unleashed, the sword Intent that reached the level of Xianxian made him feel the world differently. Under the coverage of his sword Intent, he sensed a unique world. It was a world enveloped in extremely powerful rules. If the universe were a plane, the universe he was currently in was on the lower layer, while the world he sensed was on the upper layer. Is that the immortal realm? Su Yang sensed it. and with a single step, he could enter it if he wished. However, now is not the right time. Normally, cultivators who reached the level of a Xianxian could sense the existence of the immortal realm. He should have been able to sense it before, but he had not actively tried to do so. At the moment, it was because his sword intent was incredibly strong that he could sense it so easily. Others went to the immortal realm when they could no longer find a way to improve their strength in the universe. Entering the immortal realm would only be a hindrance for Su Yang. Moreover, he had not yet completed his layout in the universe. He had not yet changed the human clan's position in the universe. There were many things he had not resolved. For now, he would not enter the immortal realm. Another point was that even though entering the immortal realm meant not being able to return, in Su Yang's view, it was simply a matter of insufficient strength. As long as his strength was powerful enough, there was no such thing as not being able to return. After reaching the Xianxian realm, the proficiency required for his sword intent was as he had predicted, and it increased tenfold. Again, to gain proficiency in the wills of all beings, he needed 10 million. It seemed that the pattern would remain the same. To explore this further, Su Yang immediately used 10 million wills of all beings to increase his proficiency. Sword intent, mystic immortal initial Lv.1 0/10.1 billion. Did it only increase by 10 million proficiency at a time? Following the previous pattern, it was likely to remain the same, unless he broke through another level of sword intent, such as surpassing for 10,000. Then there might be a significant change. At this new level, if the universe's highest level was the true immortal, he was already invincible. For now, he no longer needed to raise his level. He could start accumulating the wills of all beings, address the issues facing the human clan, and complete his layout. He would improve the Daxiao immortal sect and elevate its disciples. They would spread throughout the universe, change the human clan's position, and help him acquire the wills of all beings. Once he had resolved all the issues with the evil spirit nests in the original source, he would no longer need to hunt down those with guilt in the universe. The Daxiao immortal sect's disciples would become his top assistants. For now, he needed to collect resources, raise the level of the Daxiao world, and set up the teleportation formation on every human clan planet. One by one. First, he would concentrate the resources. Currently, all the hostile foreign cities in the Black Serpent Plain had been eliminated, so those cities' resource points naturally belonged to him. Su Yang got busy and placed sword formations on the resource points, directly transferring the resources produced there to Daxia City. Meanwhile, after a day had passed, the once formidable foreign alliance had ceased all activities. This left many people puzzled, and the human clan had already started looking for answers. Some of the foreigners who were interested were also preparing to see what was happening. This, Golden Scale's city gone? The destruction of the city couldn't be hidden for long. After all, when a city is annihilated, there are always some foreign races who are active outside. When they returned to the city and saw the ruins, they were astonished. What happened? What about their racial city? So, they entered the starry market of the Black Serpent Plain, wanting to explore the truth. After continuous efforts, they finally uncovered the truth. Their racial city was obliterated. The large city of Golden Scales, including 13 medium-sized cities that played a part in this event, were all wiped out. There was nothing left in the place where the cities used to be but a massive crater. This inevitably made the foreign races suspicious that it was Su Yang's doing. After all 14 cities that were destroyed had conflicts with Su Yang and the human race. This incident was also intended to suppress the spirit of the human race. But Golden Scale City had 3 celestial immortals. How could they be easily exterminated without any news leaking out? After such an incident, the foreign races were all on edge, feeling particularly uneasy. They needed the truth. They wanted to know what had really happened. Was it another unknown crisis, or had the human race used some means? So, the 4 remaining large cities of the Black Serpent Plains foreign races joined forces. They used some special methods to trace back to the scene of the incident. And that's when they saw this scene. 3 celestial immortals from Golden Scale's city surrounding Su Yang. And then they witnessed Su Yang effortlessly killing them. After easily killing the 3 celestial immortals from Golden Scale City, Su Yang obliterated the entire city with a single thought. After obliterating Golden Scale City, a rift in the void appeared in front of Su Yang. Stepping into the void, Su Yang arrived at the next medium-sized city of the foreign races. Then, with a single stroke of his sword, he wiped out the medium-sized city of the foreign races. The entire process was carried out without any superfluous movements. Casually, he obliterated another medium-sized city of the foreign races. Su Yang continued to traverse the void, stepping across countless spaces to arrive at the next location. It was another medium-sized city of the foreign races, one that was hostile to the human race, engaged in frequent conflicts, and involved in this event. The treatment was no different from the previous one. The entire city was obliterated with a single thought from Su Yang. In this way, in the scene, Su Yang single-handedly crossed 13 cities. One sword after another fell. One city of the foreign races after another was annihilated. In less than a moment, one large city and 13 medium-sized cities were destroyed by Su Yang. The high-level members of the foreign races who watched this scene fell silent collectively. The human race. True immortal. Wasn't it said to be celestial immortals just yesterday? Now, it has become true immortals? However, where did this human true immortal come from? As the controllers of the large cities, they had access to more information. Even in the super large cities, there could only be one true immortal. Breaking through to the celestial immortal realm after the Mahayana phase, it was impossible to continue to increase one's strength within the universe. One had to enter the immortal realm. The true immortals in the super large cities were endowed with special powers passed down by their own race in the immortal realm, giving them the strength of a true immortal. This kind of empowerment, when obtained by any celestial immortal, would turn them into a true immortal with the power of a true immortal. However, there was only one of these items in each super large city. Therefore, each super large city only had one true immortal. The number of celestial immortals was also controlled within a certain range. They wouldn't leave too many of them in the universe, nor would they leave too few. In general, each super large city would have 20 to 50 celestial immortals. When the number exceeded this range, those who were willing to enter the immortal realm could choose to enter it, while those who were not willing could stay in the universe. For practitioners like them, they would choose to enter the immortal realm. If it weren't to stabilize the position of the super large city, perhaps not even 20 to 50 celestial immortals would be left behind. At most, there would be a single-digit number of them left. Any fighting or conflict was all because they were pursuing a higher realm. If it were only for a better life, they would not need to fight or quarrel. Now, an unexpected event had occurred in the source area of the Arm Galaxy. A new true immortal had appeared. There was a high probability that this true immortal did not become one by borrowing the power of the immortal realm. This would completely disrupt the existing layout of the Arm Galaxy. The conflict between the human race and the foreign races might enter an even more brutal state. Of the 9 super large cities of the foreign races, 3 were hostile to the human race. The remaining 6 did not participate in the conflict, but still benefited from it. It was like 2 parties fighting, and these people provided weapons and resources to those fighting. This way, they could gain advantages without participating. Even if they didn't participate in the conflict, it wasn't something good. This human true immortal should not attack us neutral foreign races, right? A celestial immortal from a large city expressed some concern. He was worried that they couldn't handle it if Su Yang decided to attack them. He probably won't. If he wanted to, he would have already done it. Didn't you see the strength of this human true immortal? He can cross the void at will, and with a single step, he can reach the next city. Such an existence, it truly wishes to exterminate us without too much trouble. That's true. Fortunately, we didn't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, our fate might not be much different from that of Golden Scale City. Indeed, Do we need to show this footage to the people below? Let's spread. Give a response to the races whose cities were destroyed, and let those below see that it's not the right time to provoke the human race. This matter needs to be reported up. It's no longer within our capabilities. A human immortal from the Black Earth domain has arrived. I wonder how the one from Black Dragon City will react. After some discussion, this matter was temporarily settled. The rulers of the 4 major foreign cities spread this footage. At the same time, they transmitted this matter to those higher up. The higher-ups were aware of it. As for what to do, it was no longer their decision to make. Now, all they hoped for was that Su Yang wouldn't wantonly kill the innocent. They had not participated in the massacre of the human race. As this footage was spread among the foreign races, the entire Black Serpent Plain was in turmoil. Some of the foreign races who had not fought against the human race were relatively unharmed. They just felt a bit uneasy, but not overly concerned. They could use the fact that they hadn't slaughtered the human race as an excuse to console themselves. However, those who had engaged in battles with the human race, even slaughtering their cities and plundering their resources, were in complete panic. A human immortal? If this human immortal decided to take action against them, they couldn't stop it, and they couldn't even escape. Didn't they see how this human immortal annihilated a large city and 13 medium-sized cities in less than 15 minutes? No matter how worried they were, what was going to happen would happen. It was just a matter of time. Now, they were like ants on a hot pan, scurrying about without any way to escape. If a human immortal were to come after them, they would have only one option to survive: abandon the cities in the galaxy's core and all the resource points and retreat to the universe. However, they were unwilling to give up so many precious resources and the territory they had fought so hard to establish for who knows how long. After this footage spread among the foreign races, it quickly reached the human starry markets. When they saw Su Yang effortlessly destroying one city after another, they were excited. Moreover, among these cities were 1 large city and 13 medium-sized cities. The controllers of the 5 medium-sized human cities gathered once again. At this moment, they could see the excitement in each other's faces. Su Yang, a true immortal from our human race. Ha ha! This is really triumphant. Exciting, truly exciting. At this moment, those arrogant foreign races are probably hiding like turtles. Although they didn't know where this immortal had come from, it didn't matter. It wasn't a question they needed to ponder. They only needed to know that this was an immortal from the human race, and that was enough. What Su Yang did made them feel extremely satisfied and triumphant. They had never experienced such a feeling. They had always been in a very oppressive state, pressed down by the foreign races in every aspect: resources, territory, and prestige. However, they had no way to gain any advantage. Even if they didn't do it themselves, seeing Su Yang obliterate the foreign cities filled them with a sense of gratification. They were like ants on a hot pan, anxious but without any solution. If a human immortal were to take action against them, they had only one option to survive: abandon the cities at the core of the galaxy, along with all the resource points, and retreat to the universe. However, they were unwilling to give up so many precious resources and the territory they had fought for. After this footage spread among the foreign races, it soon made its way into the human starry markets. When they saw Su Yang easily destroying city after city, they were overjoyed. Additionally, among these cities were 1 large city and 13 medium-sized cities. The controllers of the 5 medium-sized human cities once again gathered. At this moment, they could see the excitement on each other's faces. Su Yang, a true immortal from our human race. Ha ha! This time, we're truly triumphant. It's so satisfying, truly satisfying. Those arrogant foreign races are probably hiding like turtles right now. Although they didn't know where this immortal had come from, it didn't matter. It wasn't a question they needed to consider. They only needed to know that this was an immortal from the human race, and that was enough. What Su Yang did made them feel extremely satisfied and triumphant. They had never experienced such a feeling. They had always been in a very oppressive state, pressed down by the foreign races in every aspect: resources, territory, and prestige. However, they had no way to gain any advantage. Even if they didn't do it themselves, seeing Su Yang obliterate the foreign cities filled them with a sense of gratification. The situation for the human race in the Black Serpent Plain had completely improved. Su Yang had already wiped out all the medium-sized cities hostile to the human race, and the remaining small cities were not a threat. Although there were still many medium-sized cities among the foreign races and 4 large cities, they were all originally neutral and now dared not to wage war against the human race at this critical moment. Now, they were praying that Su Yang wouldn't trouble them, because Su Yang's intervention had undoubtedly changed the balance of power in the entire Black Serpent Plain. However, this change had not yet been completed, and there would definitely be new developments in the future. As the main character of this event, Su Yang was still dealing with the resource points left by the 14 cities. These were his gains, which could be used to train the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect. He couldn't just abandon them. Managing these resource points left by the 14 cities would take some time. Daxia Immortal Sect. As Su Yang assigned the task of recruiting more disciples to Guxiu, Guxiu immediately set to work. Although Su Yang acted carefree, Guxiu was a competent subordinate who efficiently managed the Daxia Immortal Sect, handling various arrangements and meeting the needs of the disciples. This is the development of the Daxia Immortal Sect. Red Earth Star. 10 days ago, after the Daxia World's promotion, their talents were greatly improved. With the blessing of strong talents, their strength improved even faster. In just 10 days, the Daxia Immortal Sect disciple strength had advanced by a significant margin. Hong Tian had made a breakthrough, his talents enhanced, and coupled with the accumulated contributions to the sect, he directly advanced to the nascent soul initial exteriorization stage, leading among all Daxia Immortal Sect disciples. Other disciples were also working hard to catch up. The number of disciples at the nascent soul stage had increased 5-fold, surpassing 500. The first group of disciples had all entered the Golden Core stage. 100,000 Golden Core cultivators. In any city in the core of the galaxy, this number would be insignificant. But when you consider that the Daxia Immortal Sect was founded less than 2 years ago, it was impressive. In just 2 years, they had raised these people from ordinary humans to their current level of cultivation. Such speed was impossible in any world of the same level. Wait, didn't the Daxia Immortal Sect promote twice within 2 years? In the entire cantilevered star system, no single planet had achieved that. With the surge in the Daxia Immortal Sect strength, there were changes on the Red Earth Star battlefield. The Daxia Immortal Sect disciples and the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples launched a fierce attack on the Giant Stone Domain, and they had recaptured 1/5 of the territory. However, they were still locked in a stalemate over the remaining 4/5. Given the speed at which Daxia Immortal Sect disciples were advancing, it wouldn't be much longer before the situation changed. Silver Moon Clan's battlefield commander, Silver Moon Yinfeng, tried to communicate with his superiors, requesting support. But he found it strange. Why couldn't he contact the higher-ups? Regardless of whether they could provide support, at least they should respond, right? However, 10 days had passed, and he still hadn't received any response from the higher-ups. Could something have gone wrong? Silver Moon Yinfeng had a bad feeling, but quickly dismissed it. It shouldn't be possible. What could go wrong? Maybe something had come up in the core of the galaxy. The battles in the universe were only a sideshow. In the eyes of any planet in the core of the galaxy, the most crucial battles took place in the core of the galaxy. Silver Moon Yinfeng put away his communication token and focused on dealing with the current situation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed in cosmic time. Over the past month, the potential of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples, courtesy of their promotion to the nascent soul stage, had been unleashed. With Su Yang's generous provision of resources, Hong Tian's strength had advanced to the nascent soul-perfect exteriorization stage. In the second group of disciples, some had advanced to the nascent soul initial exteriorization stage, such as Zhang Hu and Hui Kong. These disciples who were brave and willing to fight had made considerable progress. The speed at which the Da Immortal Sect disciples improved their strength was only going to get faster, and for now, higher realms did not slow down their progress. Su Yang had provided them with an abundance of resources, so the Da Immortal Sect disciples only needed to exert a fraction of their effort to reap massive rewards. This level of returns was unprecedented in any world. Red Earth Star, Giant Stone Domain Battlefield. With the Da Immortal Sect disciples growing stronger, they began to dominate this battlefield. The Silver Moon Clan cultivators were on the defensive, holding on to only a fifth of the territory. It was just a matter of time before they would lose the remaining 4/5. Silver Moon Yinfeng, the battlefield commander, had been frantically trying to contact his superiors, but he hadn't received any responses. Even his requests for reinforcements had gone unanswered. He also tried to reach out to the commanders of the other two Silver Moon Clan battlefields, but they were experiencing the same lack of communication with their superiors. They found this situation puzzling. They had been sent out to wage war and harvest the essence of other worlds because their own world had a limited supply. They couldn't freely access the core of the galaxy, and even if they could, it depended on the contributions they made to the world. Not everyone could enter the core of the galaxy at will. They were just a small world within the Silver Moon star cloud, with limited world essence. They needed a long time to accumulate 1,000 world essences. Only the top-tier leaders could access the core of the galaxy. At the moment, the mid to high-level commanders could only engage in battles in other worlds to accumulate enough contributions to potentially enter the core of the galaxy. Now, while they were out waging war, they couldn't reach their superiors. This left Silver Moon Yinfeng very frustrated. Fortunately, they had sent people back to investigate the situation, and they believed they would receive a response soon. Meanwhile, the other two Silver Moon Clan battlefields had sent reinforcements to stabilize the situation temporarily. Silver Moon Yinfeng knew where the Da Immortal Sect disciples had come from, but he had already sent someone to deal with that matter. He had initially wanted to wipe out the entire world where the Da Immortal Sect resided. However, after the people he sent out didn't return and their communications were cut off, he realized that the Da world might not be a fledgling world, but had likely just recently advanced to a small world. There was a high probability that it had become a small world, or else the people who came out wouldn't be this strong and able to deal with his subordinates. Regardless, he had no control over the Da world. The disciples of the Da Immortal Sect were becoming more formidable, and continuing to drag things out would undoubtedly lead to an undesirable outcome. Even now, he was starting to feel some hesitation, considering a withdrawal. The reason for his uncertainty was the lack of a response from his superiors, and the potential consequence of being branded a deserter was something he couldn't bear. However, for the time being, he could only persist in his current situation since there was no other choice. Within the Da Immortal Sect, as more people joined and their strength increased, the disciples of the sect started to take various different paths and also established various distinct courtyards. Spirit Cultivating Courtyard. Founder, Lu Shui. Members, 231 of 1,000. Description, focused on cultivating spirit herbs, no combat involved, those interested can apply. Application criteria, Golden Core Stage Cultivator, a monthly contribution of 30 sec points. Spirit Exploration Courtyard. Founder, Yu Fongbin. Members, 341/1000. Description, emphasis on safe exploration, locating spiritual treasures, reporting to the sect for contributions, no risks, battles, or fighting, safety is guaranteed. Application criteria, Golden Core Stage Cultivator, a monthly contribution of 30 sec points. Cosmic Exploration Courtyard. Founder, Li Xing. Members, 532/1000. Description, come join us in exploring the cosmos. Application criteria, Golden Core Stage Cultivator, a monthly contribution of 30 sec points. Various courtyards with different directions were emerging, making life within the Da Immortal Sect more exciting. However, the Cosmic Exploration Courtyard, despite its promising name, was currently only exploring the immediate vicinity of the Da world. They had not ventured deep into the cosmos, let alone travel the universe. Union Courtyard. Founder, Yuan Cheng. Members, 1,000 of 1,000. Description, ordinary courtyard. Application criteria, male, golden core stage cultivator, monthly contribution of 300 sec points. Female, female disciples, no criteria required. When some disciples saw the Union Courtyard, they didn't hesitate to join without a second thought. As for the description of being an ordinary courtyard, did they really believe that? The regular fees were so expensive, after all. The real regular fee was 30 sec points, right? Therefore, within half a day, the Union Courtyard was filled even though they were charging 10 times more in sec contributions. When some disciples entered, they realized that the creator was a bunch of monks and felt uneasy. As they looked around and saw only male disciples, their unease deepened. Master, where are the junior sisters? Why are there only men here? Don't we have any special cultivation methods in the Harmony Court? One of them asked. Ba, this is indeed an ordinary court, and there are no special cultivation methods. As for why there are only men, you will have to ask the disciples themselves, replied the master. Master, are you trying to deceive us? Another disciple challenged. Ba, where is there any deception? Monks do not speak falsehoods. Have I uttered a single deceitful word to you? The master, named Yuan Cheng, responded, leaving the disciples at a loss for words. They couldn't find a suitable rebuttal. Unable to contain themselves, they opened the Harmony Court panel and scrutinized it carefully. The more they read about the ordinary court in the description, the more they were taken aback. But why is it called the Harmony Court? One of them couldn't hold back and found the only apparent loophole to challenge. Ba, in its literal sense, we are all fellow disciples, coming here to cultivate harmoniously and peacefully. That's why it's called the Harmony Court, Yuan Cheng explained sincerely. This explanation further agitated the disciples who had joined. This is outrageous. I demand a refund of my sect contributions. I want to leave. Ba, do not be agitated. Sect contributions cannot be refunded, but you can leave now. In that case, I'll stay, refuse to pay any sect contributions, and enjoy the court's benefits. Ba, if you don't contribute the monthly 300 sect contributions, I, a humble monk, reserve the right to expel you. You bald donkey, you've gone too far. Do not be agitated, dear disciple. Everything I do is in accordance with the rules and regulations. I have never forced anyone to join, so how can you blame me? Under the actions of Yuan Cheng, the Harmony Court instantly became popular within just one day, and it became widely known on the Daxia Immortal Sect Forum. The deceived disciples became a laughingstock. Galactic Source Land. After nearly 3 days, Su Yang finally managed to set up his resource points with sword arrays. 1 offense, 1 defense, and then teleportation. 3 sword arrays for each resource point. Now, the sword arrays he activated, in the absence of external destruction, could autonomously absorb void energy and convert it into the energy required for operation. As long as no one disrupted them, he wouldn't need to worry. Regarding the possibility of destruction, Su Yang was completely unconcerned. The most that could happen was someone futilely attempting to sabotage his sword arrays. It was impossible without reaching the profound immortal realm. Having settled everything, Su Yang returned to Daxia City. He opened the panel of Daxia City. Daxia City. Galactic Source Creation Speed. 30,000 strands per day. Elemental Elixir Creation Speed per day. Low grade. 10,000 drops, mid grade. 30,000 drops, high grade. 10,000 drops, top grade. 5,000 drops. Starlight Essence Creation Speed per day. Low grade. 33,000 strands, mid grade. 20,000 strands, high grade. 8,000 strands, top grade. 3,000 strands. Immortal Essence Creation Speed per day. Low grade. 700 drops, mid grade. 400 drops, high grade. 100 drops, top grade. 10 drops. This was the current daily rate of resource production in Daxia City. However, there was a crucial point that Su Yang only discovered after examining the elemental elixir produced in his own city. In the galactic source land, the quality of elemental elixir was determined by its purity. 1 to 10 represented low grade, 10 to 20 mid grade, 20 to 30 high grade, and 30 to 40 top grade. The higher the purity, the faster the nascent soul elixir can be refined by nascent soul cultivators, indicating a lower impurity content. Usually, the quality of nascent soul elixir sold in the Starry Sky market is typically of average quality. For the lower grade elixir, the purity is 5, for the mid grade it's 15, and so on. If the purity is insufficient, it needs to be absorbed by the cultivator and cannot be sold. If the purity is too high, it is kept for personal use and not sold. However, the situation with the nascent soul elixir produced in Daxia City is somewhat different. The values are the highest in their respective grades, and each drop has a consistent purity with no fluctuations. For the lower grade nascent soul elixir, the purity is 10, for mid grade, it's 20, and for upper grade, it's 30, while the highest grade elixir has a purity of 40. In each quality, the purity of every drop is consistently the highest. Su Yang investigated the reason for this. With his strength, he easily discovered the issue. His sword technique allowed him to bring back the nascent soul elixir at the moment of its creation. Without letting the elixir linger in space, there was no chance for impurities to mix in. Without any impurities, the nascent soul elixir maintained its perfect state. Besides the nascent soul elixir, there were also resources such as starry essence, void chi, and immortal essence. These resources were similarly of the highest quality within their respective tiers. Immortal essence is a resource used by Mahayana stage cultivators. It is extremely precious, and even if Su Yang were to sweep through all 14 cities, obtaining immortal essence would still be quite rare. Currently, the Daxia Immortal Sect doesn't require immortal essence, but when they do, Su Yang might already have conquered the entire source realm of the Perched Arm Galaxy, occupying all the resource points of human and hostile alien races and utilizing them for themselves. By then, the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect would undoubtedly not lack resources. It's essential to note that the current disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect are still at the exteriorization stage and are quite weak. They haven't even reached the point of needing nascent soul elixir. After organizing all the resources, Su Yang also planned to raise Gu Xiao and the other disciples' realms and talents in the Daxia Immortal Sect. Although the Daxia Immortal Sect can't yet expand into the cosmos, they need to lay a strong foundation and advance their top-tier strength. When the strength of the Daxia Immortal Sect's disciples increases, they can immediately start expanding into the cosmos. Next on his agenda was to first raise Gu Xiao and others. Then, he planned to eliminate the demonic layers in the Black Serpent Plane that they could handle. After that, he would clean up the other alien races in the Black Serpent Plane. While these alien races haven't directly attacked the human race, they have been suppressing them in terms of resources, just like the vampires who feed on human blood. Su Yang would make them return these resources. Finally, after finishing these tasks, the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect should have grown considerably. They could then begin establishing a cosmic layout, setting up sword intent teleportation arrays that cover the entire Perched Arm Galaxy. On any human-inhabited planet, the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect could explore and grow freely. The most crucial part would be the various human-inhabited planets facing disasters and conflicts. As the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect intervened and saved these planets, they could also harvest the will of all beings. With a single thought, Su Yang returned to the world of Daxia within the Daxia Immortal Sect. With sword intent covering the area, he found Gu Xiao and directly communicated through sound transmission. Old Gu, gather the sword wielders on the Immortal Ascension platform. The Immortal Ascension platform is a vast square within the Daxia Immortal Sect. It can accommodate all the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect. However, so far, there hasn't been a gathering of all the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect at once. Gu Xiu left his cultivation state and immediately acted on Su Yang's command. This was essentially about issuing a message. With the presence of the Sword Network, gathering could easily be achieved. In addition, the strength of the sword wielders wasn't weak, and in the absence of tasks, they would be waiting within the Daxia immortal sect. Therefore, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Gu Xiu had completed the task. 10,000 sword wielders, along with Gu Xiu, gathered on the immortal ascension platform. The number of sword wielders increased as the number of disciples in the Daxiao immortal sect increased, maintaining a ratio of 1 to 100. Now, the Daxiao immortal sect had more than 1 million disciples, and the number of sword wielders had naturally reached tens of thousands. Each sword-wielding disciple stood straight and felt somewhat excited. Among them, although some had been in the Daxiao immortal sect for 2 years, they had never seen Su Yang. Perhaps this was the first time they were seeing their sect master. Su Yang could be considered the spiritual leader of all the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect. Which disciple of the Daxiao immortal sect hasn't heard of Su Yang's stories? Whether through storytellers or the Sword Network, Su Yang's deeds had always been extolled. Without exaggeration, Su Yang's deeds were widely known even among the common people of the Daxiao world. This was the influence that Su Yang had brought. Su Yang stood on a high platform, surveying the disciples below. He could feel that each of them was in good spirits. He spoke in a deep voice. I have a method in my hands that can give you all heaven-level sword spirit roots, speeding up your cultivation in the future. However, this involves me using my formidable strength to change your talents, and it comes at a price. First, you need to abandon your spirit roots. Spirit roots can only be abandoned once, and at present, a second self-abandonment isn't possible. If you abandon them a second time, your body will suffer irreversible harm, and you may not be able to cultivate in the future. Second, after condensing the sword spirit roots, you can't improve the quality of your spirit roots through your own efforts. Even with items that can improve spirit roots, you may not be able to enhance the quality of sword spirit roots. Wishing to improve the quality of sword spirit roots can only be done through me. However, at present, I can create heaven-level sword spirit roots for you at most. In the future, you might only have heaven-level sword spirit roots. You need to consider this carefully. Within a quarter of an hour, those willing to abandon their spirit roots and have heaven-level sword spirit roots remade can stay, while the rest can leave. After Su Yang finished speaking, he waited quietly. He didn't exaggerate. He only mentioned what he could do now. Although with his growing strength, he could undoubtedly create better spirit roots for these disciples in the future. But that was something to be considered for later. For now, he wouldn't make empty promises or set unattainable goals. A quarter of an hour is brief, but if you're pondering a question, it's ample time. A quarter of an hour quickly passed. However, not a single person in the audience left. They all remained in place, eagerly awaiting Su Yang's next move. Very well, since you are willing to stay, I will grant you heaven-level sword spirit roots. The path of immortality is arduous, so let me assist you with the path of the sword. While the path of immortality is challenging, the path of the sword shall ascend. Su Yang's voice, enveloped in sword intent, covered the entire area, allowing every disciple to hear. Thank you, Sect Master, for nurturing us. Thank you, Sect Master, for nurturing us. Thank you, Sect Master, for nurturing us. Tens of thousands of sword wielders chanted fervently, their eyes burning with zeal. Heaven-level sword spirit roots? No chance for further improvement? So what? Without the Sect Master's help, they might never have had the opportunity to tread the path of cultivation in their lifetimes. Even after embarking on the path of cultivation, they wouldn't necessarily have a chance to obtain heaven-level spirit roots. Using contributions to the sect, they could at most elevate their spirit roots to the upper grade level. How to acquire earth-level spirit roots or heaven-level spirit roots was something they didn't know. Su Yang was making it sound very serious. However, they were well aware that the sect master was cultivating them. In a single thought, sword intent pervaded the entire sky. Shatter spirit roots. Su Yang's voice resounded once again. Tens of thousands of sword wielders didn't hesitate and directly abandoned their spirit roots. Their determination was unprecedented. In such a situation, they wouldn't listen even if their parents came to stop them. But this was the sect master's command. In an instant, everyone's spirit roots that they had just abandoned grew back. The spirit roots that grew back, however, were 1,000 times better than before. These spirit roots were sword spirit roots without attributes, providing a power boost to sword-based techniques, but lacking other attribute enhancements. Nevertheless, just a minor boost was more than enough to make their cultivation speed over 1,000 times faster than upper-grade spirit roots. With a single thought from Su Yang, everyone in the area, including Gu Xiao, obtained brand new spirit roots. After settling these matters, Su Yang left the task to Gu Xiao. He allowed them to make full use of the resources in Dasha City and opened the resources to Gu Xiao through the heavenly path when they needed them. At the same time, these resources, including nascent soul elixir, were uploaded to the Dasha Immortal Sect's internal resource network. In this way, apart from the advanced spirit fluid pool, the Dasha Immortal Sect's advanced resources increased once again. What Su Yang needed now was to accelerate the growth of the Dasha Immortal Sect's disciples. There was no need to worry about resources at all. Cultivators on other planets were worried about insufficient resources and constantly running around in search of them. However, the Dasha Immortal Sect was entirely different. It was the sect master who was worried that the disciples' cultivation speed wasn't fast enough. Slowly absorbing such a pile of resources, what was the point? For the disciples of the Dasha Immortal Sect, this was entirely backward. But considering their sect master was Su Yang, it also seemed reasonable. The strange and the normal sensations continually alternated. Perhaps this was a feeling that none of them had ever experienced before. Su Yang didn't pay much attention to all of this. After taking care of the matters of the Dasha Immortal Sect, he returned to the source realm of the Perched Arm Galaxy. Next, he planned to sweep through the entire Black Serpent Plane. While dealing with the demonic layers, he also planned to reclaim what the human race had lost. Su Yang opened the map of the Black Serpent Plane. He charted a route and prepared to take a stroll. In the Black Serpent Plane, he had already dealt with the medium and large cities hostile to the human race. But there were still some small cities that Su Yang had no intention of sparing. Why spare them? They had killed many human cultivators, and now that Su Yang had become powerful, why should he spare them? A single sentence. Any alien race that has harmed the human race will not be spared. Alien races that had suppressed the human race in terms of resources would not be spared either. He intended to suppress them in return, and he would reclaim what they had taken. As for how to do it, Su Yang looked at his own sword technique, and he naturally had a way. Then let's start near Heijiao City. Su Yang started taking action within the source realm of the Perched Arm Galaxy. Sometime later, the alien races and human races that had been closely following these events in the Black Serpent Plane received some news. Alien race, small city, three-tail city, annihilated, relationship with. Human race, hostile. Alien race, small city, sheep's horn city, annihilated, relationship with. Human race, hostile. Alien race, small city, Red Rock City, annihilated, relationship with human race, hostile. Alien race, small city, Fire Scale City, annihilated, relationship with. Human race, hostile. On the Black Serpent Plane, one after another, alien cities were annihilated. These messages were also transmitted to every human city and alien city. However, they gradually realized that the alien cities destroyed by Su Yang all had hostile relations with the human race. As long as they weren't hostile, Su Yang didn't take action. Because on Su Yang's path forward, there were also neutral alien cities. But these neutral alien cities were left untouched, and they were not attacked by Su Yang. Su Yang's progress wasn't very fast, because what he was doing now was simultaneously dealing with resource nodes and origin nodes while annihilating alien cities. He didn't just destroy these alien cities directly. Resources like the origin fluid, celestial source breath, and even immortal essence produced by these nodes could all be accelerated through the source realm. However, immortal essence was a bit different. To accelerate the birth of immortal essence, a source realm core was needed. Relying solely on the source realm wasn't enough. Some neutral aliens, who only profited from the resource price differences, were not destroyed by Su Yang. Instead, he placed a plunder sword formation on their resource nodes. However, he modified it slightly, leaving them with 10% of the resources and taking 90% for himself. Since these aliens had treated the human race this way, Su Yang naturally chose to retaliate. Resource nodes like the origin fluid and celestial source breath were abundant, so Su Yang didn't bother with them. However, for valuable resources like origin fluid, celestial source breath, and others, Su Yang didn't hesitate. One by one, he placed plunder sword formations on all of them. In the future, 90% of the resources from these nodes would be sent directly to Dasha City. These aliens couldn't even detect this. To discover the plunder sword formation, one needed to have strength surpassing Su Yang. Currently, within the entire Perched Arm Galaxy, there was probably no one with the power to surpass Su Yang. After leisurely setting up these formations, Su Yang continued his actions with joy. Route the entire Black Serpent Plane. Objectives: annihilate demonic layers, exterminate hostile aliens, deploy plunder sword formations to collect resources. Su Yang's actions proceeded methodically. Black Serpent Plane, Alien Marketplace. As Su Yang began his actions, targeting hostile aliens and exterminating one alien city after another, some aliens breathed a sigh of relief. They were previously unsure of Su Yang's intentions and had been extremely worried. Now, seeing Su Yang's intentions, they felt at ease. However, while they relaxed, some hostile aliens became desperate. They were the aliens who had been in conflict with the human race. They started to panic and joined forces with many hostile aliens to seek mediation from alien celestials. They were willing to agree to anything as long as Su Yang spared them. However, considering Su Yang's strength, alien celestials dared not agree to such terms. They could only watch without interference. This only made the desperate aliens even more agitated. To survive, they had no choice but to exit the Source Realm. However, if they left the Source Realm, how would they obtain resources in the future? Some infuriated aliens even started cursing. Are you neutral factions any better? You claim to be neutral, not participating in battles against the human race. But have you benefited any less from it? Now that there's trouble, you're all abandoning us. Aren't you going too far? Without us, would you have earned so many resources? The neutral factions didn't take kindly to these words. You say that we're the ones against the human race. Yet, when you wanted us to take this bounty, it was you who persuaded and insisted on it. You forced us to accept this profit, and now you're using this as an attack against us? Do you even deserve to? Faced with Su Yang's threat, these aliens couldn't figure out a solution, but they started arguing, and they became more and more quarrelsome, losing sight of the real issue. Su Yang, whether he annihilated them or not, was a matter to be decided today. The neutral factions expressed their intention to stick with their stance. After all, Su Yang wasn't targeting them, so they had no danger to worry about. The rulers of the 4 major cities in the Black Serpent Plain were well aware that people below were arguing, but they couldn't be bothered to intervene. As long as it didn't involve them directly, they wouldn't worry about it. Furthermore, they didn't have the right to get involved in this matter. They had already reported to the administrators of the supermassive cities in the Black Earth domain. How to handle it was up to the real Celestials up there. Now, they were more concerned about resources. You all should check the resource nodes controlled by Golden Scale City. We've checked, but they're all covered by sword formations. Perhaps this human Celestial set them up. We may not be able to get our hands on those resource nodes. Not just Golden Scale City, but also the resource nodes controlled by other medium-sized cities are covered by sword formations. Let's not covet these. It's better not to change it if we can. Exactly. After discussions among the alien rulers of the 4 major cities, they also reached a conclusion. Regarding the resource blockade, they would see how the higher-ups reacted. The Black Earth domain had supermassive cities, and now a human celestial had appeared, which was indeed a significant event. Thus, this was how the alien side reacted. As Su Yang single-handedly swept through the alien cities of the Black Serpent Plain, traditionally, when a human race wanted to eliminate an alien city, the aliens would join forces to retaliate against human cities. But now, would any alien dare? Would any alien dare to utter a word? Before Su Yang's absolute strength, these aliens could only watch helplessly, unable to say a word. Not one dared to step forward and say otherwise. Even later on, when Su Yang reached an alien city, all he found was an empty city. The alien inhabitants had already fled. Seeing this, Su Yang didn't mind at all. If they fled, he would destroy their cities. Regarding what Su Yang was doing now, the response from the human race on the Black Serpent Plain was simple, joyful. They were thrilled. The human race had finally risen. While Su Yang was ruthlessly sweeping through the alien cities, both human cities and the alien forces within the Black Earth domain learned of the news. The appearance of a celestial was no small matter. Moreover, this celestial was attacking the aliens. For now, killing a few aliens was no issue, but if Su Yang continued to do so recklessly, it wouldn't be good. So a celestial from Black Dragon City came out of Black Dragon City and headed towards Su Yang's location. Although the entire Black Earth domain was vast, and there was some distance between Black Dragon City and the Black Serpent Plain, for a celestial, it was only a matter of moments. As Su Yang was about to destroy another alien city after casually wiping out one before, he suddenly encountered an alien. Level Lv.82. This alien was strong and a celestial. Human friend, is what you're doing a bit excessive? Black Dragon Patian spoke up first. Excessive. In the void, Su Yang calmly uttered 2 words and gazed quietly at the approaching figure. When your alien race oppressed my human race, you didn't step forward to call it excessive. Now it's my turn to stand up for the human race and say it's excessive. Do you think my human race is easy to bully? Su Yang's voice was calm, but Black Dragon Patian felt an unprecedented pressure. This sent a shiver down his spine. What was Su Yang's cultivation level exactly? A perfect heavenly immortal? Black Dragon Patian had just reached the late heavenly immortal stage himself. Although he had just entered this realm, he was still at the late stage. It was impossible to suppress him with just his aura without being a perfect heavenly immortal. As for whether Su Yang's cultivation level might be beyond that, reaching the realm of primordial immortal, impossible. Currently, they belong to the lower space of the universe, and even though the universe was vast, it could still be considered a mundane realm. In a mundane realm, their cultivation levels could at most reach the level of celestial immortal, and that required countless years of accumulation. To advance even a minor stage in the mundane realm, it would generally take tens of thousands of years. In the mundane realm, the existence of immortal chi was extremely rare, and the resources that could be converted into immortal chi were even scarcer. While it was true that the original source of galaxies and the core of galaxies could accelerate the conversion of immortal chi, there was a limit to the speed at which conversion could occur in a location that naturally generated immortal chi. This wouldn't suffice for cultivators in the celestial immortal realm. Under these conditions, with sufficient time after reaching the celestial immortal stage, it might be possible to progress slightly. But breaking through to the primordial immortal stage, stepping into the true immortal stage, was already an impossible task. The amount of resources required for such a breakthrough was simply unavailable in the lower space of the universe. This was why there were no self-cultivated true immortals in the universe. Immortals like Black Dragon Patian could only be considered pseudo-true immortals, relying on the power passed down from the immortal realm to gain the power of true immortals. After a moment of silence in the field, Black Dragon Patian spoke again. Friend, you're right. When the human race was targeted, I did not step in to meddle. I shouldn't be doing so now, either. But I hope you won't harm innocent aliens. From Black Dragon Potion's tone, it appeared that he was conceding. He didn't know how Su Yang had reached this realm, and he had come here to confirm whether this human true immortal that suddenly appeared in his territory was the same as the one from the Imperial domain. Now it seemed not. With no information about the other party, and considering that the other's strength exceeded his, Black Dragon Patian had no choice but to yield. Rest assured on this point, the human race and I both cherish peace. How aliens treat the human race is how we'll treat them in return. Su Yang spoke calmly. When Black Dragon Patian appeared, Su Yang had already used his sword of karma to deduce that this alien race had not incurred the karma of harming the human race and had not been involved in any events involving the slaughter of humans. That was why he didn't immediately attack them. Black Dragon Patian naturally understood Su Yang's intentions. For alien races that hadn't waged war against the human race, Su Yang wouldn't take action against them. But for those who had waged war against the human race, there was no escape. In fact, Black Dragon Patian had a feeling that Su Yang might have something more in mind. The alien races that had blocked resources from the human race might also face retaliation from him. But he couldn't fathom how Su Yang would retaliate. Besides wiping out all alien races, what other form of retaliation could there be? Could he loot all the resources of the alien races? In Black Dragon Potion's view, with Su Yang's power, he couldn't achieve this. At best, he could loot the resources within a certain region. The idea of looting all alien races was practically impossible. Because he subconsciously believed that Su Yang couldn't achieve this, Black Dragon Patian didn't dwell on the matter. To him, it was enough for Su Yang to eliminate all the hostile alien races. Su Yang's power as a true immortal was something he couldn't stop. Well, in that case, I'll take my leave. After a brief conversation with Su Yang and gaining the information he sought, Black Dragon Patian chose to depart. Once Black Dragon Patian left, Su Yang continued with his actions. Well, this alien city hasn't attacked the human race. In that case, let's cut off more than 90% of their resource points. With his sword of karma, Su Yang could clearly discern which alien races had targeted the human race, especially in terms of resource oppression. Up to this point, he hadn't seen any alien race that hadn't oppressed the human race in some way, either through resource constraints or direct invasion and looting of human territories. For those alien races that had oppressed the human race in terms of resources, Su Yang would adopt the same approach. Plundering human territories and massacring the human race. For these alien races, Su Yang was even less lenient. He'd annihilate them outright. Su Yang, though powerful, needed quite some time to sweep through the entirety of the Black Serpent Plain. The scope of the plain was immense. Half a day had passed, and he had only wiped out about a third of it. There were numerous matters to address along the way, which was inevitable. Su Yang chose to treat this journey as an exploration, setting up sword formations at resource points, destroying alien cities, eradicating nests of evil spirits, methodically advancing step by step. Not a single one would be spared. After Black Dragon Patian returned, he spread the message that Su Yang would take action against any aliens who had invaded the human race. He couldn't control it, and he wouldn't. He left these aliens to fend for themselves. When Black Dragon Potion's message spread throughout the Black Serpent Plain, the aliens who had invaded the human race were utterly despondent. True immortals from alien races no longer cared about them. What do they do now? In the Black Serpent Plain, there were a total of more than 500 small alien cities, with about 70 of them having invaded the human race. Su Yang had already annihilated around 20 of them. The remaining 50 small alien cities builders had united to discuss their next steps. If they continued down this path, their inevitable fate would be to be systematically wiped out by Su Yang. There would be no place for them in the entire hinging galaxy. Black Serpent Plain, Alien District. In one of the palaces, 53 lords of small alien cities were gathered. Despite this congregation of various alien races, there was an eerie silence in the atmosphere. It was evident that all the aliens wore a troubled expression on their faces. Su Yang's pressure on them was simply too overwhelming. It was overwhelming to the point where they couldn't resist, couldn't bear it, and could only wait for the executioner's axe to fall. It was like a death row inmate who knew exactly how much time they had left before execution and the torment of waiting in that process. They were trying to figure out a way to survive in the hinging galaxy. But it was like being trapped in an airtight prison with no way out, nothing to do but wait. Is there anything we can do? We can't just stand by and watch as he destroys our cities one by one, can we? Are you resigned to this? The leader among them spoke from the top. I'm not resigned, but what can we do? He's a true immortal, and we, weaklings, aren't even worthy of being his enemies. Perhaps, in the eyes of that human true immortal, we're just ants. He just has to take a little time to crush us all. If you want to survive, we don't even have the qualification to negotiate. Black Dragon Patian, the true immortal of the alien race, didn't give them any face, let alone Su Yang. What's more, they didn't even have the right to negotiate with Su Yang. If they dared to appear in front of him, they'd be sending themselves to their deaths. Damn it, this human true immortal is truly shameless. His strength is already so formidable, yet he targets weaklings like us without any restraint. You're right. Bullying the weak with the strong is one thing, but he's exterminating us, showing no mercy. I hate it. He's so arrogant. If he's so bold, why doesn't he go after the true immortals of other alien races? I think he's just afraid, a bully who picks on the weak. After the discussion began, these aliens couldn't help but voice their criticisms and curses against Su Yang. They resented him for not leaving them any chance of survival, venting their frustrations. They were angry that Su Yang wasn't giving them a way out. They thought that Su Yang was a bully who was afraid of confronting the true immortals of other alien races. But they seemed to forget that they had no moral high ground to speak of regarding the human race. They had united in numbers, attacking human cities, seizing resources from the human race. Was that ethical? Several cities attacking one human city and dividing its resources. Was that ethical? Did that seem fair? It was only when alien races attacked human cities, not the other way around. Otherwise, all alien races would unite to annihilate human cities. Did that seem ethical? Furthermore, they even oppressed the human race in terms of resources, forcing the human race to purchase resources at high prices. Was that ethical? If it had been a regular competition for resources, Su Yang might not have intervened at all. After all, in the universe, everyone fought for resources and competition was inevitable. Su Yang might have only pursued resources for himself and the great Xia world. But these alien races had chosen to engage in hostilities and wage wars against the human race. Su Yang couldn't be lenient with them. Engaging in hostilities? Fine, I'll engage in hostilities with you. And if you don't agree, come out and say it. I'll take on all of you alien races myself. If you don't dare to, what's all this talk? In the Great Hall, the leaders of the alien races were infuriated and impotent. They didn't ponder their own issues, but simply resented Su Yang for being so powerful and still oppressing them. But they were also very aware. Their group of different races coming together couldn't stop Su Yang in the slightest. They needed to come up with a solution. Gradually, many different races quieted down and began earnestly discussing countermeasures. In the end, they came up with a rather unorthodox solution: a full-scale attack on the human race. In the source area of the galaxy where Su Yang exists, they indeed can't do much. But what about the universe? Since there's no way out for them in the source area of the galaxy, they decided to abandon it and turn their attention to the human planets in the universe. With their strength still superior to the human planets, targeting the human planets, they would conquer them one by one. If you won't give us away in the source area of the galaxy, then we'll eliminate the human race in the universe. Unless Su Yang is willing to stop, then they can stop as well. After a round of discussions, this plan received unanimous approval from all different races. Good, let's go with this plan. Since we're not given away, let's break through. While our strength is still above the human race, let's directly plunder their planets. Right, this is a good plan. Since the source area of the galaxy won't give us away, let's attack their planets. With that, the leaders of the different races in attendance made their decisions. Since they can't survive in the source area of the galaxy, they will wage war in the universe. Currently, they've just lost the source area of the galaxy, and it hasn't had a significant impact on their strength. Their strength is still above that of the human race. But if they continue to delay, their strength will decline, just like the human race. This is something they can't accept. If they can't beat Su Yang, can they defeat other human races? They won't just sit around and wait to die. Once this matter was decided, all hostile different races to the human race immediately made this significant decision. Abandon the cities in the source area of the galaxy. If you can't defend them, then don't defend them. Retreat, fight in the universe, and target all human race planets. Following the full retreat of the hostile different races to the human race, when Su Yang proceeded to destroy some cities of different races, he also noticed that they were empty cities. But what does that matter? What needs to be destroyed will be destroyed. Even if there are no different races there, the resources controlled by these different races he still had to take. Su Yang, thus, following his own plan, systematically swept through the entire Black Serpent Plain. It's just a matter of little time. Upon returning to Black Dragon City, Black Dragon Patian chose to inform the other super cities in the source area of the Stellate Galaxy about Su Yang's situation. The Stellate Galaxy's source area consists of 10 great domains, each representing one super city. Black Dragon City is just one of them. After Black Dragon Patian conveyed information about Su Yang, different parties had different reactions. The Emperor's domain is certainly more excited. But the rulers of the 3 different race areas that were hostile to the human race felt that something was amiss. The human race now has a new true immortal, and this is not good news. And what they are more concerned about is how this true immortal appeared. Could it be that resources have appeared in the universe that can allow people to cultivate into true immortals? If this situation indeed exists, then they need to investigate it thoroughly. For a while, the surface of the Stellate Galaxy appeared calm, but the highest level figures in the Stellate Galaxy began to take action. This situation is inevitable. Who doesn't want to reach higher realms? Who doesn't want to acquire greater resources? When a group of people is stuck at one level, and suddenly a resource appears that can help everyone break through that level, it's impossible not to attract attention from everyone. Su Yang is well aware of this. But does he care? He has been observed by many old monsters throughout his journey. The fate of these old monsters in the end is always the same: death without a complete corpse. Before revealing his strength every time, he makes sure he's armed to the teeth. He elevates his own realm to the limit. This ensures that he can face any potential threats. In other words, the speed of the crisis coming is far slower than the speed of his strength increasing. Your understanding of me is only up to my previous second. You say I'm a celestial immortal, but am I really? You say I'm a true immortal, then take another look. He dares to reveal his strength because he's not afraid of anyone coveting it. In the Stellate Galaxy, the 9 true immortals of the different races began to conspire. The existence in the Emperor's domain also felt that something was wrong. Now that the human race has a new true immortal, it will undoubtedly change the current situation. But how did this true immortal become a true immortal? This will undoubtedly become the direction of curiosity for all the true immortals in the Stellate Galaxy. Even this true immortal in the Emperor's domain is very curious about this situation. He didn't receive any messages about actions by the true immortals of the different races. But he is certain that the true immortals of the different races must have a plan. No, I have to go find out. True immortal Yilei of the Emperor's domain made a decision. This matter certainly cannot be left unattended. As a result, from the Emperor's domain, he left the Imperial City and headed toward the direction of the Black Earth domain. So, in the Stellate Galaxy's source area, it temporarily fell into a strange balance, with no different races to stop Su Yang's actions. In the Black Serpent Plain, all the different races hostile to the human race ran away, leaving behind empty cities. Su Yang also enjoyed this situation and quietly harvested resource points and exterminated the nests of evil spirits. Daxiao Immortal Sect. After Su Yang improved the spiritual roots of both the swordholder and Guxiao, their cultivation speed also experienced a tremendous boost. With an unlimited supply of resources and the dedication of both Guxiao and the swordholder, their realms had already transcended the initial exteriorization stage, reaching the nascent soul stage. Moreover, with an ample infusion of the world's origin source, their cultivation of magical power in this realm was completed in an instant. The quality and quantity of their magical power reached the level expected for the nascent soul stage in an instant. Next, they needed to refine the elemental elixir to enhance the strength of their souls. Only by increasing the strength of their souls could they advance to the next realm. Furthermore, a powerful soul was crucial for cultivating in the nascent soul fusion stage. Fusing the nascent soul required a strong soul as support. If the soul's strength was insufficient, the fusion process would not only be slow but also extremely difficult. Guxiao led tens of thousands of sword holders in their practice, using the highest grade elemental elixir. Highest grade elemental elixir. Purity, 50. With this high-quality elemental elixir, their soul strength was rapidly improving. At this rate, it would take around 3 months to accumulate enough power for the nascent soul fusion stage. He began preparing for the breakthrough. In a daze, he recalled the information gathered by the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples on the Red Earth Star. At least every nascent soul cultivator has practiced for over 3,000 years, experiencing countless battles before acquiring sufficient resources to break through to the nascent soul stage. After reaching the nascent soul stage, continuing cultivation becomes incredibly challenging, especially in increasing soul strength. Acquiring a drop of low-grade elemental elixir with a purity of 5 a year is already considered good. To break through the nascent soul stage, it takes at least a few thousand years. Each piece of information gathered from the Red Earth Star was telling him the same thing. Nascent soul cultivation was tough, and immortality cultivation wasn't an easy task. Don't harbor the unrealistic idea that you can break through after a few months of seclusion. That's not realistic. However, according to his current cultivation speed, he would most likely break through to the nascent soul fusion stage in about 3 months, starting cultivation in the nascent soul fusion stage. As for the speed of cultivation in the nascent soul fusion stage, he wasn't very sure. But when Guxiao looked at the large quantity of premium star origin essence stored in Daxia City, he secretly thought that it probably wouldn't be too slow, right? Guxiao didn't care much about it, and according to the Sword Master's suggestion, he only needed to focus on improving his strength. Utilize these resources instead of letting them go to waste. At the same time, they needed to build the top-level strength of the Daxiao Immortal Sect. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month passed in cosmic time. After this month, Hong Tian, the number 1 figure of the Daxiao Immortal Sect, was the first to break through the initial exteriorization stage and reach the nascent soul fusion stage. The speed of this breakthrough had already astonished the Red Earth Immortal Sect. However, they also knew that the Daxiao Immortal Sect was established by that existence. With the power of that existence, it was extremely easy to rapidly increase the strength of disciples. So, although they were shocked, they could still accept it. After all, this was a force created by a true immortal. This speed of advancement was not unreasonable. Apart from Hong Tian's special case, the top-tier disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect had already reached the nascent soul fusion stage. There were about 100 of them. Their nascent soul stage had reached 3,000. The golden core stage hadn't changed much, with around 100,000. The newly recruited disciples hadn't grown yet. They were still diligently cultivating. With the surge in the strength of the Daxiao Immortal Sect's disciples, they gradually began to retake the Stone Giant Domain. Members of the Silver Moon Tribe now huddled in their headquarters. A large number of Silver Moon Tribe cultivators had gathered, and Hong Tian and others had no way to deal with them for a while. They could only wait a little while longer and increase their strength before taking action. However, with the recapture of numerous territories, Hong Tian and the others had also acquired a significant amount of refining materials and alchemical herbs. They could take a short break and make use of the resources they had on hand. During this time, nascent soul cultivators from the Red Earth Immortal sect also approached Hong Tian. Hong Daoist friend, within my Red Earth Immortal sect, there's a location brimming with strong fire and wood elemental laws, making it a special treasure for alchemy and refining. If alchemists and refiners from your sect need it, they're welcome to use it anytime. Zhou Shun, knowing that Hong Tian and the others had collected many resources, mentioned this. After all, Hong Tian and the others had assisted them in the battle against the different races without asking for anything in return. They couldn't provide resources, but Zhou Shun and others had noticed the changes in Hong Tian's strength. The resources consumed were certainly on a massive scale. Every few days brought about a new realm. Every few days brought about another realm. With such a speed of progress, it would be impossible without a considerable amount of resources. The vast amount of resources they possessed couldn't be compared to what the Red Earth Immortal sect had. Even the best resources they could offer were likely considered trash in the eyes of the Daxiao Immortal sect disciples, and they probably didn't compare to what the Daxiao Immortal sect disciples consumed in a single day of practice. So Zhou Shun and the other top figures of the Red Earth Immortal sect hadn't considered providing resources directly. In this calculation, they only had some special treasures to offer. Refiners and alchemists. Hong Tian's expression was somewhat odd. It seemed like they didn't exist in the Daxiao Immortal sect, right? They mostly used the refining hall and alchemy hall for direct construction. It was convenient, quick, and you could see the success rate. It wasn't a problem at all. Whatever was needed, as long as it was reasonable or had refining diagrams and elixir recipes. With sufficient materials, the success rate was basically 100%. Friend Joe, there was no need to be polite. If you needed anything, we'd have them come over. No problem, they could come anytime. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they went about their business. Although the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal sect didn't require the special treasures of the Red Earth Star, Hong Tian didn't mention it impolitely. Some face had to be given. At the same time, in the Giant Stone domain, the mood of the Silver Moon Cloud Peak was very bad. The high-level members of the Silver Moon clan from the Black Stone Star hadn't come out of the origin source of the galaxy yet. The dozen or so who wouldn't seem to have disappeared. It was unclear what had happened in the origin source of the galaxy. This had been an extremely abnormal situation. Even if something big had happened in the origin source of the galaxy, high-level members would surely have returned occasionally. In this situation, something major must have occurred in the origin source of the galaxy. A very significant change. But this hadn't been the key issue. The key issue then was what to do. If he continued to guard, he would surely have been in trouble. He had had no choice but to run. A deserter was a deserter, but I could abandon the Giant Stone Domain battlefield and go to the other two battlefields. As long as I didn't leave the Red Earth Star, no one could say anything. They could only say I had temporarily lost. It hadn't been my fault. The high-level members had been unreachable all this time. They surely hadn't wanted me to die there, right? In his contemplation, Silver Moon Cloud Peak had made a decision to give up the Giant Stone Domain battlefield and evacuate to the other battlefields, to delay as much time as possible and wait for the high-level members to return. Arm Extended Galaxy Origin Source, Black Earth Domain, Black Serpent. Plains, Human Race Town. As all the hostile non-human races left the galaxy's origin source, moving the battlefield directly into the universe, it had instantly dealt a heavy blow to the already vulnerable Human Race Nebula. Originally, the Human Race Nebula might not have won a IVI battle against the non-human race nebula. But now, several non-human race nebulae had attacked a single human race nebula together. Their intentions had been clear to wipe out the human race. Moreover, these hateful non-human races had even made threats. Unless the human race true immortals had stopped their massacre, they would have annihilated the human race in the universe. This had still been part of the larger threat against Su Yang. But this time, they had been destined not to succeed easily. The last time, the human race cities in the origin source had felt powerless, unable to resist, and had had to inform Su Yang. That had been because neither the lower level nor higher level individuals had had the capability to compete with the non-human races. The non-human races had had more medium-sized cities than the human race, and a large city had participated. They had naturally had no means to resist. But this time, even if just over 50 small cities had united, it had been the equivalent of over 50 small nebulae uniting. In the Black Serpent Plains, the major human race nebulae had united, giving them the power to resist. They hadn't have needed to inform Su Yang. They'd been able to handle it themselves. In the Black Serpent Plains, there had been 30 small human race nebulae and 5 medium-sized nebulae. While there had been some differences among the small nebulae, there had also been differences in strength. However, the human race had had 5 medium-sized cities, which the non-human races hadn't have had. All the non-human medium-sized cities that had been hostile to the human race had been eliminated by Su Yang. That had been their current advantage. When these non-human races had decided to open up a battlefield in the universe and exterminate the human race planets, the controllers of the human race medium-sized nebulae had decided to join the fight. D*MN, in the past, we couldn't fight back, and we were oppressed, invaded, and plundered by the non-human races, but that's all in the past. Now it's different. Su Sr. has already helped us eliminate the non-human medium-sized cities and large cities. What's left is up to us. They've moved the battlefield to the universe, right? Well, we'll stand our ground. That's right. This time we're going to hit back hard. Don't panic, small nebulae. Report your situation, and we'll send reinforcements. In the Black Serpent Plains, Human Race Town, the 5 medium-sized human race cities had made their stance known while discussing the matter. They had had enough of feeling powerless before. Now, they'd had the chance to strike back, and they hadn't have let it slip through their fingers. They had been going to release all their pin-up frustrations. While many human race cultivators had discussed this matter, a figure had approached the White Cloud City administrator. "I'm Tan Shang. I've seen Emperor Yi." Tan Shang had respectfully greeted Yi Lei. For this human race, true immortal, how could he not have recognized him? "Yes, I had a question for you. Do you know where Su Yang was?" At this moment, Yi Lei had been at a loss. He hadn't been able to find Su Yang. Although he had known that Su Yang had been in the Black Serpent Plains when he had arrived there and had used his abilities to deduce Su Yang's location, he hadn't have been able to deduce it at all. This had meant that either Su Yang had had some means to conceal himself or his strength had far exceeded his own. Unable to find any other way, he had only been able to ask others. Changing his deduction direction, the most likely way to find out Su Yang's location had been through White Cloud City. This had been a lead Yi Lei had gained from using his full strength to deduce. Actually, Black Dragon Patian had done the same before. After all, Black Serpent Plains had been Black Dragon Potion's territory, so it had been very easy to find out what had been happening. However, Black Dragon Patian hadn't revealed this information. I do have a way to contact Senior Su, but may I ask for Senior Su's opinion first?" Tan Shang didn't directly reveal Su Yang's information, even though it was Yi Lei. Yi Lei nodded and let Tan Shang contact Su Yang. After 3 busy days, with his accelerated progress, Su Yang had managed to level 1/10 of the Black Serpent Plains within 3 days. This, in turn, increased his sentient willpower by 3 billion. Combined with his original sentient willpower, the total reached 4.2 billion. For Su Yang's current status, this was still a significant amount of sentient willpower. It could elevate his level by 3 to 400 levels. He wondered what level he would need to reach for the next stage. To advance from true immortal to profound immortal, it would require 300 levels, and moving from profound immortal to golden immortal would demand more than 300 levels. Su Yang was curious. He planned to accumulate a wave of sentient willpower, then attempt to break through to golden immortal in one go after completing the leveling of Black Serpent Plains. If he advanced prematurely, he could end up in a tough spot, stuck between stages. After dealing with all the resource points and the demonic spirit nests in the Black Serpent Plains at the current pace, it would take roughly 20 more days. It wasn't a very long time. If Su Yang felt that this time was long and couldn't wait, the beings who had been practicing in the profound immortal realm for thousands of years might be infuriated. Even if a profound immortal practiced for thousands of years, they would likely only advance by one minor stage. They'd still require sufficient resources to achieve this. Su Yang's mindset was different. To break through from profound immortal to golden immortal within 30 days. While Su Yang was busy, his communication token vibrated. Human race, true immortal. Emperor Yi wishes to speak with me. Su Yang didn't refuse and welcomed the visitor. He provided his location to the other party and waited in place. To avoid being deduced by others, Su Yang had long concealed his causal ties. Only someone whose strength surpassed his own could locate him. Even if someone slightly stronger could, they needed to be practitioners specialized in causal forces. Otherwise, they'd have to be significantly more potent than him. After sharing his location, an impressive and ethereal-looking man appeared in front of him the next moment. Yilei, greetings, friend Su. Yilei greeted Su Yang respectfully. After all, he had come to find Su Yang, and upon his arrival, he could sense that Su Yang's power exceeded his. Yilei, level for 912. Su Yang, greetings, friend Yi. Su Yang also politely returned the greeting. Yilei's power was decent, somewhat stronger than Black Dragon Patian, but not overwhelmingly so. After exchanging greetings, Su Yang remained silent, waiting for Yilei to continue. Su friend, although reaching the true immortal realm makes one less prone to falling, it still carries risks when facing a large number of true immortals, particularly in the cosmic domain, Yilei began. Moreover, we true immortals can harness the power from the higher realms. In my case, I can attain a state of complete true immortal, but I'm unsure about others. Your sudden appearance may pique the interest of many non-human true immortals. If you have resources to practice at the true immortal level, it might lead to a substantial alliance of true immortals attacking you. Yilei was straightforward and addressed the main issue he came to discuss. Su Yang wasn't concerned about this. No problem. If they're looking for trouble, I won't mind accommodating them. He was confident. Was his strength just for show? Yilei was momentarily at a loss for words. Should he continue or not? On one hand, he wanted to learn more about Su Yang's background, but now didn't seem like an appropriate time. Su friend, it's better not to be too overconfident. When we reach the true immortal realm, we all have various means. Normally, we don't use them, and sometimes it's not necessary. But if the gains are significant, they might use them, Yilei said after considering for a moment. You're right, I'll be cautious, Su Yang agreed, appreciating Yilei's good intentions. Besides, the true immortal realm wasn't necessarily incapable of producing items that surpassed it. He decided to be a little more careful and, after accumulating 5 billion sentient willpower, he would attempt to break through. Let's see if he could advance to golden immortal. Crossing into such a high realm wasn't an easy feat. A complete true immortal could produce items equivalent to a profound immortal's, which was already quite remarkable. Could he bring out something that could threaten a golden immortal? Would that even be possible? As long as Su friend is aware of it, Yilei said and didn't press any further. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Su friend, how did you manage to improve your strength? Although it's not ideal to inquire about the source of someone's power, I couldn't help but wonder. If there's a chance, I'd like to gain more resources and advance to higher realms. There's nothing inconvenient about it, Su Yang replied in a low voice. All my progress has come through my own efforts. However, this path isn't open to you. Please don't think too much about it. Every person's constitution is different. Yilei, since Su Yang had stated this, what more could Yilei say? Very well, Su friend, take care of yourself. I will return to the Emperor's domain. Yilei didn't continue with further inquiries. He couldn't force Su Yang to reveal anything. Effort? At this realm, who wasn't putting in effort? Without resources, there was simply no way to improve one's strength. Even though this trip had been somewhat pointless for Yilei, it had only taken a few days. For their level, it wasn't a big deal. If he could learn from Su Yang how to enhance his strength, then it was worth it. Finally, Yilei chose to depart. Su Yang continued to sweep through the Black Serpent Plains. He knew that Yilei wouldn't believe his words, but that's just how it was. The truth was often difficult to accept. All of this was the result of his hard work. Didn't they see that he was still working hard? Su Yang shook his head. Those who hadn't experienced his life wouldn't understand. Galactic origin source. 9 realms, non-human true immortals. Everyone, how's the contact? Don't worry, it's all set. The beings in neighboring galaxies have agreed to participate. This time, we have over 100 true immortals. Plus, 10 fragments of the 10 afterlife spiritual treasures gifted by the immortal realms. This mission is almost guaranteed to succeed. Excellent. But why can't I deduce this person's location? Potent, how did you find him before? Well, I'm afraid he's used some means to conceal himself. I couldn't locate him before. However, since the Black Serpent Plains are my domain, I can track him through my subordinates. If you want to take action, you can inquire in the Black Serpent Plains yourself. I won't get involved. Black Dragon Patian always felt uneasy about this. He didn't intend to participate. He had dabbled in causal forces a bit, and every time he had the thought of participating, a notion would warn him not to. Patian, what's the matter with you? Could it be that you're afraid of that human race, true immortal? When the other 8 non-human true immortals heard Black Dragon Patian say that he wouldn't be participating in this matter, they were somewhat surprised. They couldn't understand why Black Dragon Patian chose not to participate. If you trust me, then don't proceed with this. If you don't, it's up to you. Black Dragon Patian didn't say much more. At their level, who among them lacked a firm resolve? They wouldn't be influenced by others. So he made his choice and only tried to persuade the others slightly. If these people didn't want to listen, he couldn't force them. Whether it was 100 true immortals or 10 fragments of the 10 afterlife spiritual treasures, none of it was as accurate as his intuition. After Black Dragon Patian finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to the reactions of the others. He bid farewell and left the place. The ramifications of this matter were too significant, so it was best for him to leave first. The law of causality was extremely profound, and although he had only touched the surface, it had benefited him greatly. From weakness to his current strength, how substantial had the law of causality's assistance been to him? He couldn't confuse the main and the secondary. Resources were for enjoyment while alive. Cultivation was for the living to cultivate. After Black Dragon Patian left, the other 8 true immortals on the scene exchanged glances. TSK, TSK. If he's afraid, he's afraid. There's no need for all this talk. I wonder what he's so afraid of. He might have his reasons, but this time, with a gathering of 100 true immortals, it's an unstoppable force, an overwhelming trend. We're not just holding the advantage, we're riding the dominant force. Regardless of what card Su Yang holds, this time, he'll definitely have no way to escape. I'm eager to see how he managed to cultivate to the true immortal realm in the mortal domain. Right, such secrets should not be monopolized by a single person. The 8 true immortals had fiery eyes. Even though some of them were not hostile to the human race, what of it? In the universe, there had never been permanent enemies. There would never be permanent friends. And there would never be permanent neutrality. Any form of neutrality was only due to insufficient benefits, or it was neutrality caused by other reasons. But the thoughts of any living being could change. The reason thoughts were called thoughts was because they were not set in stone. After a brief discussion, the 8 true immortals took action. Right now, what they needed was to make arrangements and wait for a few days. For beings like them, a few days was no more than a blink of an eye. They usually practiced in seclusion for 1,000 years. It wasn't considered seclusion if it didn't last more than 1,000 years. They didn't believe that anything unexpected could happen in a few days. However, to ensure that everything went smoothly, As they waited for other true immortals from other star systems to arrive, one of them would go to the Black Serpent Plains to trace Su Yang's tracks. Even if Su Yang's tracks disappeared in the galactic origin source, they had ways to find him. However, to avoid creating too many complications, it was still best to keep an eye on him. Keeping an eye on me? Interesting. It seems that some true immortals couldn't bear it anymore. I just don't know how many of them will come. Su Yang easily destroyed the nests of the demonic spirits with the automatic operation of his causality sword technique. He also learned some information about himself. Some pieces of information he could obtain directly. For instance, there were non-human true immortals watching him. Some of the information seemed to be related to true immortals, but it was somewhat vague for him. He could only sense that there were true immortals targeting him. This was just the other party's thoughts that he could perceive with his current causality sword technique. Unless more significant causality was generated, he would be able to learn more. Su Yang didn't care about these things. He glanced at the sentient willpower he had gathered. Sentient willpower, 4 to 5 billion. He was getting closer. Once he reached 5 billion, he could increase his strength once again. As for the non-human true immortals, he would deal with them as they came. It wasn't that he was arrogant. For him, this was a casual matter. It was as simple as drinking water when you were thirsty or eating when you were hungry. It presented no difficulty at all. Did Su Yang really have to appear extremely nervous, uneasy, or fearful? Would it be normal to have these emotions given his strength? Of course, Su Yang also didn't have emotions like complacency. He maintained a calm demeanor, being cautious when needed. He had his causality, sword technique, complete and without flaws, danger perception, and various defensive measures. Whether it was early warning or automatic defense, they weren't lacking in any way. Any danger had long been nipped in the bud. If there was really any disaster he couldn't sense, couldn't defend against, and couldn't evade, he would be eliminated on the spot. What else could he do? That kind of existence surpassed him by an unknown number of major realms. Did he think he could kill them? However, there needed to be such an existence here first. Second, this existence needed to have the intention of killing him. What realm would you face against what kind of opponent? This wasn't an empty saying. After paying a little attention to these matters, Su Yang continued his actions. Level the Black Serpent Plains. Black Serpent Plains, neutral non-human races. After more than 3 days had passed, some of the neutral non-human races noticed issues with their resource points. Have you found out what's going on? What's going on with these resource points? Why do they generate only 1/10 of what they use daily? The upper echelons of the non-human races frowned and inquired. This issue had started appearing 3 days ago. However, when it first appeared, they didn't pay too much attention to it. They just considered it a normal phenomenon or a random event. But after 3 days had passed, the daily resources being generated were indeed reduced to only 1/10 of what they used to be. This result was quite stable, as if these resource points would only produce this amount in the future. The sudden decrease in resources immediately startled the guardians of these resource points. This situation was abnormal. A significant reduction like this would certainly be unacceptable to those who were responsible for guarding these resource points, and the higher-ups might even suspect them of tampering. If they were wrongfully accused, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Therefore, the guardians of these resource points quickly reported this matter upwards. However, as they reported it, they realized that this was not only happening at their specific resource point. All the resource points within their control area were experiencing the same issue, whether it was the birth of primordial spirit elixir or starlight essence. Compared to before, these resource-generating locations were only producing a fraction of their previous output. This result left the city's overseers bewildered. Could it be that there was a problem with the galactic origin source, which caused all the resource points to decrease their output? How could this reduction in resources be so synchronous? These were the thoughts in the minds of all the non-human races. However, this issue had not been confirmed and was still just their speculation. Therefore, they dispatched people to investigate the cause. At present, we haven't found any clues. From the current information, it's highly likely that the problem lies with the resource points. Or it could be an issue with the galactic origin source itself that's causing the reduction in resources at the resource points. The person in charge of the investigation also didn't obtain any leads. Over the course of 3 days, they had thoroughly examined all areas inside and outside the resource points, but found no problems. There were no signs of tampering either. They even witnessed the resources being generated, which was indeed reduced by 90%. The facts were right in front of them, and they had to believe it. Conduct a more thorough investigation. If that doesn't work, we'll have to use the galactic origin to stimulate resource production. Otherwise, the resources won't be sufficient. Understood. The high-ranking officials of this non-human city couldn't say much more. They couldn't blame their subordinates. Over the past few days, they had inspected all the resource points. They hadn't discovered any problems themselves. Did that mean they were also useless? No matter how you looked at it, this was definitely not a good sign. If it was a problem with the galactic origin source, it would affect the resource points controlled by other cities as well. After thinking about this, the high-ranking official of this non-human city decided to gather some information about this matter. Whether it was a problem with the entire galactic origin source or just their area, they had to figure it out. It shouldn't be a problem with the entire galactic origin source, as it would certainly cause a significant disturbance. It should be limited to a certain area, but they didn't know the exact scope. In this way, the high-ranking officials of various non-human cities began to contact each other. When they did, they found out that everyone was facing the same issue. This provided them with some relief. It wasn't just about their own city or their bad luck. It was the same for everyone. Although this situation wouldn't improve their circumstances, knowing that it wasn't just them experiencing it made them feel slightly more at ease. However, as they continued to investigate, they also discovered problems. Some resource points controlled by other non-human cities hadn't been affected temporarily. These resource points were simply located further away. When they learned about this, they felt somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed that the problem was limited to their specific region. It wasn't the entire galactic origin source or the entire Black Serpent Plains. It was just their area. Although this situation left them dissatisfied, it was something they couldn't change. They didn't even know how this problem had arisen. How could they change it? There was no choice but to endure it. In order to obtain a bit more resources, they began trying to accelerate resource production using the galactic origin. However, after employing this method, they realized that the resources generated were still only a fraction of what they used to be. For instance, previously, using a strand of galactic origin would yield 20 drops of lower-grade primordial spear elixir, but now it only produced 2 drops. The remaining 18 drops were nowhere to be found. This made them very uncomfortable. As time passed, 3 more days went by within the galactic origin source. During these 3 days, Su Yang had collected a sufficient amount of sentient willpower. He had progressed through 20% of the Black Serpent Plains during these 3 days. Sentient willpower, 7.8 billion. After 3 days had passed, his causality sword technique warned him that danger was approaching. At the same time, Yilei messaged him, saying that 100 true immortals were gathering to take action against him. It was at this point that he stopped hunting and prepared to increase his strength. He couldn't be sure whether profound immortals were safe, so he decided to raise his power to the level of a golden immortal. In fact, the warning provided by his causality sword technique was quite mild. There wasn't a strong sense of danger, or one could even say that there was none. Well, it meant that the impending crisis wouldn't even scratch the surface of his defenses. It's just that someone would come looking for trouble with him. Su Yang's elevation of his sword intent level was not entirely for the potential danger that might occur next. It's just that he now possessed the will of all beings, and he wanted to see the scenery of the celestial realm. That's it. Come on, let's begin the elevation. Su Yang opened the panel, focused his thoughts, and digested the results of his 6 days of hard work. After 6 days of effort, it was time to see the rewards. From IVI-001 to IVI-010, it consumed 1 billion will of all beings. From IVI-010 to IVI-020, it consumed 1.155 billion will of all beings. From Lv.20 to Lv.30, it consumed 1.255 billion will of all beings. From Lv.30 to Lv.40, it consumed 1.355 billion will of all beings. From Lv.290 to Lv.300, it consumed 4 billion will of all beings. After elevating the sword intent level to Lv.300, Su Yang had depleted all his will of all beings. He had just over 2 million left, not even enough to elevate one level. As he progressed, Su Yang noticed that the consumption of will of all beings was increasing. Naturally, his supply of will of all beings was running low. In the beginning, 1 billion will of all beings could elevate 10 levels. Later, gradually increased to 2 billion, and in the end, it required 4 billion will of all beings to elevate 10 levels. In the end, 7.8 billion will of all beings had just elevated his level to Lv.300. However, this level didn't reach the level of a golden immortal. This made Su Yang feel somewhat regretful. It seemed he would have to continue working hard for some time to achieve the status of a true immortal. Sword Intent, Perfect Xian Immortal Lv.300 0/40 billion. Now, to elevate one level, he needed 40 billion sword intent proficiency, which equated to 400 million will of all beings per level. When elevating, he noticed that the true immortal realm had stages of 100 levels each. He needed to reach Lv.400 to advance to the golden immortal realm. To get from Lv.300 to Lv.400, he needed another 4.6 billion will of all beings. These were precisely calculated figures. At his current speed, it would take at least 3 days. Although he couldn't directly elevate to the level of a golden immortal, he had reached the level of a perfect Xian immortal. This level of strength was enough to face the trouble that might arise. He just didn't know when that trouble would come. Su Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. When it arrived, he would deal with it. For now, he continued to collect will of all beings. The number of will of all beings he had reserved also needed to increase. 1 million was a bit too little. Now, when he created a sword technique, the will of all beings required started at 100,000, just like the changes in sword intent leveling. After Lv.000, the will of all beings needed for creating sword techniques increased by 100-fold. So, with 2 million will of all beings, he could only create 20 sword techniques of Lv.000 or above. For safety and more flexibility, Su Yang planned to increase the reserved will of all beings to 1 billion. In addition to will of all beings, there was also the spiritual sword. Now, he could create a higher-level spiritual sword. Or, to be more precise, it should be called an immortal sword. It required 10 pieces of inferior immortal ore. When forged, this sword could increase proficiency 100-fold. This wasn't much of a problem, but there was another benefit. The power of the sword techniques would increase by 50%. At Su Yang's current level, a 50% increase was significant. Now, he was in the Xian immortal realm, and even after reaching the golden immortal realm, he could still use it. Under these circumstances, creating an immortal sword was necessary. However, he didn't know if he could find 10 pieces of inferior immortal or in the cosmic mundane realm. He would think about it after he had finished his current tasks. Things had to be done one at a time. The Hanging Arm Galaxy, True Immortal Pavilion. This was a gathering place for true immortals. After 3 days, the true immortals from the surrounding galaxies of the Hanging Arm Galaxy had all been contacted and gathered here. Apart from the Hanging Arm Galaxy, this time, over 100 true immortals came from 14 different galaxies. Over 100 true immortals gathered, signifying their determination. They didn't even try to conceal these actions. Openly and honestly gathered. When your strength reached a certain level, you didn't need conspiracies or cover-ups. You didn't even need to worry about them. Directly confront them. It's all about hard power. If your hard power isn't enough, everything else is just empty. They weren't afraid of Su Yang escaping. Despite the vastness of the universe, at their level, Finding someone with many means in the cosmic mundane realm was not difficult. At least that's how they saw it. As for whether Su Yang was hiding and whether they could find him, perhaps that question wouldn't have an answer. Because Su Yang had no intention of hiding. Since everyone is here, it's time to find the other party. The resources in the mundane realm that can allow true immortals to continue cultivating cannot be monopolized by him alone. In the True Immortal Pavilion, one of the 9 major true immortals of the Hanging Arm Galaxy, the hostile Ku-Mu True Immortal, spoke first. This operation could be said to have been initiated and organized by him. As the leader, he naturally sat at the top. All right, Ku-Mu True Immortal, no need for so much talk. I can't wait any longer for the resources that allow true immortals to continue their cultivation. That's right, let's go. Everything is already arranged. There's no need to say more. Exactly. Ku-Mu True Immortal only said 2 sentences, and there was a chorus of voices below. After all, he was only the one leading, and he had no authority over the others. Everyone had the same level of strength, and no one listened to anyone. It was just that they had gathered to search for resources that would allow true immortals to continue cultivating. Ku-Mu True Immortal was not annoyed. He calmly said, "Since everyone is so eager, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the 114 perfected immortal cultivators present instantly disappeared from the True Immortal Pavilion. The secret that could allow a heaven immortal to continue cultivating to the True Immortal realm. How could they not be tempted? Although they were all perfected immortals now, they were still very powerful. However, this power did not belong to them. That was because there were cultivators in their race who controlled a territory in the immortal realm. Then, he forged a kind of realm artifact. The realm artifact could break the barrier between the immortal realm and the mortal realm. It could come to the mortal realm and pour the power of the immortal realm into them. If one wanted to forge a boundary artifact, one would need to see how big the territory one's race occupied in the immortal realm was. One had to reach a minimum limit before they could borrow the power of the immortal realm to forge a boundary artifact. The power brought by the realm artifact could at least raise a heaven immortal to a true immortal. However, the highest level he could reach was true immortal, no matter how much territory their race occupied in the immortal realm. At most, the power that could be teleported down was that of a true immortal. They would be destroyed when they traveled between the 2 worlds and disappear in the passageway between the 2 worlds. This was also the reason why there were only perfected immortals in the mortal domain of the universe. But if they lost their world artifact, their strength would instantly fall from true immortals to heaven immortals. They didn't want to feel this. So, now, Su Yang's appearance attracted the attention of all the true immortals. If they waited for time to ferment, the number of true immortals who would rush over would far exceed 114. This was only the number of true immortals in the surrounding area, but if there was more time, the number would increase. If it wasn't for the fact that true immortal Ku-Mu felt that it wasn't safe for the 8 true immortals of the Cantilever Galaxy to surround and kill Su Yang, he wouldn't have been able to do so. He wouldn't have chosen to inform the true immortals of other galaxies to come over. After all, if one more person came, one more person would get a share of the cake. The number of people involved in this matter could not be too many, nor too few. There was too little chance of failure. In the Cantilever Galaxy, the 114 perfected immortals moved out at the same time. They stepped on a void and headed towards Su Yang's location, Human Emperor Domain. Yile already knew about this. After all, true immortal Deadwood hadn't been hiding anything when he had taken action. He had done everything he could. He had already informed Su Yang some time ago. However, Su Yang did not listen to his opinion. He continued to do what he thought was useless in the Black Snake Plains. Occupy resource points? Destroy the evil spirit lair? Destroy some small cities? What use was this? What effect would this have on them when they reached the realm of perfected immortals? As for doing these things to increase his strength, Yile had never thought about this question. If doing these small things could increase his strength. These true immortals had long since taken action. Su Yang did not listen to his advice, so he had no choice. He was also quite curious about how Su Yang's strength could be cultivated to this level by himself. So, he also paid attention to this matter. If the outsider, true immortal, succeeded, and if he used some special method, then he would be able to get a share of the loot. The entire Cantilever galaxy was very calm. It was the calm before the storm. When the storm came, it would be incomparably fierce. The Great Xia Immortal Sect. Another month passed. The second batch of disciples who joined the Grand Xia Immortal Sect also gradually grew up. They joined the exploration of the Demon Beast world. Right now, the Demon Beast world was like a training ground for the Great Xia Immortal Sect. After raising their strength to the Golden Elixir realm in the Demon Beast world, they would enter the Red Mountain Star. By attacking the Silver Moon race, they could obtain a large number of sect contribution points. Most of the disciples of the Grand Xia Immortal Sect made this choice. However, there were also some who chose a different path. He nurtured phase and slowly increased his strength. He did not choose to fight and kill, but did what he liked. There were also some who liked to explore and specialized in exploring. The reason why humans were humans was that everyone's choices might be different. They were not machines, and they would not all choose the same path. As the channels for the Grand Xia Immortal Sect to recruit disciples were fully opened up, there were people who chose to join the Grand Xia Immortal Sect at all times. Up until now, the number of disciples of the Grand Xia Immortal Sect had already reached 5 million. Those who were familiar with Su Yang had basically joined the Great Xia Immortal Sect. After the two world advancements, the vast majority of the people of the Grand Xia had acquired spirit roots. They could all embark on the path of cultivation. As long as there was no problem with his character, joining the Grand Xia Immortal Sect was naturally a very simple matter. Yi Jiang and Sun Tianpeng also joined in. However, when they saw Hui Kong, who had already become a leaving Aperture Realm big shot, although they were mentally prepared, they were still a little dumbfounded. They had only been separated by less than 2 years. Hui Kong crossed several major realms to reach the leaving Aperture Realm. Was cultivation that simple? As for the specifics, they would naturally know after trying it out. Another month passed, and Hong Tian led the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect to completely take down the Boulder region. He had helped the Red Mountain Immortal Sect snatch back the Giant Rock region. Silver Moon Cloud Peak brought the remaining Silver Moon race members and retreated from Giant Rock Domain, giving up on this battlefield. Boulder Region 2 Sect's stronghold. Hong Tian, Zhang Hu, Hui Kong, and the other outstanding disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect sat opposite the higher-ups of the Red Mountain Immortal Sect. They discussed the next question. Thank you, everyone from the Great Xia Immortal Sect. Without you, I don't know how this battle to invade our Red Mountain Immortal Sect would have ended. Even if our Red Mountain Immortal Sect can win, we will have to pay a huge price. Now there are 2 battlefields left. As long as we resolve them, we will achieve a comprehensive victory. A senior elder from the Red Earth Immortal Sect expressed gratitude first. A senior elder, at least possessing the cultivation realm of nascent soul, was a senior elder. This particular individual was also the nascent soul stage cultivator overseeing the entire giant stone domain battlefield. No need to be Dolite. This matter was Dursan Alva Ranged BV, our sect master. Moreover, these foreign cultivators invading our human territory deserve to die. As members of the human race, we will naturally not stand idly by. Hong Tian spoke these words on the surface, but in reality, he had different thoughts. Only 2 battlefields remained. Doesn't that mean the rescue mission is almost over? Doesn't this mean there won't be another easy way to earn contributions for the sect? This was not only Hong Tian's thought. It was also the thought of the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect present. After learning this information, their thought was singular. That was to work even harder during the next attack. In the future, there might not be such an easy way to gain a large number of sect contributions. They must seize the opportunity firmly. There are still 2 large battlefields. Kill, kill, kill. The Daxia Immortal Sect disciples, after hearing this meeting, seemed as though they hadn't listened. If they listened, it meant they were sitting here and definitely knew what had been said. If they didn't listen, it was because they had only one thought in their minds. Kill, 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 kill more. Opportunities are running out. Don't let the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples steal the kills. Shouldn't the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples take a rest? All these thoughts boiled down to one thing. Kill as many Silver Moon clan members as possible. Don't let others steal the kills. After the meeting, the upper echelons of the Red Earth Immortal Sect felt somewhat uneasy. Hadn't they said some stirring words? Hadn't they motivated the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples much? But why did they feel that the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples sitting across from them had a more ferocious aura, as if they wanted to immediately rush to the other two large battlefields and annihilate the Silver Moon clan? This terrifying enthusiasm left the upper echelons of the Red Earth Immortal Sect completely puzzled. Even if they figured it out, it wouldn't help. All of this was brought about by resources. The Red Earth Star couldn't produce resources or benefits. They could only speak about feelings, utter fiery words, but they had nothing substantial to utter, and thus they couldn't incite the same level of enthusiasm as the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples. At this moment, the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples were thinking about how to handle the remaining two battlefields while also considering what to do after the major battle was over. Regarding such matters, they naturally had no solutions. They could only submit their concerns to Guxiao. Currently, the only person the Daxiao Immortal Sect could directly contact was Su Yang, who was Guxiao. If they had any problems, they would hand them directly to Guxiao. If Guxiao couldn't handle it, he would report to Su Yang. In the final stage, the upper echelons of the Red Earth Immortal Sect began discussing the next arrangements. How to attack, which people would attack where, and what kind of plan to use. The Daxia Immortal Sect disciples had no objections to these matters. However, when it came to the timing of the attack, they did have some objections. It wasn't Hong Tian who stood up, but Hui Kong. Attack in 7 days. Venerable One, this won't do. It's too slow. We can fly over there in at most a day. Even if we need to prepare a bit, it's at most another day. Moreover, we can start as planned while flying and mentally rehearse tactics during the flight. Let's do this in 1 day. We'll launch the attack. How about that? The upper echelons of the Red Earth Immortal Sect. This is too hasty. Hui Kong immediately retorted. Why are you not in a hurry at all? We're plundering the origin of your world. By wasting 5 days, how much origin will be lost? Not to mention how many beings may perish during these 5 days. Amipa, I dare not imagine. Let's do this 2 days. We'll go over, make some tactical arrangements, survey the terrain, and be more cautious. The upper echelons of the Red Earth Immortal Sect. That makes sense, but Venerable One, there's no but. Time is of the essence. Time is truly golden at this point. Lives are at stake. So be it. In 2 days, we will attack. Let's act now. These Silver Moon clan villains must be dealt with sooner. Otherwise, what if they escape? No. What if the Red Earth Star loses more of its origin and more beings die? Under Hui Kong's persuasion, the upper echelons of the Red Earth Immortal Sect had no response. If those who came to help were so proactive, what could they say? They had to follow suit. That's fine. Origin land in the suspended arm galaxy. Su Yang, who had been advancing according to his own plan, suddenly stopped, just as his karmic sword technique had sensed. Some reckless people had already surrounded him. In the perception of the karmic sword technique, the movements of the other party were very transparent. It was like fireflies in the dark night, easily detected by him. 114 true immortals. Su Yang walked on the ground, and the space around him was already filled with true immortals. True immortals guarded every direction. The surrounding space was sealed off the moment these true immortals appeared, ensuring that Su Yang couldn't escape. There were even true immortals activating a half-shell protective shield, covering an area of 10,000 miles. The blockade extends beyond just the void. Even the consciousness of the galaxies is pushed aside. Kumu True Immortal held half a year's dry wood in his hand, but he radiated a strong vitality. Sage Su, Could you please tell us how you reached your current level of cultivation? Asked Ku Mu True Immortal. As long as Sage Su truthfully confesses, we have no desire to employ any means, he added. After Ku Mu True Immortal spoke, in the center of the encirclement, 8 more pieces of innate spiritual treasures appeared. A broken fiery greatsword, a shattered bead enveloped by a wild wind, a broken gourd, a unique jade pendant, a damaged book, half a black bone, a verdant leaf, a peculiar spirit vine, 10 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. Standing in midair, the overwhelming aura they emitted caused the surrounding void to tremble. Hundreds of true immortals stood indifferently, seeing Su Yang as a lamb waiting for slaughter. They could only manipulate him as they pleased. Calm, confident, and condescending. This was their current attitude. Even if Su Yang and they were of the same level, he was now their prisoner. Su Yang surveyed the surroundings and felt nothing unusual. He didn't sense any danger at all. He wondered where these people's courage came from. Was it their numbers? Or the 10 pieces of junk they held in their hands? Yes, to Su Yang, the items they held were nothing more than scraps of copper and iron. Maybe they had some use for true immortals, but for him, he could easily break down these 10 pieces of junk. Dismantle, not destroy. But Su Yang certainly wouldn't do that. Although they were trash to him, they might have some use for disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect. He would put them away and bring them to the Daxiao Immortal Sect later. Su Yang had a thought, and boundless sword intent surged into the sky, pervading the entire space. With another thought, hundreds of true immortals watched quietly as the 10 pieces of innate spiritual treasures belonging to them floated in front of Su Yang. Not bad. Even though they're just scraps, they can still be of some use, Su Yang said, nonchalantly storing these items in his sword intent space. Then, he looked at the hundreds of true immortals. By now, these true immortals were dumbfounded. Were these innate spiritual treasures just scraps of copper and iron? Although they were only fragments, didn't they still possess the power of innate spiritual treasures? But now, they couldn't even struggle. How could they refute Su Yang's words? Sage Su, I say we only came to discuss with you. Do you believe us? Ku Mu True Immortal wore a wry smile on his face, his tone lacking the previous arrogance. Now he just wanted to stay alive. Su Yang wore a faint smile on his face. What do you think? If Sage Su is willing to spare us, we can unite against all those who target the human race, and we'll agree to any conditions, Ku Mu True Immortal continued. Moreover, Sage Su is planning to go to the immortal domain, right? As long as you spare us, we promise not to trouble you in the future. Although Ku Mu True Immortal could sense the sarcasm in Su Yang's tone, he couldn't care less at this moment. As long as there was a chance to survive, he didn't mind being as humble as a dog. After all, survival led to the future, didn't it? Su Yang found it quite interesting. This was how people were. When they were strong and felt superior to him, they were arrogant. But when they realized they couldn't win, their attitude immediately changed. Nice offer, but I don't need it, Su Yang said coldly. He came with the intention to kill, and now that he found out he couldn't, should he just let them? Sorry, in his dictionary, there was only one treatment for enemies: death. Once someone became his enemy, and he decided to take action, no matter how strong or weak they were, he would eliminate them. Su Yang had a thought, and the sword intent that permeated the entire sky began to move. With this move, all 114 true immortals surrounding him fell lifeless. Each of them turned into a corpse and dropped from the sky like dumplings. True immortals could be killed with ease. Even though Su Yang was only at the early stage of the Xianxian realm, at his current level of Xianxian perfection, the gap was immense. And even more so when the difference was a complete major realm. Will of all beings plus 230,000. Will of all beings plus 270,000. Will of all beings plus 460,000. Will of all beings plus 230,000. Su Yang suddenly noticed that one of the numbers was off. Upon closer inspection, it was a true immortal with a sin level of 5,230. So, once the level exceeds 5,000, all the data will increase tenfold? But what level does the will of all beings reach when it reaches level 5,000? He was currently at Xianxian level 1,300. Gold Immortal should be a level 1, 400. Level 5, 000. Su Yang had a guess in his mind, but the specifics would have to wait until he reached that realm to get more detailed information. While Su Yang casually destroyed these 114 true immortals, he also collected his loot. He stored all their storage rings, and he'd sort through their contents later. However, were these things inside their bodies' realm treasures? Among these true immortals' corpses, Su Yang found some peculiar objects. They had different colors, but all looked somewhat like vertebrae. Each color represented different attributes. It seemed there were also various races' auras. So, could only their own race use them? With his formidable strength, Su Yang instantly analyzed the use and function of these items. Unfortunately, they're useless. I thought they would add over 100 true immortals to the Daxia immortal sect. Originally, Su Yang was quite happy, but it turned out they weren't very useful. With a thought, he enveloped these realm treasures with his sword Intent. In an instant, he shattered them all. Since he couldn't use them, there was no need to keep them. As for letting those races redeem them, completely unnecessary. First, he didn't lack resources. He had so many that he couldn't even organize them. After dealing with everything, he would have to capture Gu Xiu. Second, once he touched them, they belonged to him. During this moment when Su Yang casually destroyed all the realm treasures, the rulers of the various races that created these realm treasures sensed what had happened in the immortal domain. What's happening? Why are the realm treasures shattering? These beings were puzzled. Who in a mortal realm could shatter realm treasures? It was impossible between beings of the same level. Could there be an existence beyond true immortals in the immortal domain? For a moment, these influential beings furrowed their brows, trying to understand the reason. When they used their powers to deduce it, everything was still unclear. Their powers were blocked when trying to deduce matters in the mortal realm, and they were gradually weakened at each barrier. Finally, they were limited to the level of true immortals. Su Yang, to be deduced by a true immortal, was probably impossible. In the immortal domain, the cultivators who had ascended from the various races got busy. They wanted to figure out what had happened. Meanwhile, Su Yang continued with his actions. 46 billion will of all beings, just 36 billion more to go. Human Emperor Domain Yile. He sat in silence on his throne, a screen appearing in front of him in the void. It was the image of Su Yang's location. In the image, Su Yang was surrounded by hundreds of true immortals. Moreover, 10 pieces of innate spiritual treasures were floating within the encirclement. The void here was sealed off, with no possibility of escape. Coupled with hundreds of true immortals locking on, Su Yang was undoubtedly doomed. In Yilei's mind, Su Yang was finished, with absolutely no chance of survival. Too impulsive, as if he hasn't cultivated for long. In Yilei's view, Su Yang should not have acted this way at all. He should have hidden himself, well, even if he really found resources in the mortal realm that could allow a celestial to break through. He should have concealed himself and slowly cultivated. Why would he come out in such a high-profile manner? And for a trivial matter, he ended up engaging in a conflict, ultimately exposing himself. From Su Yang's appearance up to now, he was quite clear about the sequence of events, starting with fighting the alien race to protect a small city. Then, conflicts escalated. Doing these things wasn't the issue. The key was why he had completely exposed his own strength. Just stabilize the situation. Wasn't that enough? One misstep led to more mistakes, ultimately resulting in the current outcome. Yilei shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Let me see your secrets. While Yilei shook his head and sighed, he continued to gaze intently at the live scene. Su Yang's death was inevitable, but the living must continue to move forward. Just as Yilei was thinking this way, the scene in the image began to change. The innate spiritual treasures controlled by hundreds of true immortals began to move. They all floated in front of Su Yang. Yilei was puzzled. What does this mean? Just as he couldn't understand what had happened, Su Yang's words left him even more perplexed. Not bad. Even though they're just scraps, they can still be of some use. After saying this, Su Yang collected the innate spiritual treasure fragments, completely ignoring the hundreds of true immortals before him. This left Yi Lei feeling a storm of astonishment. Did he misunderstand, or was there something happening in the scene that he didn't know about? Why were Ku Mu true immortal and the others allowing their innate spiritual treasure fragments to be taken away? Ku Mu true immortal was holding half a year's dry wood that could be used to extract vitality and serve as a special cultivation resource, something that even celestials could use. It was more precious than celestial essence. How could Ku Mu true immortal allow it to disappear from his hands? Moreover, the other party was right in front of Ku Mu true immortal. Yet Ku Mu true immortal remained motionless? Not only did Ku Mu true immortal remain motionless, but all the hundreds of true immortals present were also still, as though they were frozen. A thought that Yi Lei couldn't believe even crossed his mind. Nonsense. These were hundreds of true immortals. Who could freeze these beings? Yi Lei couldn't help but chuckle and felt he was having wild thoughts. Though he didn't understand what had happened in the scene, he continued to watch. Maybe his immortal art was the problem. Yi Lei was even willing to suspect that his immortal art had issues. He didn't want to believe that what he was seeing in the image was real. And Su Yang didn't seem to care either. Arrogant and impulsive was one thing, but to speak out and call the innate spiritual treasure fragments trash? These items were top treasures even in the mortal realm. Races possessing such treasures could occupy a small territory in the celestial domain and become a significant power. Innate spiritual treasures were trash? Wasn't that a joke? In front of Yi Lei, the scene continued to change. But what happened next made him feel more and more certain that there was a problem with his immortal art. All of the hundreds of true immortals remained motionless. Ku Mu true immortal began pleading. His attitude was so humble, like a dog in the mortal realm, wagging its tail, trying to earn rewards from its owner. Ku Mu true immortal's desired reward was for them to spare him. Was this the appearance of a true immortal? Yi Lei believed that something was wrong with his immortal art. He was still trying to understand what had happened, and then Su Yang's words left him even more bewildered. Not bad. Even though they're just scraps, they can still be of some use. After uttering these words, Su Yang collected the innate spiritual treasure fragments. He completely disregarded the hundreds of true immortals before him. This made Yi Lei's inner world turbulent. Had he misjudged, or was there something happening in the scene that he didn't know about? Ku Mu true immortal, and these people watched their innate spiritual treasure fragments be taken away? Ku Mu true immortal held half a year's dry wood that could extract vitality and serve as a special cultivation resource. Even celestial cultivators could use it. It was more precious than celestial essence. How could Ku Mu true immortal allow it to disappear from his hands? Moreover, the other party was right in front of Ku Mu true immortal. Yet Ku Mu true immortal remained motionless. Not only did Ku Mu true immortal remain motionless, but all the hundreds of true immortals present also remained still. It was as if they had been frozen. A thought crossed Yi Lei's mind that he didn't even believe himself. Nonsense. These were hundreds of true immortals. Who could freeze these beings? Yi Lei couldn't help but chuckle and felt he was having wild thoughts. Although he didn't understand what had happened in the scene, he continued to watch. Perhaps it was a problem with his immortal art. Yi Lei was even willing to suspect that his immortal art had issues. He didn't want to believe that what he was seeing in the image was real. And Su Yang didn't seem to care. Arrogant and impulsive was one thing, but to speak out and call the innate spiritual treasure fragments trash? These items were top treasures even in the mortal realm. Races possessing such treasures could occupy a small territory in the celestial domain and become a significant power. Innate spiritual treasures were trash? Wasn't that a joke? In front of Yi Lei, the scene continued to change. But what happened next made him feel more and more certain that there was a problem with his immortal art. All of the hundreds of true immortals remained motionless. True Immortal began pleading. His attitude was so humble, like a dog in the mortal realm, wagging its tail, try to earn reward from its owner. True Immortal's desired reward was for them to spare him. Was this the appearance of a true immortal? Yilei believed that something was wrong with his immortal art. Now, he had seen so much that he couldn't believe, but he couldn't deny the truth in front of him. In the end, he looked at the image of hundreds of true immortal corpses. He made a decision. He would go there and see for himself. Such a thing could never be faked. And, even though he couldn't believe it, no one would be so bored as to deceive him. After he calmed down, countless facts revealed the truth to him. What he saw in the image was real, whether he believed it or not. The palace fell into a silent stillness. In the next moment, Yilei disappeared from the spot, rushing quickly towards the Black Serpent Plain. This was because he knew the exact location and had been there once before. Before long, his figure appeared in the Black Serpent Plain. He appeared right where Su Yang had been surrounded, and below him were the lifeless bodies of true immortals, just as he had seen in the image. 114 true immortal corpses. Not one more, not one less. The familiar faces of each one told Yilei. Do you believe now? This is the reality. Silence, puzzlement, confusion, doubt. A variety of complex emotions rushed through Yilei's mind. He, a true immortal, was bewildered. Finally, he had to admit one fact. What he saw was real. After being puzzled for a long time, Yilei suddenly became clear. Ha! Good. They died well. With so many true immortals from other races falling, this must be the moment of our rise as the human race. Su'A Fellow. No, Su'A Senior. Our hope for the rise of the human race in the cosmic mortal realm. In an instant, Yilei saw a lot. He saw the hope of the human race rising again in the cosmic mortal realm, with the power to annihilate 100 true immortals in a single thought. In this situation, which race in the mortal realm could be their opponent? Next, all they had to do was to be steady and not let Su Yang go to the celestial realm. With Su Yang around, he would be enough to suppress hostile races of the human race in the mortal realm. This way, the human race's situation would be reversed. Pulling one hair will move the whole body. The improved situation of the human race in the mortal realm will naturally affect the celestial realm. Although the situation in the celestial realm is not as bad for the human race, it is a microcosm of the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, the stronger a race, the more powerful it will be in the celestial realm. The two are inseparable, and the celestial realm's human race cultivators also come from the mortal realm. From various perspectives, Yilei saw a path for the rise of the human race. The blockade of other races would be shattered. The oppression of other races would be made to pay. With a single thought, Yilei couldn't contain his excitement. But in order to ensure that things would proceed as he envisioned, he needed to ask Su Yang about his intentions and remind him not to go to the celestial realm. After contacting Su Yang, Yilei received a positive response. Su Yang wouldn't go to the celestial realm in the short term. At least he would consider going to the celestial realm after resolving the current situation of the human race in the cosmic mortal realm. Upon learning this result, Yilei was overjoyed. He immediately returned to the palace of the human emperor to prepare for the counterattack. His eyes were sharp. Other races, it's time to repay the blood debt. Black Serpent Plain, human race district. The leaders of the major cities once again gathered together. This time, however, everyone's faces became solemn once more. There is none of the excitement of the previous meeting, nor the enthusiasm for preparing to counterattack. All of this was because of problems arising from the galactic battle. If the other races had only involved small cities in the major battle, the human race would have had the victory sealed. But as the medium-sized stars of the cosmic realms neutral leaning towards hostile other races joined the battlefield, everything changed. Now, medium-sized cities of other races had joined the battle. They were neutral leaning towards hostile, medium-sized cities of other races. They must have been influenced by the small cities of the other races, deciding to side with the enemy. They didn't know the conditions offered by the small cities' other races to persuade these medium-sized city other races to choose the side of the human race's enemies. But the problem now was that medium-sized city other races had joined the galactic battle. In the cosmic realm, major issues arose in the various battlefields of the human race. Some places were not just caught in a headwind. The human race's defense line was retreating step by step, and if this continued, there would likely be significant problems. Despite such a one-sided situation being in the minority, the majority was still in a state of stable deadlock. This time, they gathered again to discuss what to do next. Although they didn't explicitly mention telling Su Yang about this matter and seeking his assistance, the intention was clear to everyone. However, some opposed it. Firstly, they believed that bothering Su Yang with such trivial matters would likely annoy him and make him view them as incompetent. Furthermore, whether a grand celestial like Su Yang would even concern himself with such minor affairs was a question. Secondly, while they were currently at a disadvantage in the galactic battle, they could still engage in some resistance. Thirdly, if they made a slight adjustment, they could still fight. With the advantage of one battlefield supporting another, the human race also had battlefields that were in a favorable position. After discussions, the result was decided. They would continue to defend and press on. However, if the opportunity arose, they would also explain the situation to Su Yang. Rewinding time. Cosmic time. 10 days ago, Red Nocturne, the ruler of the Red-Eyed Nebula, knew the moment the medium-sized star nebulae of the human race entered the galactic battle. Continuing the battle this way, their small nebulae of other races would not be a match for the human race. The human race did not adhere to the principles of celestial morality. When medium-sized city strongholds descended upon and attacked their small city nebulae, they were naturally not opponents. The power hierarchy was completely different. In the face of this situation, he didn't want to lose. He didn't want the entire nebula to be attacked by the human race in retaliation. Only outside help can be sought. Therefore, he united all the small nebula sovereigns to discuss a matter. While they still had resources on hand, they decided to ask some medium-sized nebulas to act. However, in the Black Serpent Plane, the medium-sized nebulas hostile to the human race were already annihilated by Su Yang. But there were still some neutral medium-sized nebulas that could potentially turn against the human race. As long as the benefits were sufficient, as long as the benefits outweighed the risks, then they would naturally choose to act. Of course, they would also need to find some rather greedy individuals. In the Black Serpent Plane, there were still dozens of medium-sized alien cities. These cities naturally lacked greedy individuals. In fact, you could say they were all greedy individuals. Cultivators were inherently greedy. It's just whether the things you offer can entice the other party. That's the issue here. Under Hong Wu-Wang's arrangement, this matter quickly went into action. Although they lost control of the cities in the Nebula Source Land, they could still enter the Nebula Source Land. Once inside, Hong Wu-Wang began contacting them one by one. Senior Jia, we small cities have gathered a sum of resources and would like to request your city's assistance in the universe. What do you think? Senior, intervening in the universe will not involve the Nebula Source Land, and the human true immortals will not cause you any trouble. This matter is basically risk-free. Not only can you get the resources we've collected, but you can also claim 50% of the human planets we conquer. Hong Wu-Wang relied on these excuses to contact them one by one. Most of them chose to refuse and not participate in such matters. After all, from the beginning, their choice was neutrality. But it might also be related to the resources Hong Wu-Wang offered not being enough to entice them. After all, the resources offered by small cities might not be attractive to all medium-sized cities. However, there would always be some medium-sized cities that would find it appealing. If Hong Wu-Wang had no confidence at all, he wouldn't have gone about it this way. Contacting all the cities was just about increasing the probability. In this way, 7 medium-sized cities were successfully convinced by Hong Wu-Wang. They decided to participate in the interstellar campaign against the human race. In Hong Wu-Wang's analysis, this matter didn't carry much risk for them. In the nebula source land, they had not targeted the human race, and Su Yang probably wouldn't target them. That's why they agreed to it. However, in the eyes of many more medium-sized cities, this behavior seemed impulsive. Some medium-sized cities also didn't find Hong Wuguang's offered resources appealing. But upon closer examination, this seemed like a big trap. Could things really be that simple? In a nebula source land, they hadn't targeted the human race, but they wanted to go to the universe and suppress the human race. Would Su Yang not know about this? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Even if Su Yang didn't know from the start, wouldn't other human races report it? How could such a thing be kept secret? The ultimate result was that these cities that had participated were rooted out in the nebula source land. If Su Yang got more involved, he could directly wipe out all the troublesome alien races. Most of the controllers of the medium-sized alien cities saw this clearly, but there were always some who didn't have their wits about them, and when they were persuaded by Hong Wuguang, they chose to participate in this matter. Strength doesn't equal intelligence. For those medium-sized cities that were deceived into participating in this matter, onlookers were just waiting to see the joke. For a bit of resources, they staked their entire city and even their own nebula. Isn't this a joke? From this moment on, in the interstellar campaign, the human race began to fall behind. After 3 days in the nebula source land, Su Yang had gathered a total of 4.6 billion will of all beings. No, now he had 4 to 7 billion will of all beings. This was because creating sword techniques now required an enormous amount of will of all beings. He had reserved 1 billion will of all beings. After all, apart from creating new sword techniques, he also needed to upgrade some of the sword techniques he had created before. 4.6 billion will of all beings was calculated based on the proficiency increase of his sword intent. Now he could directly level up. Opening the panel, with a thought, a large amount of will of all beings began to diminish. His level was rapidly increasing at this moment. As he had calculated, when the 4.6 billion will of all beings were completely used up, his level also stabilized at IVI 400. Sword intent, Golden Immortal Early Stage IVI 400 0/5 billion. At the moment of breaking through from IVI 399 to IVI 400, Su Yang could clearly feel a sense of breakthrough. Besides the mental comfort, the real improvement was even more significant. At the moment of the breakthrough, Su Yang, with his boundless sword intent, could clearly feel it. The world in his eyes became clearer, and countless laws and rules hidden in the depths of the void could be easily perceived by him. He could even clearly perceive the existence of the immortal domain. Barriers, passages, distances, all of these he could feel. If he wanted, he could easily break through these obstacles and step into the immortal domain. However, it was not the right time. In the universe, he had too many things to handle. Going to the immortal domain might not necessarily be of great help to him. In fact, in the immortal domain, his speed of increasing his strength might be slower than in the universe. After all, his way of increasing strength was quite unique, not necessarily requiring any precious resources. His method might work faster in places with more living beings. In the cosmic realm, entities like the Cantilever galaxy start at a minimum of 100 billion. How many nebulas are there in one galaxy? Su Yang hasn't counted, nor can he count. Now, he hasn't even explored 1% of the Cantilever galaxy, and his power has already reached the golden immortal level. What will happen when he finishes exploring the entire Cantilever galaxy? You see, apart from the Cantilever galaxy, there are numerous other galaxies. These are his exclusive resources. It's like countless treasures of gold and silver laid out before him. No one is competing with him, and no one is snatching from him. He just needs some time, and he can collect all of these resources. However, relying on himself alone, Su Yang gradually feels that the pace is too slow. He needs to train the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect. His speed alone is definitely no match for tens of thousands or millions of people. Currently, the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect can bring him about 10 million will of all beings per day. but it won't be long before it becomes over 1 billion each day. Now his power has already reached a new level, the golden immortal level. In the cosmic realm, he's already an invincible presence. Continuing to destroy the nests of the evil spirits can wait. He plans to get the Daxiao Immortal sect organized first and get them working. After arranging the Daxiao Immortal sect, he can come back to continue hunting, and there's no one to compete with him. At this point, the Daxiao Immortal sect has gradually grown, even though he's not there. But he's keeping an eye on the current situation of the Daxiao Immortal sect. The Red Earth Star battlefield has gradually been resolved. It's time to open up new battlefields for the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect. At the same time, a more comprehensive reward system needs to be established. With the current situation of the Daxiao Immortal sect disciples, covering all the human cities in the Black Serpent Plain is somewhat difficult. After all, a small city has hundreds of human planets. A medium-sized city has thousands of human planets. If all of these planets need help, the workload will be huge. However, with the power of the Daxiao Immortal sect disciples, it's not a problem to help all the planets within the range of Blackhorn City. Arrange the sword web cores on these planets. These planets can upload their own situation to the sword web. The Daxiao Immortal sect disciples can act accordingly. With his increasing strength, the sword web core has also become stronger. As long as it is established without being destroyed, it can exist permanently. The sword web core automatically absorbs the power of the void, replenishing the consumed sword intent and lasts indefinitely. Where the sword web core is present, he can cast various sword techniques he has set up. The most crucial one is the teleportation function. Now, his teleportation function is very refined. As long as there is the presence of sword intent, he can directly open the teleportation array and send people over. In this way, more battlefields can be opened up for the Daxiao Immortal sect. This layout and coordination will undoubtedly be a huge and complex project. After all, even if it's just Blackhorn City, it involves hundreds of planets. This kind of thing naturally has to be handled by Gushio. He plans to discuss this matter with Blackhorn City. Planetary masters who are willing to let the Daxiao Immortal sect settle and can come forward, and he won't force those who are unwilling. Gushio will register and coordinate these matters. What Suyang needs to do is just 2 steps. Inform the masters of the planets in Blackhorn City and create enough sword web cores to store them. Finally, it will be arranged by Gushio. He continues to do his own thing. The whole process won't be too troublesome. Now, he has completed about 1/3 of the Black Serpent Plain. There's still 7/10 left. Next, he plans to speed up. For now, forget about the evil spirit nests and focus entirely on alien cities. First, set up the Manual of All Beings, plunder on all the high-value resource points in the Black Serpent Plain. According to his plan, doing it this way will take about a day. Aliens sell resources to humans at 10 times the normal price, and he naturally wants to recover the interest. However, he has already accumulated a lot of resources. Once he organizes them later, he'll need to put them to use. Otherwise, keeping them in his hands indefinitely is not ideal. He plans to sell them in the starry market. Selling high-value resources for him is quite effortless. Although the nebula source and nebula crystals are the most common resources in the galaxies, they are also the most versatile. He can make a resource point produce resources faster. But this also has a limit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be cases of using nebula source to trade for high-level cultivation resources in the market. Usually, it can increase the resource production by 5 to 10 times the original rate. So far, Suyang has collected a large number of resources. Elemental elixir, starlight essence, and void chi are still sufficient in quantity, and he doesn't need to use nebula source and nebula crystals to speed up the production of these resources. However, there's one kind of high-value resource that he needs to consider. That is the immortal essence. Currently, the resource points in his hands that can produce immortal essence haven't changed much, and the quantity is still very low. To ensure that the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect don't run out of this item in the future, he had already set the Daxiao Celestial Way consciousness into motion. using a large number of galaxy crystal cores to increase the speed of immortal energy generation. However, this required a significant amount of galaxy crystal cores. Even though he currently had an ample supply of galaxy crystal cores, he couldn't just sit idly by. So, he sold the surplus resources in the starry market. At least for now, it seemed that he had more than enough elemental elixir and cosmic essence. Over time, these two resources would only become more abundant. Although these two resources were considered high-grade, they were relatively common among high-grade resources. Selling them in the starry market not only helped the human race, but he didn't sell them to the human race at 10 times the price anymore. Secondly, he wanted to sell these resources at 10 times the price to the alien races. At present, he had already seized 90% of the alien race's resource points. Even if these alien races used galaxy crystal cores to produce resources, 90% of them would still end up in his pocket. The more the alien races invested in resource production, the more he earned. Now he could truthfully say that he was making resources effortlessly. Under the current circumstances, it wouldn't be long before the alien races faced a resource crisis. Resources were consumables, and when they started to decrease, problems arose. Would these alien races come to him to buy resources? If they did, he would sell them at 10 times the price. If they accepted, they'd trade. If not, so be it. In one word, he treated the alien races the same way they treated the human race before, which wasn't excessive, right? With this thought, Su Yang quickened his pace. He gave up dealing with the evil spirit nests and began targeting high-grade resource points controlled by alien cities one by one. Under the law of cause and effect sword, Su Yang easily identified these high-grade resource points controlled by the alien cities. With a little deduction, everything was revealed in Su Yang's eyes. Had these medium-sized cities ever attacked the human race? Tanshan's information stated that they were neutral. Indeed, the law of cause and effect sword was still useful. Tanshan's information wasn't accurate enough. With a sweep, Su Yang's law of cause and effect sword easily deduced everything he wanted to know. In the cosmic mortal realm, there was almost nothing that could hide from him. Su Yang counted and found that 7 medium-sized alien cities had attacked the human race. The law of cause and effect was tainted with the human race's karma. For such entities, Su Yang wasn't particularly merciful. His strength was formidable, and merely refraining from attacking all the alien cities hostile to the human race was already a kind gesture. Why would he spare these cities that had been hostile to the human race? In an instant, an endless intent of the sword descended. 7 medium-sized alien cities disappeared in the Black Serpent Plain. In the cosmos, the 7 medium-sized nebula controllers who had participated in the attack against the human race suddenly had their expressions greatly changed. Their cities in the Black Serpent Plain were gone. In just an instant, they realized, even if they didn't target the human race within the Galaxy Crystal Core territory, weren't they still targeting the human race in the cosmos? Why were they so foolish? This was all Hong Wuguang's fault. If it weren't for listening to Hong Wuguang's slander and his enticements, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter at all. It's over, everything was lost. Their cities in the Black Serpent Plain were gone. Centuries of accumulation, centuries of foundation, all destroyed in an instant. The asterisk imminent. Hong Wuguang, you damn it. In the cosmos, a nascent soul stage cultivator from the medium-sized city couldn't help but roar in anger. At this moment, there was also a human nascent soul stage cultivator opposing him. This human nascent soul stage cultivator happened to be Tanzhang. At this moment, he was also puzzled. What's wrong with these alien races? Before he could understand, the figure opposite him had already disappeared in place. They ran. Tanzhang was confused, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Regardless of what the other party's intentions were, he had to guard this stretch of space. This kind of thing wasn't only happening where Tanzhang was stationed. In other battlefields of the galaxy, the same situation was occurring. As they fought, nascent soul stage cultivators from the alien races suddenly had their expressions change dramatically. Then they withdrew from the battlefield. This situation was definitely caused by some change. After nascent soul stage cultivators from the human race exchanged this information, they were all curious about what had happened to lead to this. Soon they learned the true reason. It turned out that Su Yang had annihilated their cities in the Black Serpent Plain. Ha ha! Serves them right. These 7 medium-sized alien cities deserved. They're brainless, driven solely by greed, thinking they could easily obtain millions of drops of elemental elixir and millions of strands of cosmic essence. These fools used to call us timid and fearful, unable to see the truth. Now, they're just reaping what they sowed. Faced with the destruction of 7 medium-sized foreign cities, the other foreign tribes could only mock endlessly. Except for some larger foreign tribes, which were more numerous, basically every city belonged to a different race. They wouldn't have any empathy for those outside their own race. In the cosmos, 7 Mahayana realm cultivators traversed the endless void, compressing space as they sped forward. They found Hong Wu-Guang an extremely fast pace. At that moment, Hong Wu-Guang was in high spirits, having brought 7 medium-sized nebulae to join this battle. This improved the situation of the foreign forces in this galactic battle. It made him feel very accomplished. However, as Hong Wu-Guang comfortably commanded the galactic battle from the main hall, the pressure of the 7 Mahayana realm cultivators suddenly descended. The entire void trembled. Hong Wu-Guang stood up abruptly, his mind considering countless possibilities. Had Mahayana realm cultivators from the human race come to attack? Were they attacking his stronghold directly? This could be disastrous. But when he saw that the 7 figures were the foreign races he had invited, his wildly pounding heart calmed down slightly. It turned out to be his own people. Hong Wu-Guang pays respects to the seniors. Hong Wu-Guang respectfully bowed, but in the next moment, he was bound in the void by ethereal chains. Hong Wu-Guang, you scoundrel! The unrestrained anger of the 7 immediately made all the cultivators present in the main hall feel suffocated. In the main hall, many cultivators responsible for commanding the galactic battle were seated. At this moment, they dared not even breathe loudly. Hong Wu-Guang's face turned crimson instantly. Seniors, I don't know what wrong I've done. What wrong have you done? You fooled us into getting involved in this. And now the human race immortal has already destroyed our cities in the galaxy's origin land. You say, what wrong have you done? Hong Wu-Guang's face changed. He didn't expect the human race immortal to actually take action. In fact, he had considered this possibility from the beginning. But their small-sized galaxies were on the brink of destruction, and he didn't care much about it anymore. If he could drag other foreign races into this, he would definitely do so. Otherwise, they would have no way out. But he would have to find an excuse to get through this. Otherwise, he would be finished. Elders, it's really not my fault. I had no idea that the human immortal's methods were so ruthless, even interfering in some fights in the cosmos. Hey, you don't know. Let me perform a soul search, and we'll find out if you truly didn't know. No, you can't just search my soul at will. Hong Wu-Guang's face changed drastically, and he wanted to say more, but the Mahayana realm cultivators in front of him were burning with anger. They didn't care about what Hong Wu-Guang had to say. They directly began to search his soul. With Hong Wu-Guang's strength, he couldn't resist at all and was easily subjected to a soul search. At this point, all of Hong Wu-Guang's schemes and plans were laid bare before everyone. Very good, very good. So, this was your idea. Do you have anything else to explain? Elders, I acknowledge my mistake. I beg you for a chance. Now that you've severed all ties with the human race, leave me. I can annihilate even more of the human race. No need. You better go to your death. In the end, under the indifferent gazes of the 7 Mahayana realm foreign cultivators, Hong Wu-Guang was killed outright. His body burst in midair, leaving no trace of his corpse. The 7 foreign Mahayana realm cultivators ground their teeth in frustration. They were now completely implicated. They hated Hong Wu-Guang, but they also resented Su Yang. Why didn't he give them a chance? If Su Yang had been willing to provide an opportunity, they wouldn't have had to resort to this. But since no opportunity was given, they wouldn't hesitate to act. They vowed to kill every human they could. The seven were both furious and determined to seek revenge. They began to discuss their plans for attacking human galaxies. If they had treated it casually before, now they had to take it seriously. In the galactic origin land, a day passed quickly. The situation unfolded just as Su Yang had predicted. In a day's time, Su Yang had installed sword art pillage on all advanced resource points in the Black Serpent Plain, diminishing the cultivation resources of the foreign races by 90%. Where did these reduced resources go? Naturally, they filled his pockets. The Black Serpent Plain was just the beginning. In the future, Su Yang planned to systematically clear all advanced resource points occupied by foreign races within the entire galactic origin land. During this process, he would also eliminate demonic nests, increasing the will of all beings he needed. But that was a plan for later. For now, he intended to go back and organize his resources. At the same time, he would make arrangements for the Dasha Immortal sect. The Silver Moon clan on the Red Earth Star had already been nearly wiped out by the disciples of the Dasha Immortal sect. Gushio had also relayed the concerns of these disciples to Su Yang. They were worried that they might not easily acquire a significant amount of sect contributions through this kind of killing. Regarding these disciples of the Dasha Immortal sect, Su Yang could only say, "Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will find activities for you." For Su Yang, the disciples of the Dasha Immortal sect weren't merely pawns. Their relationship was mutually beneficial, a win-win situation. Su Yang needed these disciples to help him eliminate sinners and acquire the will of all beings. In return, these disciples could easily obtain abundant resources from Su Yang. It could only be said that it was a mutually beneficial relationship. In a flash, Su Yang returned to Dasha City and first opened the city panel. Dasha City. Daily creation speed of galactic origin, 10 billion. Daily creation speed of elemental elixir. Low grade, 100 million drops. Medium grade, 50 million drops. High grade, 30 million drops. Supreme grade, 10 million drops. Daily creation speed of star essence. Low grade, 30 million strands. Medium grade, 20 million strands. High grade, 8 million strands. Supreme grade, 3 million strands. Daily creation speed of void chi. Low grade, 100,000 strands. Medium grade, 60,000 strands. High grade, 30,000 strands. Supreme grade, 10,000 strands. Daily creation speed of immortal yuan in acceleration, consuming 1 billion galactic origins daily. 100 star system crystal cores. Low grade, 100,000 drops. Medium grade, 70,000 drops. High grade, 10,000 drops. Supreme grade, 5,000 drops. The speeds at which elemental elixir and star essence were created were extremely high. The disciples of the Dasha Immortal sect wouldn't be able to utilize them all. Su Yang also intended to have Gushio arrange for people to sell these resources in the Star Sky market. It would be great if they could exchange them for some star system crystal cores. Although Su Yang currently had a large number of star system crystal cores in his hands, he still needed a lot to accelerate the production of immortal yuan. 100 a day. The million or so he had obtained from various immortals and celestials would run out sooner or later, so he had to be prepared in advance and not just rely on luck. After taking a quick look at the current situation of Dasha City, Su Yang returned to the Dasha Immortal sect, ready to let Gushio and himself go to Blackhorn City, to make contact with the Star Lords in Blackhorn City who needed assistance. The disciples of the Dasha Immortal sect were about to officially enter the Cosmos. Dasha Celestial Sect. Greetings, Swordmaster. Gushio stood before Su Yang. Well, I'm already aware of the disciples' needs on this side. Get ready, and we'll head to the origin of the galaxy later to resolve this matter. Understood. Open more battlefields? Many human-inhabited planets in the cosmos are facing crises. Some crises are internal, and some are external. Not every world has an invincible figure like Su Yang. Originally, Su Yang intended to send disciples of the Dasha Celestial Sect to save these worlds and make some profit along the way. But now, he thought it might be best to skip that idea. Those 1,000 points of world origin are just a trace of the galaxy's origin. For him now, it's really not worth mentioning. Consider it a little favor he's doing for the human race. Strengthening himself benefits his fellow beings, and he can obtain what he needs from it. It's not entirely without benefits. At the moment, he also sorted through the large amount of spoils he had acquired. Of course, he only looked at various high-level resources, such as treasures, artifacts, elixirs, weapons, techniques. He didn't pay attention to magic items, tools, elixirs, weapons, or techniques, but he did look at the resources. After inspecting the high-level resources, he gained something. At least, he found 2 out of the 3 things he needed for Daxia's advancement. Root of the Void. Basic rule foundation. He discovered these 2 things in the storage equipment of 2 different true immortals. These 2 findings solved 2/3 of his problem, but he was still missing one last item. Apart from these 2, Daxia's advancement also required something called low-grade immortal spring. He scoured through all the spoils, but it wasn't there. After some calculations, it seemed that to obtain the low-grade immortal spring, he would have to visit certain special areas in the origin of the galaxy. Only there would he have a chance to obtain it. Galactic origin, the collective term for all galactic origins. In a universe, there is not just one spiral galaxy. There are over 100 billion galaxies that converge to form the complete galactic origin. This so-called special area is known as the Galactic Restricted Zone. Only celestial realm cultivators are allowed entry. It's filled with a wealth of high-level resources, such as immortal essence, immortal stones, and immortal medicines, resources that can only be explored to some extent by those at or beyond the celestial realm. There are also highly dangerous void creatures. Typically, a galactic restricted zone is born within a range of 1,000 galaxies. Their numbers are scarce, making them the only place where celestial realm cultivators can obtain resources while staying in the cosmic realm unless they don't wish to advance their strength. Su-Yang wasn't in a hurry about this. He had learned the method to acquire low-grade immortal spring, and he would visit it later after dealing with his current tasks. While Guxiu waited for a while, Su-Yang set up a new formula for obtaining sect contributions. It wasn't entirely new, but rather, it separated the way to obtain sect contributions from rescue missions. Daxia Celestial Sect disciples would have a new formula for obtaining sect contributions. Enemy strength as base * sin level grade. There are currently 4 sin level grades, each grade doubling the contributions. Sin level below 100 is double, below 1,000 is triple, below 5,000 is quadruple, and above 5,000 is quintuple. For example, if a nascent soul initial stage enemy is killed, it awards 10,000 sect contributions. If the sin level is within 17, it's considered below 100, and one can earn 20,000 sect contributions. This formula applied to the way Daxia Celestial Sect disciples obtained sect contributions from killing enemies. In fact, within the Daxia world, there were still 2 world cracks. One led to the demonic spirit realm, which Su-Yang hadn't yet explored. The danger level in the demonic spirit realm was somewhat higher, and the disciples of the Daxia Celestial Sect couldn't deal with the demonic spirits as effortlessly as Su-Yang could. The danger outweighed the benefits compared to helping human-inhabited planets in danger. So, Su-Yang didn't intend to offer the demonic spirit realm to the Daxia Celestial Sect disciples. It wasn't necessary. The risks and rewards weren't directly proportional. Well, maybe for cultivators from other worlds they were, but Su-Yang didn't see it that way. So, he decided to take Guxiu to Blackhorn City first. With his decision made, Su-Yang acted immediately. In an instant, he and Guxiu entered the galactic origin within the Big Xia City. Guxiu followed Su-Yang skillfully, showing no signs of surprise, but rather a sense of familiarity. There was nothing surprising about it. Following that, Su-Yang contacted Lv.1, the Lord of Blackhorn City. When Su-Yang came knocking, Lv.1 was extremely respectful. "Senior Su, may I ask what you require?" In the presence of a true immortal, how could he not be respectful? "I do have some matters to discuss." Please gather all the Star Lords from the Blackhorn Nebula. I have something to say. Su Yang stated plainly. He never liked beating around the bush, and with his strength, there was no need to. Understood. But this may take some time, Lv.1 replied. Gathering all the Star Lords from the Blackhorn Nebula would indeed require some time. Not all of them resided in Blackhorn City, so it would take some effort to reach and assemble them. Very well, as soon as possible, Su Yang added, showing no signs of urgency. Calmly waiting, Lv.1 then quickly contacted all the Star Lords. Iron Blue, come to Blackhorn City. There's something. Lordly, what's going on? I have something important going on over here. In the Blackhorn Nebula, Iron Blue was harvesting resources in a cosmic secret realm, about to reach the core area and obtain a significant amount of cosmic elixir. Suddenly, Lv.1 sent a message. If it wasn't urgent, he wasn't planning to go. Senior Su is looking for us. If it's not important, all right, I'm coming immediately. There's nothing pressing on my end. After understanding Lv.1's message, Iron Blue immediately refocused. Senior Su? In the entire galaxy, the only Senior Su would be Su Yang. He couldn't afford to delay this, so he immediately took action and entered the galaxy's origin area. This left his subordinates, who were attacking the cosmic secret realm, dumbfounded. Hey, where's our Star-Lord? In this way, Iron Blue's subordinates watched as he entered the galaxy's origin area. Eventually, they received a message from Iron Blue. Wait in place. Seeing this situation, the others had no choice but to wait in place. Without Iron Blue, they didn't dare to enter the core area. In the core area, there were cosmic creatures at the nascent soul stage, far beyond their capabilities. They needed their Star-Lord. It was a shame. The cosmic elixir was within their reach. Similar incidents were happening in many other places. No matter what they were doing, when they heard it was Su Yang's request, they all hurriedly entered the galaxy's origin area, waiting for the next order. Just a quarter of an hour later, all the Star Lords from various planets in the Blackhorn Nebula had gathered in Blackhorn City. Su Yang didn't make them wait long. After everyone had assembled, Lv.1 respectfully approached Su Yang. Senior Su, everyone is here, all 153 Star Lords, not a single one missing. Very well, let's go to the conference hall. Every city had such a place. Good. Lv.1 had the Star Lords wait in the Blackhorn City's conference hall from the beginning. Now, Su Yang just had to go there. In the room, Su Yang didn't make any movements. He simply took a step forward. A spatial portal appeared before him. On the other side of the portal was the Blackhorn City's conference hall, where over 100 Star Lords were seated. Lv.1 was astonished. Was this the power of a true immortal? It was truly extraordinary. Given Lv.1's strength, he could never achieve this. His nascent soul stage power only allowed him to fly in the galaxy's origin area. Crossing through space was beyond his current capabilities. Let's go. Su Yang and Lv.1 followed Su Yang and entered the spatial portal, arriving in the Blackhorn City's conference hall. In the conference hall, over 100 Star Lords watched the scene with amazement. They marveled at how Su Yang, a true immortal, could effortlessly tear through space and traverse it, even within a place with such solid rules as the galaxy's origin area. Reaching this level of power was something they could only achieve within the broader universe, and not nearly as effortlessly as Su Yang did. We have seen Senior Su. After taking a step out of the portal, the Star Lords present all paid their respects. With Su Yang's power, no one dared to be disrespectful. Moreover, what Su Yang had accomplished was truly worthy of their respect. He had saved Blackhorn City from a crisis and easily eliminated hostile alien races. No need for excessive formalities. Please have a seat. Su Yang didn't act modest. With his power, there was no need for that. Accepting everything calmly was the appropriate response, given his current status and position. In Su Yang's words, everyone in the room took their seats. Standing behind Su Yang were Gu Xiu and Lv.1. Gu Xiu was already accustomed to it. Lv.1, although somewhat uncomfortable, also obediently stood and gave up the main seat for Su Yang. Su Yang naturally took a seat and looked below. Today, I've gathered you all to discuss a matter. I've observed that about half of the existing planets among those present here are facing various crises. Perhaps it's the insect clan, maybe cosmic life, an infection, or an invasion by foreign races. I have a planet under my command and a sect I'm cultivating. I plan to send these disciples to help you resolve these troubles. Rest assured, you don't need to pay any price. You only need to provide the locations. Those in need can contact my subordinate here, Gushio. He can decide and handle most matters on my behalf. Su Yang stated his purpose slowly, also implying Gushio's identity with a single sentence. This statement carried a strong sense of trust in Gushio. Even though Gushio had already become accustomed to it, he couldn't help but feel something special at this moment. Many of the Star Lords present were suddenly taken aback. Only the Red Earth Star Lord, who knew some of the truths, understood the reasons behind this. He didn't say much about it, and wore an expression as if he had seen through everything a long time ago. He had known about these matters for quite some time, but he hadn't shared them with anyone. When it came to information related to a true immortal, one couldn't just spread it around. If it made the true immortal resentful, the losses could be substantial. Although Su Yang had now made this matter public, until they understood Su Yang's intentions, it was better for some things to remain known only to themselves. The Red Earth Star Lord understood Su Yang's intentions. After all, the Red Earth Star was currently suffering an invasion by the Silver Moon clan. It was only with the help of the Daxia Immortal sect that the situation was gradually being reversed. Otherwise, their Red Earth Star would undoubtedly have suffered heavy losses. The other Star Lords also understood after some thought. Su Yang wanted to resolve their troubles without any cost for them. This was a tremendous opportunity for them. Some of their problems came from the cosmos, some from alien races, and some were remnants of troubles left behind during world advancement. Not everyone could handle these issues as easily as Su Yang, who could eliminate the crises brought by world advancement with a single sword. Any world advancement brought numerous crises. Only Su Yang's situation was completely different. If these star systems wanted to ask other star systems to resolve their troubles, they typically had to pay a considerable price. World origins, star system origins, valuable resources inevitably had to be sacrificed. But now, Su Yang's intent was clear. They wouldn't have to pay any price. This was a huge opportunity for them, and there was no reason to disagree. They all immediately expressed their approval. After settling the main issue, Su Yang wouldn't need to worry much about it. He would let Gushio handle it. Su Yang entrusted this task to Gushio. Gushio didn't disappoint him and quickly completed the registration and coordination. Next, Su Yang needed to provide the core of the sword web. Gushio would then hand over the sword web core to the registered Star Lords. They would be instructed on how to use it and place it on their respective planets. This would enable the disciples of the Daxia Immortal sect to open up multi-star teleportation and activate more star system instances. Su Yang's commentary on this was, "The more, the merrier. Just don't worry about overkill." Now, wherever there was sword intent, they could teleport. Su Yang established two methods. Fixed locations, such as some places within the Daxia Immortal sect, or locations where the sword web core would be deployed. These fixed and stationary locations could be chosen freely. The second method used identity tokens. These tokens belonged to the disciples of the Daxia Immortal sect. With these tokens, they could move to the specified teleportation point. It required the consent of both parties. If one party disagreed, the teleportation wouldn't occur. This was the current method of using the sword web. It was very convenient. After the Star Lords of the Black Horn Nebula deployed the sword web cores, Gushio would ask them to provide information about the general situation of their own star systems, the approximate strength of the enemies they faced, crisis areas, locations, and other details. All this information would be sent to the sword web. With the increasing number of sword webs, each would be isolated. Each star system's sword web would remain separate, and ordinary cultivators would only be able to see the sword web of their own star system. Unless they had permission, they wouldn't be able to see the situation of all sword webs. The disciples of the Daxia Immortal sect were an exception. They could view the sword webs of any star system at any time. This was the setup for the Daxia Immortal sect. Next, Su Yang would start the second step, organizing the starry market, and establishing the Dasha Trading Company. He would sell elixirs, cosmic source essence, and even the void essence. These resources that had piled up and used in his hands would now be put to good use. By selling these resources, he could help the human race in the Black Serpent Plane to resolve their resource problems, get more star system origins, and star system crystal cores. He wouldn't suffer any losses and could even make a profit. Eventually, alien races would have to come to him when their resources ran out. As for why he was confident that the alien races would face consequences, Su Yang had already thought this through. When most of the resources in the entire star system origin were concentrated in his hands, everyone would have to buy from him, be it humans or alien races. He could monopolize it and, in the end, set the prices at his discretion. He would impose a tenfold restriction on the alien races while offering normal prices to humans. Could there be any humans who bought resources from him and then resold them elsewhere? This couldn't be avoided. There were similar cases among the alien races as well. Su Yang would slightly limit this, but he wouldn't be too strict. He would limit the quantity of resources that could be purchased, both for individual cultivators and city representatives. So, even if some humans resold resources, it wouldn't be too serious. These rules were set for now, and if there were any loopholes, he could amend them later. After all, he was the one making the rules. His plan had been decided, and the next step was to implement it. Gu Xiu could arrange for people to handle the establishment of the Dasha Trading Company. After all, it wouldn't involve selling too many things. It would only involve hard currency needed for cultivation, something everyone required. The execution wouldn't be overly complex. Wait, he seemed to have many spoils of war piled up in his sword intent space, right? Gu Xiu could also help organize these things. They could use what they needed and sell the rest. After all, they were all resources, and it wasn't right to leave them unused. Thinking of this, Su Yang took out a large number of resources piled up in his sword intent space. At the same time, he created a storage place in Dasha City. Originally, Su Yang thought about making a simple warehouse. But after looking at the items inside his sword intent space, he was somewhat dumbfounded. So, there are this many of these things? It seems I've only wiped out a few dozen alien cities, killed over 100 true immortals. Well, I guess it is quite a lot. Previously, Su Yang had never bothered with the spoils of war, and he hadn't organized them himself. Anything that belonged to him, he simply threw into the sword intent space. After all, he couldn't use any of the items in there, so he had no desire to tidy things up. Over time, these spoils of war naturally piled up. How much were there? To put it this way, except for those stored in storage rings, the entire Dasha city couldn't contain them. After all, dozens of alien cities could not have everything stored in storage rings. Some items were left outside. For these items, Su Yang also packed them up. Now, if he released everything, he would need a larger space. With the current space of Dasha City, it was completely inadequate. After learning about this situation, Su Yang wasn't too concerned. He upgraded Dasha City using some star system crystal cores. In an instant, 1,000 star system of crystal cores appeared, floating in front of Su Yang. He then released them into Dasha City. Dasha City began to rapidly expand after absorbing the power of these 1,000 star system crystal cores, emitting intense energy fluctuations. But this time, no more alien races would come to inspect the situation. Su Yang had already wiped out all the hostile alien races in the area, and even those who weren't hostile now knew that this was a city created by human true immortals. In such a situation, how could they dare to cause trouble? After waiting for some time, Dasha City also completed its expansion. Compared to before, it had grown 100-fold, reaching the standard of a medium-sized city. As for the remains of Silver Moon City from before, they had been completely covered by Dasha City. Now, it was a piece of cake to store the items from Su Yang's sword intent space. After a bit of tidying up and making some room, Su Yang simply released all the items piled up in his sword intent space at once. In an instant, they occupied a small area within Dasha City. However, there were currently no other cultivators in Dasha City. Furthermore, Su Yang had no intention of having Daxia sect disciples engage in activities within the star system origin land. The star system origin land wasn't suitable for Daxia sect disciples. The star system origin land was a place for collecting resources. However, Daxia sect disciples could easily obtain more sect contributions with minimal effort, even more than cultivators of the same realm collecting resources within the star system origin land. Even if they were allowed to enter the star system origin land to experience its novelty, they would still choose to engage in battles in the universe. Killing sinners and obtaining substantial sect contributions was what they should do. By doing so, they could gain a large amount of sect contributions to be used for cultivation, and Su Yang could also obtain the sentient willpower he needed. This was the best outcome. Engaging in battles within the star system origin land, he alone was sufficient. Old Gu, please organize these resources. We can ask some disciples to help. Su Yang habitually asked Gu Su to organize them. But upon seeing the resources piled up on the ground, he felt that it would be too difficult for Gu Su to handle it all alone. Gu Su didn't mind, as this was where his value lay. Besides, he was used to these kinds of tasks. I understand. Swordmaster, rest assured, I'll take care of it. All right, here are 10 fragments of pre-heaven spiritual treasures. They should be somewhat useful. Take them and use them, or you can reward them to disciples with better abilities to give them more aces up their sleeves. Good, but are these pre-heaven spiritual treasure fragments precious? What if they get lost and sect disciples holding them are targeted by others? Gu Su expressed some concerns. It's fine. They're just minor items, not particularly precious. Besides, we can always retrieve them if they're lost. If someone dares to steal them, you should know what to do. I understand. Gu Su quickly grasped the idea. The minor items didn't bother him, and Daxia sect was all about peace. However, if someone dared to steal from Daxia sect, they would learn their lesson. Su Yang nodded, feeling very confident about Gu Su's ability to manage things. Bringing Gu Su into the sect had clearly been a good decision. Next, Su Yang let Gu Su take his time to organize the resources while he prepared to retrieve the sword network cores. He also needed to prepare for establishing Daxia Merchant House. Making the sword network cores wasn't too troublesome. With his current strength, it took only about a quarter of an hour to condense 200 sword network cores. After stacking these 200 sword network cores together, Gu Su could use them directly if needed. After retrieving the sword network cores, Su Yang moved on to the next step. He needed a token that would allow him to enter any star market. Only with such a token could he create a Daxia merchant house that covered all regions. To achieve this, if his strength wasn't enough, he would have to collect tokens for each star market one by one, which would be a huge waste of time. But Su Yang was the one doing this, and he could achieve it in an instant. With Su Yang's current terrifying power, creating a token that could grant access to any star market was not a problem at all. His sword intent permeated the void with a single thought. Su Yang easily saw the rules hidden in the depths of the void. These rules intertwined and mingled together, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to discern their functions. At most, one could gain some insights into these rules, slightly increasing their strength. This was the choice of the majority. Su Yang, however, was different. When he activated his causality sword technique, he began to peel off these interwoven rules, searching for the specific rules he needed. After some time, a colorless rule was pinpointed. Found it. The rule governing the operation of the star market. In the world, when something operated, there was naturally a corresponding rule. At present, the existence within the universe couldn't function without the corresponding rules. If one felt that they couldn't see or detect these rules, it was more of a limitation in their own abilities rather than the non-existence of these rules. When rules operated, they left behind traces. With these traces, Su Yang could now locate all the star markets. This was the power of a golden immortal. He wasn't just an empty figurehead. In the mortal realm of the universe, he may not have omnipotence, but he could easily accomplish many tasks with a single thought. With the rules hidden deep in the void, he could find all the star markets. However, Su Yang currently only needed to cover the star markets in the Black Snake Plain. Even though he had gathered substantial resources, they all came from within the Black Snake Plain. This was more than sufficient for the Black Snake Plain. In this situation, there was no need to establish Dashao Merchant House outside the Black Snake Plain. Furthermore, as Dashao Merchant House was still in its initial stages, there might be a lack of experience. By establishing the Dashao Merchant House in all the star markets within the Black Snake Plain, Su Yang could give the merchant house some time to adapt and grow. During this period, he would also obtain more resources. After discovering the rules governing the operation of star markets, Su Yang, with the help of his causality sword technique, quickly identified all the star markets within the Black Snake Plain. These star markets included those created by humans and those created by other races, covering all of the 27 star markets in the region. Although the number was not extensive, it encompassed all the cultivators within the Black Snake Plain. By establishing Dashao Merchant House in these star markets, Su Yang could effectively blanket the entire Black Snake Plain. Having pinpointed the locations of these star markets, Su Yang began crafting tokens that would allow easy access to these places. To ensure the smooth establishment of Dashao Merchant House, Su Yang used a bit of his power and directly placed Dashao Merchant House adjacent to these star markets. Yes, he placed Dashao Merchant House within the turbulent void. He then created a passage to allow cultivators from these star markets to safely enter Dashao Merchant House. The power of the turbulent void, although significant, was negligible compared to Su Yang's strength. It wouldn't harm him. As Su Yang carried out this extraordinary feat, the creators of these 27 star markets were utterly astonished. They watched a building suddenly appear beside their star markets and then connect to them. This building was not particularly large and resembled a commercial building, bearing a signboard that read Dashao Merchant House. They wondered who had established this place and how they had done it. Had they used void stones just like the star markets? If so, why weren't the two structures adjacent to each other? The sudden appearance of Dashao Merchant House took these creators by surprise, but they believed that it was accomplished using some means that they were unaware of. As for the idea that it was achieved through powerful abilities, it didn't even cross their minds. After all, true immortals couldn't achieve such feats. Nevertheless, the sudden appearance of Dashao Merchant House attracted the attention of a large number of cultivators, not just the creators of the star markets. It also piqued the curiosity of all the cultivators entering these star markets. After all, a commercial building emerging alone next to a star market in the midst of the turbulent void was an eerie sight. Erected in the turbulent void, albeit with the assistance of void stones, wasn't too surprising for them. So they were primarily curious about the purpose of this standalone Dashao Merchant House. Su Yang was oblivious to the curiosity of the cultivators from the star markets. At this point, he had reached the final step, the creation of tokens that would grant unrestricted access to the star markets. This was a relatively simple task. In a single thought, he produced 10,000 tokens. This quantity would be more than enough. After managing the affairs of Dashao Merchant House, Su Yang handed the versatile star market access tokens for the Black Snake Plain to Gu Xiu. He also briefed Gu Xiu on their purpose, the establishment of Dashao Merchant House, and the selling of cultivation resources and unused items through it. This included the tenfold price for purchases by other races, regular prices for humans, and limited quantities. For the other races, there were no quantity restrictions, and they could buy as much as they wanted at 10 times the price. For humans, there were limitations. In reality, Su Yang's rules wouldn't affect genuine cultivators who needed cultivation resources. Human cultivators could purchase cultivation resources once a month, and the quantity they could buy in a single purchase was definitely 30% more than what they needed. For instance, if a nascent Soul Realm cultivator required 30 drops of elemental spirit liquid in a month, they could purchase 40 drops in one go, which would be more than enough for their 1-month cultivation. As for what they did with the surplus resources, Su Yang didn't concern himself with that. Once the 1-month cooldown period passed, they could make another purchase. A few might choose to resell the excess, which could be a lucrative business for human cultivators. Su Yang had imposed these restrictions to avoid mass reselling of resources. Now that Su Yang had done what he needed to do, he no longer had to worry about it. With Gu Xiu in charge, he would handle the swordnet cores and Daxia merchant house. In this regard, Su Yang had great trust in Gu Xiu. Furthermore, Su Yang had already solved most of the challenges. If Gu Xiu couldn't handle it, it would cast out on Gu Xiu's abilities. Gu Lao, you'll be in charge of the tasks going forward. If you encounter any issues you can't resolve, feel free to consult me. Understood, Master of the Sword. Su Yang nodded slightly and then disappeared from the spot. He needed to continue dealing with the evil spirit nests. In the entire Black Snake Plain, he had managed to destroy 30% of the evil spirit nests. However, the remaining 70% were still intact. Leaving other areas aside, he had previously set a goal to eradicate all the evil spirit nests on the Black Snake Plain. This was a goal he had set for himself, and now it needed to be achieved. Based on his previous experience, annihilating 1/10 of the evil spirit nests on the Black Snake Plain could yield around 4 to 5 billion drops of sentient will. By wiping out the remaining 70%, he could accumulate a substantial amount of sentient will. As for whether to move on to other areas or deal with other matters after eradicating all the evil spirit nests in the Black Snake Plain, that could wait until he was less busy. After Su Yang left, Gu Xiu began his own actions. His current task was to ensure that Su Yang's arrangements were carried out flawlessly. He was accustomed to this role, having worked by Su Yang's side for a while, mainly handling various minor tasks. While these tasks might seem earth-shattering to other cultivators, Gu Xiu knew that they were trivial matters for Su Yang. Upon returning to the Daxia Immortal Sect, Gu Xiu began gathering the sword bearers who would assist him in handling the assigned tasks. Rong Xiaoshi, Zhang Baishan, Zhao Jin, Sun Cheng, Lei Zhe. Utilizing the swordnet's functionality, Gu Xiu called each of them by name. These individuals had all interacted with Su Yang in the past, and their performances have been quite commendable. This was why they were promoted to take on leadership roles among the sword bearers. The sword bearers could be divided into squad leaders and regiment leaders. A squad leader commanded 100 sword bearers, while a regiment leader commanded 1,000. This time, to expedite the task of cataloging the resources Su Yang had provided, Gu Xiu brought along 10,000 sword bearers. Currently, there were 50,000 sword bearers in the Daxia Immortal Sect, with 40,000 remaining at the sect's headquarters, enough to manage any special circumstances. Su Yang had left an overwhelming amount of resources, and it would be nearly impossible to catalog them all quickly without the efforts of this massive team. Even with 10,000 people, it would take quite some time. The task wasn't as simple as just sorting the resources, as many of Su Yang's resources were of higher quality, requiring additional time for identification. Regarding how to appraise the value of these resources, Su Yang had not explicitly stated it, but Gu Xiu had his own ways of determining their worth. In this matter, he intended to seek information from individuals in Black Corner City. Gu Xiu instructed Rong Xiaoshi and the others to begin sorting the resources while he headed to Black Corner City with the Swordnet Core. Back in Black Corner City, Gu Xiu handed over the Swordnet Core to the Star Masters, along with instructions on how to use it. Once this task was arranged, Liwen approached Gu Xiu. "Senior Gu, I'd like to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Gu Xiu inquired. While Gu Xiu was only at the Harmony stage, one realm lower than Li1, he was addressed as Senior due to his status. Currently, numerous human cities in Black Snake Plain are under attack by extraterrestrial forces, and the situation they are facing is similar to the troubles we have here in Black Corner City. I wonder if it's possible to deploy these swordnet cores to other human star domains within Black Snake Plain. Liwen was referring to the ongoing issues affecting the human star domains on Black Snake Plain. Originally, the human cities of Black Snake Plain hadn't intended to seek Su Yang's help. However, with Su Yang establishing his influence and offering assistance free of charge, they wanted to benefit from it as well. These individuals weren't entirely aware of the abilities of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples. Presently, the abilities of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples allowed them to operate efficiently within smaller worlds, even some regular-sized worlds. However, in more powerful realms, or even smaller worlds like the Chantian world, their abilities fell short. Nonetheless, this was only the case at the moment. In due time, things might change. Gushio didn't give an immediate response to Li Wen's request, but didn't outright refuse it either. He had a good understanding of the current situation within the Daxia Immortal Sect. Opening up the entire Black Corner Nebula to the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples would suffice to keep them occupied for a while. Expanding further would have to wait. Gushio couldn't make this decision by himself. I'll consult with the sect master when I have the chance, and if he approves, there shouldn't be any issue. Thank you, Senior. Li Wen was quite pleased with Gushio's response. To him, it was nearly the same as getting approval. The request merely needed to follow the proper channels. The city lords of many cities were keen to inform Su Yang of this decision, but they were apprehensive about approaching him directly. Having Gushio serve as an intermediary was a favorable option. Gushio, on the other hand, wasn't particularly concerned. In his estimation, the sect master probably intended to deploy Daxia Immortal Sect disciples throughout the entire starry space. The only issue was that the disciples' abilities hadn't fully matured yet. The decision to deploy them within the Black Corner Nebula was an indicator that the sect master might have a similar plan. The one issue currently was that the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples had collected so much sect contribution that they hadn't yet had the time to digest it all. Even with an infinite supply of resources, it would take time to refine them. However, Gushio was uncertain whether the sect master had a solution for this problem. Gushio decided he would bring up this matter the next time he met with Su Yang, or he might contact him independently if Su Yang didn't appear for a long period. After completing the task related to the Swordnet Core, Gushio turned his attention to the Daxia Merchant House. This task wasn't particularly difficult. He selected some individuals to enter the star markets and set up the Daxia Merchant House. Then, he displayed resources like Elemental Spirit Liquid, Starlight Essence, and Void Chi. Other items would be sorted and added later. With the official opening of the Daxia Merchant House, many curious beings in the star markets began taking action. Most of these beings were extraterrestrial. They were eager to see what the Daxia Merchant House had to offer. In the Black Snake Plain, Su Yang continued to exterminate evil spirit nests for some time. However, he felt that progress was slow. Hence, he decided to research the art of creating avatars. Black Serpent Plain. After Su Yang returned to this place and annihilated the nest of evil spirits once again, he felt that his speed was consistently slower. How about creating some avatars? With his current strength, it should be no problem to create them. The only question was about their effectiveness. Trying it would reveal the answer. Manual of All Beings, Avatars. Level, IVI 400. Function, create avatars, with both sustained and consumable types. Sustained type, linked with sword intent, encounter strong resistance. There is a possibility of link severance. Avatars can also possess unlimited sword intent. After performing sword techniques, the consumed sword intent can be immediately replenished. They can be soul-controlled and possess 70% of the main body strength. Limitation: only one avatar can be formed. Consumable type: condense avatars with sword intent. Avatars possess 70% of the main body strength. After the consumption of sword intent, the avatars dissipate. The maximum number of avatars that can be condensed is determined by the soul. Each avatar requires a strand of soul to merge with. After the avatars dissipate, the soul returns. In the face of overwhelming power beyond the main body, there is a probability that the soul may be extinguished. When the split soul is within a safe range and nurtured over time and with special powers, it can be restored. The soul of the avatars can act according to basic commands, and the main consciousness can temporarily control the avatars. Current avatar limit, 0/100. Su Yang had created 2 different avatar techniques. He had 2 distinct options, and Su Yang could choose according to his needs. Su Yang examined the 2 sword techniques. For the first one, he could condense it and then control the avatar to explore. If there were dangerous areas, he could use the first type to assess the situation. Perhaps he could send the avatar into the immortal realm. Let the avatar explore the immortal realm while his main body remained in the mortal realm. Upon careful consideration, this might be a good choice, but the prerequisite was that the avatar could traverse the barriers between the two realms and enter the immortal realm. The current situation he was facing was definitely not suitable for the first type of avatars. The second type was clearly more efficient, allowing him to execute basic commands and create up to 100 avatars. The only issue was the consumption of Sword Intent. After Sword Intent was exhausted, the avatars would disappear, but for short-term use, this posed no problem at all. For his current situation, it was even just right. Currently, his plan was to eradicate the entire nest of evil spirits in the Black Serpent Plane. Thinking about it, Su Yang didn't waste any more time. Now that his avatar techniques were ready, he began to condense avatars. For him at this moment, there was no difficulty in this process. In a moment, 100 avatars with the same appearance, attire, and features as him appeared in front of him. These avatars each had a strand of his soul, which had no significant impact on him, but allowed these avatars to complete the tasks Su Yang needed them to perform. Su Yang didn't need to be overly polite with his avatars. He issued a direct command to them, instructing them to start their actions. In this manner, a large number of avatars began to sweep the entire Black Serpent Plane. The will of all beings on Su Yang's panel also began to rise rapidly. Black Serpent Plane, Starry Sky Market. With Su Yang's direct intervention leveraging his immense power, the entire Black Serpent Plane, including the 27 Starry Sky Markets, now had a Grand Xia merchant house. The sudden appearance of this entity had attracted the attention of many cultivators within the Starry Sky Markets. Particularly, the fact that even the creators of the Starry Sky Markets had no knowledge of this entity made the cultivators even more curious. Initially, this Grand Xia merchant house was not accessible, even though there was a passage that could span the void. A thin film barrier prevented entry. Now, that thin film had completely disappeared, and the cultivators observing this place instantly transmitted the news to all the cultivators within the Starry Sky Markets. One by one, cultivators from various races, filled with curiosity, entered the Grand Xia merchant house. Currently, although the Grand Xia merchant house was built on a large scale, there wasn't much inside. A single glance revealed the entire inventory. Items like elemental elixirs, starlight essence, and the void chi. Each resource had 4 qualities: inferior, common, superior, and extreme. They were neatly displayed on the counters of the first floor for everyone to see. It turns out this is just a place selling cultivation resources. I thought it was something else, given the grandeur of it. After gaining a clear understanding of the situation here, the curious feeling in the hearts of the foreign cultivators who had entered vanished in an instant. After all, unknown things only piqued one's curiosity when they were concealed. When they were revealed and proved to be no different from the outside world, the intrigue faded away. Wait a minute. An alien cultivator carefully examined the cultivation resources displayed on the counter and quickly noticed something unusual. Look at this inferior elemental elixir. Its purity is rated at 10 points. But the price marked here is the same as what's being sold outside. It's impossible, right? Even if this kind of inferior elemental elixir was really offered for sale, it couldn't possibly be priced the same as regular inferior elemental elixir. Hearing the remarks of the person in front, the alien cultivators behind immediately expressed their disbelief. After all, the price of elemental elixirs was now very transparent and followed a highly regulated pricing system. However, their curiosity was rekindled. One by one, they examined the items on display, and when they saw the quality and price of the elemental elixir, they were all shocked. Is this the real price? Some of the foreign cultivators were still questioning, but some had already begun to take action, rushing to the counter in a single breath. Huh? Human cultivators? At first, they did not pay much attention to the race standing at the counter. In general, they assumed that traders were foreigners. After all, human cultivators did not even have enough for their internal consumption, so how could they possibly offer their resources for sale, let alone make such a big move. Seeing a human cultivator standing in front of the counter, the people who crowded over were somewhat surprised, but they planned to inquire about the price first and leave the surprise for later. Are the resources you sell here really of this quality? And is the price as marked above? This foreign cultivator was now very excited because, after all, being able to buy higher quality cultivation resources at the same price was truly exciting. Yes, it is the price as marked above, but if foreigners buy, it's 10 times the price. The disciple of the Daxiao immortal sect guarding this Daxiao trading company spoke indifferently. The relationship between foreigners and humans was something that the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect had long been aware of. So at this point, the disciple of the Daxiao immortal sect didn't bother to give foreigners a good face. For them, invading humans and suppressing their resources. Now, under the leadership of their great sect master, the human race would eventually rise, and they also had to let out all the grievances suffered by the human race. Why? After hearing the words of the Daxiao immortal sect disciple, this foreign cultivator immediately became angry. It had always been them selling resources to humans at 10 times the price. There had never been a time when they had to pay 10 times the price to buy something from the human race. For what reason? Our sect master has set the price, buy it or leave. The disciple of the Daxiao immortal sect remained calm, showing no courtesy at all. With their great sect master, Su Yang, leading the way, why should they be bothered by the grievances of foreigners? I see that you humans are looking for death. This foreign cultivator immediately became furious. They were used to being arrogant in front of human cultivators, so how could they be bothered by this now? However, as he was speaking, he suddenly noticed the pattern behind the Daxiao immortal sect disciple opposite him. Why did it look so familiar? Scenes from his memories suddenly appeared in the mind of this foreign cultivator. It was an image of a human immortal effortlessly destroying a foreign city. That figure had systematically wiped out all foreign cities hostile to the human race in the entire Black Serpent Plain, and then the remaining neutral foreign cultivators like him did not dare to utter a word, let alone talk about any foreign treaties. After recognizing the pattern on the clothing of the Daxiao immortal sect disciple, this foreign cultivator fell silent on the spot, turned around, and left without any further hesitation. This was an entity he couldn't afford to provoke. Is that it? The Daxiao immortal sect disciple looked at the foreign cultivator who had boldly threatened them, but then ran away halfway through and found it rather amusing. As for why the other party had acted this way, he knew the reason. It all came down to their great sect master. One person, one sword, annihilating all the enemies of the human race, eliminating all the foreigners who had oppressed the human race. These were the great deeds of their magnificent sect master in the source land of the galaxy. Although this scene was not particularly significant, within this narrow space, the strength of the various foreign cultivators was so powerful that they knew exactly what was going on. Foreign cultivators needed to pay 10 times the price to purchase these top-quality cultivation resources. This made the foreign cultivators on the scene extremely uncomfortable, but they had also realized the problem. The human cultivator guarding the front counter had a giant sword emblem on the back of his clothing that was all too familiar to them. It had even been the source of their nightmares for a while, fearing that the giant sword would hang over their necks at any moment. A power where human immortals resided. In the hearts of these foreign cultivators, they quickly found the answer. This was an answer placed plainly in front of them, and as long as one's mind wasn't clouded, they could see it. Although many of the foreign cultivators at the scene felt uncomfortable, none of them dared to cause trouble when they realized who was in charge here. Being uncomfortable was one thing, but getting into trouble would be another matter. Compared to the foreign cultivators who left in a hurry, all the human cultivators who came here in small groups were excited. There was a fiery emotion in their eyes. Before they reached the counter, their voices were trembling with excitement. If we humans were to purchase these resources, is it really the price as marked above? That's right, but there will be a slight limit on the quantity you can purchase. Understood. In the eyes of this human cultivator, having limitations was normal, and being able to buy 1 or 2 drops of elemental elixir was more than enough. Each human cultivator can purchase an amount equivalent to 1 1/3 of their monthly cultivation resources at a time. In other words, if you need 30 drops of elemental elixir for a month of cultivation, you could buy 40 drops, and then you can continue to purchase more next month. After the disciple of the Daxia immortal sect finished speaking, the remaining human cultivator was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought that being able to buy 2 or 3 drops of elemental elixir of this level at once would be more than enough, and he could happily smile for half a day. Now, the other party was saying that he could buy more than a month's worth at once, and he could continue to come back next month to purchase more. Could this be real? What? Do you think it's too little? The Daxiao immortal sect disciple offered a slight explanation. This is a rule established by our great sect master for the benefit of everyone. By setting limitations, we ensure that all human cultivators can come and purchase without monopolizing the resources. No. How could I think it's too little? It's just too good. At this moment, the human cultivator was genuinely excited. This was too good, simply incredible. As long as he could obtain a sufficient amount of galaxy crystal cores, wouldn't he run out of cultivation resources? To confirm the authenticity of this, the human cultivator immediately took out all his galaxy crystal cores and purchased 16 drops of top-quality elemental elixir. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but he only had this many galaxy crystal cores in his possession. The transaction proceeded smoothly. There were no issues, and the 16 drops of top-quality elemental elixir ended up in the hands of this human cultivator, confirming the truth of the matter. Other human cultivators who remained in the Daxia Trading Company also began making their purchases. When was the last time they bought resources at their original price? Even when selling resources to each other within the human race, they were priced 3 to 5 times higher than the foreign cultivators. Now, to buy at the same price as the foreigners, they had never experienced this before. As time passed, the presence of the Daxia Trading Company quickly became well known. Human cultivators in the Black Serpent Plain gathered in various starry marketplaces. They confirmed the authenticity of this matter and proceeded with resource purchases. Although there was a slight limitation, it was as good as none. Human cultivators were well aware of this limitation, and it was only to prevent them from reselling resources. For their own cultivation, it was more than sufficient. So, there was not a hint of complaint from the human cultivators about this limitation. On the side of human cultivators, they were elated with excitement, but the situation was completely different for the foreign cultivators. The appearance of the Daxia Trading Company was a slap in the face for all neutral foreign cultivators, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the treatment they were currently receiving was the same as the treatment they had previously given to human cultivators, they were still very displeased. Of course, the fact that the resources sold in the Daxia Trading Company were of the highest quality within their category made them very envious and eager to buy. However, the tenfold price increase deterred them. It was unfair, incredibly unfair. They wanted to voice their grievances, but they thought of the creator of the Daxia Trading Company and remembered that they had treated human cultivators in the same way before. For a moment, they couldn't find the words to say, leaving them frustrated and speechless. I want to see how much longer this Daxia Trading Company can continue to sell resources like this. It's just a flash in the pan. You're right. In action and words, the foreign cultivators were powerless against the Daxia Trading Company, so they could only make empty threats and find the Daxia Trading Company's only weakness. Selling such top-quality resources, they believed that it wouldn't be long before they were sold out. When that happened, they wouldn't be able to provide more resources to sell naturally, making it a short-lived venture. Even human cultivators were aware of this. They believed that the Daxia Trading Company would not be able to provide an unlimited amount of these resources in the future. So, they used all their galaxy crystal cores to purchase these top-quality cultivation resources. If there were no purchase limitations, some people would definitely choose to hoard a large amount of resources. This was the situation on the Daxia Trading Company's side, and it had just launched but it was incredibly popular and received unprecedented attention. Red Earth Star. Under Hong Tian's leadership, the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect completely wiped out the Silver Moon clan that had invaded Red Earth Star. Currently, there was not a single Silver Moon clan member left on Red Earth Star. They were either driven away by Hong Tian and his disciples, or had become the wandering souls under the control of the Daxiao immortal sect. Before, the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect were worried that after eliminating the Silver Moon clan on Red Earth Star, they would not be able to quickly obtain sect contributions. Now, they didn't need to worry about that at all. They opened the Sword Network, and more than 10 planets had already issued distress signals. The messages were clear, detailing the crises they faced, the number and strength of their enemies. The contribution acquisition method set by the sect master was effective on these planets as well. If they wanted to obtain a sufficient amount of sect contributions, they just needed to go to these planets. Solving the crises on these planets and defeating the enemies they faced would earn them enough sect contributions. It would also be more convenient and faster than on Red Earth Star. They could also use the token's teleportation function to easily travel to these planets. There was no need to spend a lot of time traveling. Haha, senior brother, we were worried before that it would be more difficult to obtain sect contributions in the future, but it looks like there's no need to worry now. Zhang Hu gazed at the additional dozen planets on the Sword Network and couldn't help but be filled with emotion. The power of the sect master was truly incredible, and they could practically resolve any of their needs immediately. That's right, but now we have a sufficient amount of sect contributions. It's better to return and consolidate them first before visiting these planets again. That makes sense. After completely exterminating all the Silver Moon clan members within a short period, they had become instantly rich. They now had a substantial amount of sect contributions, enough to elevate their strength to a higher level. At this point, it was essential for them to put their sect contributions to use, because just holding on to them in their pockets would be equivalent to not acquiring those resources at all. I wonder how much time it will take to refine these resources. It would be great if the sect master could provide something to expedite the refining process for us. Faced with this issue, they once again thought about their versatile sect master. Their sect master was not only great, but also incredibly versatile. If they had to describe it in one sentence, it would be, don't attribute the impossible to the sect master. Black Serpent Plane. After half a day, Su Yang had dealt with all the demonic layers in the Black Serpent Plane. Originally, clearing the entire Black Serpent Plane of demonic layers would have taken at least 10 days. With the assistance of 100 avatars, he managed to complete the task in just half a day. After effortlessly handling everything, Su Yang also gained 33.2 billion will of all beings. This amount of will of all beings was more than what he had accumulated previously. However, Su Yang didn't plan to use this will of all beings for the time being. He would wait until he had accumulated a certain amount before using it for a comprehensive upgrade, which would be more convenient. With 100 avatars, although Su Yang quickly cleaned the entire Black Serpent Plane, it was somewhat inconvenient to use. Without the limitless sword intent support, these avatars would consume a considerable amount of sword intent after eliminating a few demonic layers, leading to their disappearance. In half a day, Su Yang had already reformed his avatars 10 times. Su Yang intended to take a short break and do something else to break the monotony. He didn't want to do this tedious task by himself. Instead, he could have the disciples of the Great Xia sect help him accumulate the will of all beings. The disciples of the Great Xia sect were already providing him with substantial help, bringing in 20 million will of all beings over 10 cosmic days. This was just a small growth for the disciples of the Great Xia sect. If they grew a bit more, wouldn't their assistance become even more significant? Su Yang could easily gain will of all beings by having the disciples help him, which was better than doing the tedious task himself. He didn't urgently need to improve his strength now. In the mortal realm, he was already invincible. He had plenty of time. In the coming days, he planned to enhance the Great Xia world and elevate the disciples of the Great Xia sect. Let the disciples work hard for him. During this process, he wouldn't need to do monotonous and boring tasks continuously. Even laborers could take a break, so how could he not be better than them? In an instant, Su Yang returned to the great Xia city. After returning to the city for a while, Gu Xiu contacted him. Disciples have insufficient time for cultivation, and the resource refining speed is too slow. Are the human cities in the Black Serpent Plain being invaded by the alien races? Inquire if the Great Xia sect can be stationed. Gu Xiu brought up two issues. One was related to the disciples' cultivation, and the other pertained to the human cities in the Black Serpent Plain. In Su Yang's view, both of these issues were not significant and could be easily resolved. Moreover, solving the first issue would naturally lead to the resolution of the second. As for the problem with cultivation time, Su Yang could easily create a special time domain with his sword intent, allowing him to use a day as if it were several days or even longer. This would naturally resolve the issue. This task was not particularly difficult. As for the cities in the Black Serpent Plain, if they need help, treat them the same way as Blackhorn City. Have them set up sword network cores, and then transmit their encountered difficulties and crises to the sword network for the disciples of the Great Xia sect to choose from. Although the disciples participating in cosmic wars within the sect are still not sufficiently strong, it won't take long. Su Yang had a profound understanding of this situation. The disciples of the Great Xia sect were not lacking in cultivation resources, and he provided them with some extra assistance, so their strength would improve in a matter of time. After a while, the sect's internal disciples would all have elevated their strength. They wouldn't need to spend 10 or 100 years to enhance their strength like other cultivators. Understood. Gu Xiu immediately acknowledged. After that, he would need to connect with other Star Lords. After Gu Xiu left, Su Yang first replenished a batch of sword network cores, totaling 1 million. It took him a little over an hour. While manufacturing 1 million sword network cores in 1 hour was considered somewhat slow by his standards, it was still acceptable. With this batch of sword network cores, he wouldn't have to worry about this matter for a short period. He could let Gu Xiu handle it as discussed. Following Gu Xiu's advice, they could now deploy all the sword network cores within the human star systems in the Black Serpent Plain. This would truly pave the way for the Starry Road. Su Yang then proceeded to research the domain of time. There wasn't much to research here, and he could simply use his will of all beings to create a suitable sword technique. In the blink of an eye, he had crafted this technique. With his current power, he could slow time by a factor of 100. If a day passed in the cosmic realm, within this time domain, 100 days would elapse. He arranged this time domain within the Daxia sect. From now on, the disciples of the Daxia sect could use it directly. After making these arrangements, Su Yang released an announcement to inform the sect's disciples about the existence of this time domain. Otherwise, if it was created but the disciples didn't know about it and didn't use it, it would be a great loss. After taking care of these two matters, Su Yang began to research whether his avatars could go to the immortal realm. He experimented a bit and found that the method was feasible, but he couldn't do it right now. With his current strength, he could sense the barrier between the mortal realm and the immortal realm. He could also breach this barrier to ascend to the immortal realm. However, this applied to his past circumstances. When using his avatars to cross over, the situation was somewhat different. Avatars could enter the immortal realm using their own power without a problem. But there was a special link between him and his avatars, and this link was somewhat fragile. It couldn't withstand the chaotic flows within the barrier passage. These chaotic flows could break the connection between him and his avatars. To resolve this, he would need to further enhance his strength. In other words, using avatars to explore the immortal realm was possible, but with his current strength, he couldn't do it. It would require him to boost his power in the future. As for the specific level required, he would need to experiment later to find out. For now, he wasn't in a rush to enter the immortal realm. He still had matters to attend to within the cosmic mortal realm. After dealing with these affairs, Su Yang decided to take a 3-day rest. He would check on the situation in the star system restricted zone after 3 days. Resting, of course, didn't mean resting in the star system source world. Su Yang immediately returned to the Dachao world and found a picturesque spot to start his first period of leisure. He gazed at the mountains, the water, and even tried his hand at fishing. This was the first time he had truly relaxed since arriving in this world. In the past, he had either been focused on improving his strength or embroiled in various matters. He had never taken a break for himself. Although the feeling of strength improvement was exhilarating, he had wound himself too tight. Now that he was invincible in this world, he could enjoy the life he liked without worries. As for changing the entire situation for humanity throughout the universe, it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It would take a long time and could not be done by him alone. He had to wait for the disciples of the Dachao sect to grow. By that time, things would naturally change. Dachao sect, a group of disciples who had returned from the conflict on the Red Earth Star and were now digesting their sect contributions, suddenly received a notification. The time domain has been created and is available for use. You may go to the designated location and use it. Zhang Hu, who was practicing at the moment, couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the sect master!" Even though they were used to this kind of service, they were still astonished. After the introduction of this function, the disciples of the Dachao sect immediately started using it. Within the time domain, they depleted their sect contributions in less than 2 days. As a result, their power reached a whole new level. After boosting their power, they turned their attention back to the rescue messages posted by the star systems on the Sword Network. Now, it was the turn of these star systems. This rapid method of enhancing their strength fascinated all the disciples of the Dachao sect. With numerous disciples of the Dachao sect emerging from their seclusion, they once again focused their attention on these star systems. However, this time they did not opt for collective action. They didn't all squeeze into one star system. This time, they operated in courtyards, with disciples of each courtyard grouping together and heading toward the designated star systems that matched their strength. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a serene location within the Dachao world, Su Yang rose from a reclining chair and lazily stretched after 3 days of unprecedented relaxation. He had never felt such relaxation in the past 3 days. However, it was time for him to get back to action. My will of all beings has increased by 300 million. Su Yang checked his stats through the interface. Compared to 3 days ago, he had gained an additional 300 million will of all beings, even though he hadn't done anything during these 3 days. The reason for the increase in the will of all beings can only be attributed to one thing, which is the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect. After a brief deduction, Su Yang immediately understood what was happening. It turned out that the disciples of the Dachao Heaven sect were utilizing the high-speed cultivation state within the time domain to rapidly enhance their strength within a short period of time, which they then integrated into various planets. Now, the assistance provided by the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect had started to show some results. In just 3 days, they had contributed 3 billion units to the will of all beings. However, the true harvest only came on the 3rd day. In other words, the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect were now adding 3 billion units of the will of all beings to him every day. This was only the beginning, and it could be anticipated that in the time to come, the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect would bring him even greater gains. This undoubtedly proved that Su Yang's choice was the right one. By elevating the strength of the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect, he could reap even greater rewards. If that's the case, I should go and check the situation of the Celestial Spring in the Galactic Restricted Zone. If we can obtain the Celestial Spring, the Dachao world can once again advance to the level of small thousand worlds. By then, the cultivation environment will be more advantageous for the disciples within the sect. After some preparation, Su Yang decided to head to the Galactic Restricted Zone. Using his cause and effect sword technique for deduction, he quickly pinpointed the nearest location of a Galactic Restricted Zone. The Galactic Restricted Zone existed within the cosmos, not in the source region of star systems. There is only one Galactic Restricted Zone for every 1,000 star systems. The distance was quite vast, but with Su Yang's current power, traveling through the cosmos was a straightforward task, even if it involved crossing multiple star systems. By directly using his sword intent to traverse space, as long as he could lock onto a location, he could easily cross over. Using the cause and effect sword technique for deduction allowed him to pinpoint the location and then proceed with the spatial leap. This was not a difficult task. Su Yang chuckled while stepping into the void passage in front of him. In the blink of an eye, when Su Yang reappeared, he was already in the cosmic starry sky. Su Yang looked ahead. It was a plateau floating in the starry sky. This plateau was incredibly vast, but it was still completely enveloped by Su Yang's sword intent. The plateau was covered by numerous patches of black haze, numbering in the hundreds. In the center of the plateau was a black vortex. It emanated a faint sense of fragmentation. This wasn't the fragmentation of space or the world. Upon closer examination, Su Yang's heart was filled with uncertainty. Cosmic fragmentation? Su Yang began to use his sword intent to gather information about this peculiar area. Soon, many crucial pieces of information appeared in his mind. The evil deity, merits, and the evil deity's weaving of closed-loop worlds. Breaking the closed-loop world, killing the evil deity, and gaining merits. Merits can be exchanged for the cultivation resources one needs. The evil deity occupies positions with abundant high-level resources. Immortal elements, immortal stones, and even celestial springs. Among this information, the most crucial element is what is known as the evil deity. These black areas are the closed-loop worlds woven by the evil deity. There are at least hundreds of them. The evil deity, based on the information Su Yang collected, is an advanced version of the evil spirit. The evil spirit can be described as a single rule, and its power of fear is quite evident. If one masters it, they can exterminate others. The evil deity, however, is different. The evil deity is also a rule-based special creature, but it is more advanced than the evil spirit. The evil deity can weave closed-loop worlds. Cultivators need to enter these worlds and break the closed-loop worlds woven by the evil deity according to the evil deity's rules to kill the evil deity. A closed-loop world means that all outcomes are predetermined, and everything is destined to happen. For cultivators like Su Yang, who enter as outsiders, there is a chance to break this type of closed-loop world. These closed-loop worlds woven by the evil deity will keep replaying until they are broken. This doesn't constitute a real world, but rather a fabricated world created by the evil deity, which is why it can keep replaying. The strength and realm of the evil deity are determined by the intensity of the woven world. The stronger the woven world, the stronger the evil deity. The intensity of the woven world is determined by two factors: the size of the world and the time from the beginning to the end of the closed loop. Among the information Su Yang collected, the weakest closed-loop worlds are at the village level. A village, along with its surrounding landscapes, environment, and events, forms a closed-loop world. It takes only one day from the beginning to the end. Such worlds are the weakest, also known as celestial-level closed-loop worlds. Even the weakest evil deities possess the realm of celestial immortals. However, breaking any closed-loop world, as Su Yang learned from the information, is not a simple task. As for the reason, it involves the rules of closed-loop worlds. The evil deity possesses the characteristics of the evil spirit, but it's stronger. Without breaking the closed-loop world woven by the evil deity according to the evil deity's rules, the evil deity cannot be killed. Even the world woven by the evil deity cannot be forcibly destroyed. Even if one continuously shatters the closed-loop world woven by the evil deity, it will keep restoring itself. As for the rules inside the closed-loop world, what the focal point of the loop is and how to break it, one can only know after entering the closed-loop world. Closed-loop world. A special rule-based world woven by the evil deity. Why do I feel that this evil deity shouldn't be called an evil deity? This thing doesn't even seem to be a creature from this universe. Due to his own immense power, Su Yang was able to sense more information. He could sense that the cosmic consciousness had a strong aversion to this kind of evil deity. This aversion he had not felt in the evil spirit. Su Yang continued to organize the information he had collected. After entering the galactic restricted zone, he could establish a connection with the cosmic consciousness. He could access an exchange panel. On it, he could see the merits he had obtained, as well as the cost required for exchanging some high-level resources. After exterminating the evil deity, the area where the evil deity's woven world was located would also have many high-level cultivation resources remaining. For other cultivators, it could be said that as long as they exterminate a closed-loop world and kill an evil deity, they could obtain numerous benefits. However, this was for other cultivators. When Su Yang saw the attributes of these evil deities, his eyes widened. Evil deity, 4 dimensions, level, Lv.653, celestial immortal. Abilities, weaving rules, killing reward. Will of all beings, 4 dimensions, XL point. 4 dimensions, will of all beings. Su Yang's mind exploded with thoughts, considering many possibilities, but the most crucial point was, this thing must be very important. After Su Yang saw the panel of the evil deities, he suddenly became interested. As long as he killed a celestial immortal level evil deity, Su Yang would gain 1 point of 4 dimensions, will of all beings. For a true immortal level evil deity, he could obtain 10 points of 4 dimensions will of all beings. Leaving aside the rest, just this kind of 4 dimensions will of all beings was undoubtedly a high-level resource. A single thought divided the entire galactic restricted zone, which was occupied by a multitude of cultivators. In total, there were 123 evil deities, meaning there were 123 closed-loop worlds woven by evil deities. Some of these closed-loop worlds were occupied by some cultivators and were in the process of exploration. In this case, if Su Yang joined in, he would definitely be driven away, even though his strength would allow him to forcibly occupy them. However, he didn't like doing so. After all, not every closed-loop world woven by an evil deity in this galactic restricted zone was occupied by cultivators. Some had yet to be explored by any. If Su Yang needed to enter a closed-loop world, he only needed to enter these. However, in this galactic restricted zone, there were territories occupied by humans. Since he had just arrived here, he wasn't too familiar with the place, so he decided to go and have a look at the territories occupied by humans. He wanted to get acquainted with the situation here before making a decision. Human territory. In the galactic restricted zone, humans occupied a total of 7 closed-loop worlds. The number of human cultivators who had come here wasn't very high, only a bit over 100. Among them, there was only 1 true immortal, while the rest were at the celestial immortal realm. It wasn't just that human cultivators came in fewer numbers. Other non-human races had similarly low numbers. A galactic restricted zone existed within over 1,000 star systems. Logically speaking, even if only those at the level of celestial immortals, or true immortals, were to come, there should be tens of thousands of cultivators. However, the actual situation was different. In the entire galactic restricted zone, there were probably only a few thousand cultivators. Humans occupied a total of 7 closed-loop worlds, and they had established a base within these worlds. The base was quite small, resembling a village. Inside this base, it was further divided into 7 teams, each with a different size. This also represented the different levels of the closed-loop worlds each team occupied. The largest team had over 50 people, while the smaller ones had only 6 members. After Su Yang entered the territory, a member of the smallest team approached him. "I am Chao Tianla. I greet you, fellow Taoist. Are you new to this place?" "I am Su Yang, and I greet you as well, fellow Taoist." "Indeed, I am new to this place." "In that case, allow me to explain how things work here." "Please do." Chao Tianla was very enthusiastic, but Su Yang knew the purpose behind this enthusiasm. Nonetheless, it suited his interests, so he went along with it. Compared to the information Su Yang had gathered on his own, Chao Tianla's explanations were undoubtedly more comprehensive, and Su Yang learned many details. Closed-loop worlds are created by evil deities. When entering a closed-loop world, you receive an identity, such as that of a regular villager. In that case, you can only temporarily wield the power of a regular villager. Unless you do something to grow within the closed-loop world, you won't be able to use stronger abilities. If you use powers beyond that of a regular villager, the evil deity will pursue you. If you're expelled from the closed-loop world during this time, you can only exit and re-enter, starting from scratch. This essentially equates to failure, because each phase from the beginning to the end of the closed-loop world is crucial. If you miss out on certain things, or have already obtained an improved strength and lose it due to expulsion, you won't be able to break the closed-loop world. After Chao Tianla explained things to Su Yang, he had a general understanding of the situation within the closed-loop worlds. Upon entering a closed-loop world, you receive a new identity. Inside the closed-loop world, you can only use this identity, and the power you can utilize cannot exceed this identity. For example, if you're just a regular villager, you cannot use extraordinary powers. However, if you, as a regular villager, achieve some improvement within the closed-loop world, you can unlock some of your inherent abilities. You can enter closed-loop worlds at any time, but if you enter during the middle stages, you may miss out on many resources from the initial stages, which could determine whether you can break the closed-loop world or not. Without acquiring these resources, you lose all hope of breaking the closed-loop world. As for why there are so few cultivators in this galactic restricted zone, there is a reason. In the immortal domain, there are also numerous evil deities. Killing an evil deity of the same level in the immortal domain yields 10 times the rewards of the mortal domain. For example, killing a celestial immortal level evil deity in the mortal domain can earn you 100 merit points, while in the immortal domain, you can gain 1,000 points. Furthermore, in the immortal domain, the range of resources within the area covered by the evil deity's woven world is also more abundant. So, ordinary celestial immortals from a mortal domain come here to get a feel for conquering closed-loop worlds. After adapting, they usually return and wait for an opportunity to enter the immortal domain. Su Yang was a little puzzled. Since breaking the closed-loop world's evil deity would lead to their death, why didn't the evil deities set up these closed-loop worlds as unsolvable, where outsiders would be targeted and killed upon entry? Upon hearing Su Yang's doubt, Chao Tianla explained, after an evil deity has woven the world, they can only act according to the world's rules. They cannot break the rules themselves. However, they can target us within those rules. The events within the closed-loop world are predetermined, such as when crises will occur, and everything is set in stone. When we outsiders enter, the evil deity can only send crises at specific times. As for why they don't make it unsolvable, based on our speculation, the fundamental requirement for woven worlds is that there must be a solution. As for why a solution is called a closed-loop world, it's because the entities within the closed-loop world, even if there is a solution, are unable to meet the requirements. Evil deities create these worlds and must also exist within them, albeit we don't know in what way. But even evil deities must operate within the rules. For example, if only basic foundation stage power can appear during a specific time, even an evil deity can only utilize that level of power. While it seems like the evil deity is tightly constrained, I know that these evil deities have privileges within the world. It's just a matter of scale. These outsiders, like us, will inevitably be targeted by the evil deities. However, this is necessary. Otherwise, the closed-loop world wouldn't be so challenging to break. After Chao Tianla's explanation, Su Yang had a better understanding. In the closed-loop worlds woven by evil deities, when events occur and what kind of crisis takes place during specific time periods are all predetermined. In addition, these events must have solutions. Otherwise, there would be no world. Evil deities, even when creating such worlds, have to adhere to the rules of the world. For instance, they can only employ powers that match a certain level during specific phases. Although it appears that evil deities are tightly constrained, Su Yang understood that they have special privileges within these worlds, just on a different scale. After Su Yang grasped the situation, Chao Tianla extended an invitation. Su Daoist, our group has occupied a village-level closed-loop world, and our progress in conquering it is good. However, our number is still a bit low. Are you interested in joining us? Su Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. He had originally planned to find someone to guide him into the closed-loop worlds, and now that they had invited him, he chose to join. After agreeing to Chao Tianla's invitation, they took Su Yang to their team's resting area. Chao Tianla's team had a total of 6 members, and with Su Yang, they now had 7. The other 5 members were named Gu Daofeng, Zhang Xiaoming, Xu Qingqing, and Bowen and Kai Yiming. These individuals were all at the celestial immortal realm, while Su Yang was the only true immortal among them. However, they weren't aware of Su Yang's realm, assuming he was also a celestial immortal. After getting to know each other a bit, they began to explain the closed-loop world they were currently conquering. Su Daoist, the closed-loop world we are conquering is called Survive for a Day. The names of these worlds are determined by the universal consciousness, which formulates the world's name based on the requirements to break the closed-loop world. In this closed-loop world, as long as we can survive for a day, we can shatter the closed-loop world and gain 100 merit points. Su Yang nodded in understanding. 100 merit points were quite substantial, and he could exchange them for a low-grade immortal spring, which required only 500 merit points. Afterward, Chao Tianla and his companions explained some basic aspects of the closed-loop world to Su Yang. Within the span of one day, crises would arise from the apparition of demons during the night. Those demons were possibly the evil deities' presence within that closed-loop world. The method to break the loop revolved around a wounded Taoist in the village. According to Chao Tianla, they needed to start by providing medical treatment to the injured Taoist. Then, by fulfilling the Taoist requests, they could gradually release their strength and become capable of confronting the demons at night. Currently, Chao Tianla's group was stuck at the night stage. After nightfall, they couldn't withstand the demon attacks. It was certain that they had overlooked certain conditions they hadn't fulfilled yet, and the problem was they didn't know what they had missed. That's the basic idea. We'll discuss the specifics once we're inside, Chao Tianla said. We entered the world and failed yesterday. Today, this closed-loop world is about to replay, so we need to go now. All right, Su Yang agreed with a nod. Su Yang followed the group, and in a flash, they arrived in an area covered by black mist. Closed-loop world. Survive for a day. Weaving evil deity. Mid-celestial immortal. Closed. Loop stage. Stage 1 closed. Loop duration. 1 day current stage. About to replay. 00 to 5352. Participant limit. 0 out of 10. World identity. Villager. World range. Lu Family Village by Mang Mountain. Shattering requirement. Survive for a day. Shattering reward. 100 merit points. This was the information about the closed-loop world that they could see from the outside, provided by the universal consciousness. This kind of situation, specifically targeted by the universal consciousness, was enough to demonstrate how unfavorable the evil deities were treated by the universal consciousness. As for why the universal consciousness didn't simply destroy these evil deities, there might be some special reasons, but Su Yang didn't know for now. It could be a matter of power or perhaps other issues. Su friend, we only need a casual clone to enter this closed-loop world. The strength of the demon inside isn't very strong. It's only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. If we weren't restricted to following the rules inside, I could blow this demon away with a breath, Chao Tianla explained. Good, Su Yang acknowledged. In an instant, a sword intent clone appeared. He could manifest the first form of his clone's sword technique. From this point on, they only needed to wait for the closed-loop world to begin replaying. However, Su Yang had more thoughts on his mind. Despite the demon's strength being only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, based on what Chao Tianla and his group said, they could only raise their strength to the 2nd level of Qi refinement during their exploration before the demon appeared at night. This put them in completely different leagues. 1 minute passed quickly. When the time came, the stagnant black mist in front of them started to flow, signaling that it was time to enter. Let's go. With a thought, their 7 clone figures entered the closed-loop world. Lu Family Village. Creek. Su-Yang pushed open a wooden door and stepped out of a room. I've been limited to an ordinary person. After briefly assessing his current strength, he found that it was as Chao Tianla and others had described. Upon entering this world, their abilities were restricted. These restrictions could be broken at any time, but breaking them would also disrupt the rules, making it impossible to shatter the closed-loop world. The consequence would be expulsion from the closed-loop world by the evil deity. Su-Yang took a moment to observe the surrounding environment. It was a typical ancient small village without any distinctive features. The village was home to just a few dozen households and wasn't very large. Soon, Su-Yang joined Chao Tianla and the others. The time in this closed-loop world was early morning, around 6:00. Let's go. First, we'll save that injured Taoist. Chao Tianla led the group towards the village. Su-Yang followed silently, contemplating many things. Inside a closed-loop world, there wouldn't be any clues, meaning all information needed to be collected personally. To discover how to break the world's closed loop, they would have to explore, find a way to locate any vitality left by the evil deity when arranging the world's operating rules. Considering this, Su-Yang wondered if he could utilize his cause and effect sword technique in this closed-loop world. While he couldn't exert his powers inside the closed-loop world, he might be able to use his abilities outside the closed-loop world to deduce the world's operating rules and find a way to break it. He decided to give it a try. Su-Yang's primary body outside the closed-loop world activated his sword intent, enveloping the entire closed-loop world, using the cause and effect sword technique to collect the necessary information and deduce the world's operating rules to find a solution. After some experimentation, it indeed worked. Inside the closed-loop world, Su-Yang had a different perspective on the world. He saw 5 golden threads of causality, each pointing in a direction relevant to breaking the world's closed loop. One of them seemed to correspond to the injured Taoist they were heading to. However, to successfully use this ability, one needed to have a higher realm than the evil deity who created the closed-loop world. Currently, the evil deity's realm in front of Su-Yang was only at the mid-stage of the heavenly immortal realm, making it easy for Su-Yang to deduce the world's operating rules. If the evil deity who created the closed-loop world had a higher realm than Su-Yang, he wouldn't be able to deduce the rules. This newfound ability could assist Su-Yang significantly. He no longer needed to waste time collecting information within the closed-loop world like Chao Tianla and the others. Now he could directly pinpoint the key points for breaking the closed loop. The causality threads indicated where the world's crucial factors lay. However, these threads didn't provide specific information about the nature of these factors, their significance, or how they could help. All of this would require Su-Yang to explore and discover on his own. This advantage saved Su-Yang a great deal of time and avoided the confusion of entering the world with limited information. It was easy to get stuck if you missed a key piece of information, which could prevent you from progressing. Su-Yang decided to follow the guidance of the first causality thread. With the realms of all of them suppressed to that of ordinary people, it took about 15 minutes to reach the injured Taoist location on their path to save him. After the past quarter hour, they finally found the injured Taoist at the foot of a mountain. According to Chao Tianla and his group, they learned about this injured Taoist from the villagers. Normally, the injured Taoist wouldn't have been discovered by the villagers of Lu's village until the afternoon, but by the time they found him, he had already become a corpse. To obtain this information, they had to go through this closed-loop world a total of 30 times. If it were Su-Yang, with his current abilities, he could easily pinpoint this location and arrive. This crucial piece of information was just one thread of destiny, but there were 4 more. Perhaps by following the guidance of these threads of destiny to gradually understand the situations in the other 4 directions, they might be able to break through this closed-loop world. Su-Yang speculated silently, but for now, they decided to carry the injured Taoist back first. Transporting the injured Taoist took some time, and they returned to Lu's village once again, arranging the Taoist comfortably. The frail injured Taoist lay on a sickbed. Thank you all for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have died at the foot of that desolate mountain. But now I'm seriously injured. I wonder if you noble warriors can fetch me a life essence grass. I'll be greatly indebted, the Taoist said. Taoist, where can we find this life essence grass? And how should we go about it? They inquired. In the White Mang Mountain, within the tiger's den in the wild boar forest, there's a life essence grass growing. If you can retrieve it, I'll regain some of my strength. Fear not, Taoist. We'll swiftly fetch it, Chao Tianla replied. After the conversation, Chao Tianla led the group towards the same White Mang Mountains location they had just come from. This was a crucial step in enhancing their strength. By obtaining the life essence grass for the injured Taoist, he could provide them with some enhancement pills, which would raise their cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. For Su Yang, this was akin to accepting a quest, and upon completing it, they could unlock some of their potential in this closed-loop world. However, as they finished the conversation with the Taoist, Su Yang noticed an additional thread of destiny in his eyes. The number of threads had increased from 5 to 6. Why was this? Su Yang thought back to the conversation with Chao Tianla and his group and quickly realized the key. In the closed-loop world, everything was predetermined, and events that would inevitably happen during a specific time period wouldn't manifest before that time arrived. For instance, the life essence grass they needed to acquire wouldn't appear until the designated time. Only after the life essence grass had manifested in White Mang Mountain could his fate construction calculate the consequences. After all, if something didn't exist in the world, no matter how incredible the fate was, it wouldn't matter. It seemed that as time passed, more threads of destiny concerning this world would accumulate. Only by gradually exploring these threads of destiny and obtaining their key aspects could they have a chance to break free from this closed-loop world. Chao Taoist, since this injured Taoist can provide us with something to enhance our strength, why doesn't he give it to us now? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Well, I have considered that, but he won't hand it over without us bringing the life essence grass. He's adamant about that, Chao Tianla explained. Can we just take it by force? He's injured now and can't beat us, can he? After all, this was just a fictitious world woven by evil gods, and Su Yang didn't have as many reservations. We've tried that, but if we attempt to take it by force, the Taoist can still use some magic, and with our ordinary strength, he could kill us instantly. Since this Taoist will die after noon, can't we wait for him to die and then search his body? Su Yang suggested. That's not really feasible. We must go in the morning to save this Taoist and obtain the strength-enhancing items from him. If we delay even a bit, he'll already be dead and everything on him will be gone. Why would everything be gone? Not entirely clear, but it's possible that demons or spirits might be responsible because the reason he's injured is due to an attack by a demon. And if we don't save this Taoist, we won't be able to resist the demons at night. Our ability to resist them at night primarily depends on the Taoist. All right, after understanding the situation, Su Yang and the others arrived at White Mang Mountain and the location of the tiger's den. Chao Tianla and the others were already well acquainted with the situation, so upon their arrival, they began setting traps, preparing to hunt the tigers within the den. Su Yang, seeing this, was puzzled. With our ordinary human strength, it should be simple to kill a tiger, right? Why go through all this trouble? Could it be that even the tiger here possesses some cultivation? Chao Tianla and the others stopped their actions, looking surprised. Killing a tiger with ordinary human strength. Simple? Su Taoist, are you sure it's simple? Though within this closed-loop world, we can only exert the strength of an ordinary person and can't exceed it, in terms of the body-tempering realm, without surpassing 1,000 pounds of strength. Even as ordinary people, we're different from regular mortals. We've slightly gained some power since stepping onto the path of cultivation, not exactly like ordinary people. So, my 999 pounds of strength combined with ordinary human physical attributes at the peak, along with our reflexes and techniques, it should be relatively easy for us to kill an ordinary tiger, right? Su Yang explained his rationale. Well, Chao Tianla and the others were dumbfounded. Could it be done this way? Until now, in their cultivation journey, matters like physical cultivation, not to mention forgetting they hadn't even attempted it. This, Sovereign Sue, what you're saying makes sense, but none of us have undergone body refinement. These avatars also lack the power for body refinement. Even if we want to use this method now, we have to wait until the next time we come in to give the avatars a bit of body refining power. Su Yang's words opened up the minds of Chao Tianla and the others, making them realize that this is indeed a viable solution. However, as they themselves said, they would have to wait until the next time to use this method. No problem. My avatar possesses the power of body refinement. You don't need to go through the trouble of setting traps. Let me handle it. Good. Su Yang also understood that these beings who have reached this realm of cultivation have no idea how long they have been practicing cultivation. Moreover, from the beginning, they must have had extremely high talent to reach this stage. Therefore, why would they touch the power of body refinement? Next, Chao Tianla had someone lure a tiger out of its den. If it were placed before, they would have to lure the tiger to the location of the trap. But now they lured it to an open area and let Su Yang deal with it. The whole process was not difficult, and Su Yang easily dispatched the tiger with a hatchet. Although their abilities were restricted, their reaction and consciousness, two abilities that were of great help in battle, were not limited. After successfully dealing with the tiger, they found a vitality grass growing in the crack of the cave's wall. After retrieving the vitality grass, Chao Tianla was about to lead everyone away. Su Yang looked at the tiger's corpse and asked, "Can this tiger's corpse bring us any help?" Chao Tianla shook his head and said, "It can't bring any help. This is just an ordinary tiger. At most, it can be sold for some silver in the mortal world. But now, in this closed-loop world, we can only move around Lu family village and by Mang Mountain. Naturally, it's not very useful for us." Although Chao Tianla said this, Su Yang saw a thread of karma on the tiger's body. The existence of karma threads means it's related to the world's upheaval. The corpse of this tiger definitely has a purpose they don't know about. Bring the corpse of this tiger with us. I have a feeling it might be useful, though we haven't discovered it yet. Since this thing might be useful, Su Yang naturally wouldn't let it go to waste and asked Chao Tianla and the others to take it along. Chao Tianla didn't reject this request either. Maybe it does have some use. Although they brought it back once before, it was only for the injured old Taoist to examine. After he deemed it useless, they had ignored the tiger's corpse. In hindsight, they might indeed have missed something significant. This is also a flaw they have at this level. Even if they don't look down on mundane things, they unconsciously overlook or deem things useless because of their high cultivation. Su Yang, on the other hand, is different from them. His growth has been rapid, and he can clearly discern the utility of each thing. He doesn't label something as useless just because someone else says so. Of course, the most crucial factor is Su Yang's help from the karma thread, which enables him to see clearly that the tiger's corpse must be useful. On the way back, Su Yang also asked if they had explored the entire village. Chao Tianla replied that they did it first, but after rescuing the injured old Taoist, they didn't explore the village much. They had already done a thorough search and found nothing special. Su Yang didn't say much after hearing this, but he was aware that Chao Tianla and the others' approach was definitely wrong. Although the injured old Taoist is one of the key points in the upheaval, he's not the only one. There are at least 4 more karma threads in the village. They soon returned to the village with the vitality grass and the tiger's corpse. As they didn't know the tiger's corpse's purpose at the time, Su Yang had them place it in his courtyard. He took the vitality grass and returned to the old Taoist. The injured old Taoist was extremely excited upon seeing everyone return with the vitality grass. He sat up from the bed. After taking the vitality grass, he began to refine it. In just a short moment, his injuries improved significantly, and his complexion turned ruddy. Though it was better compared to his previous ashen state, his injuries were still very severe. The injured old Taoist kept his promise as well. After everyone brought back the vitality grass, he took out 7 qi refining pills from his pocket. Since I was injured by a demon, according to my observations, that demon intends to devour the entire Lu family village. I managed to repel it last night, but it will strike again tonight. I can't just stand by and watch the village get massacred by the demon. However, with my current strength, I'm no match for it. These are 7 chi refining pills. After you take them, you will gain the cultivation level of the first layer of chi refining. But that's not enough. At your current strength, it's not sufficient. If you can go to Bai Mang Mountain, hunt down the level 2 chi refining boar demon hiding in the wild boar forest, and bring back its heart blood along with the demon core, I can concoct a potion to enhance your strength. Your strength will be further enhanced, and perhaps you can be of some assistance tonight, the old Taoist said, taking out 7 pills. Chi refining pill. First layer, status, temporary. Level, first stage for dimensions. Quality, low grade. Function, unlocks the cultivation level of the first layer of chi refining after consumption. Limitation, effective only within the duration of closed loop world. Survive. One day, receiving the pills from the old Taoist, they all consumed them and immediately gained the power of the first layer of chi refining. At the same time, they received a new task to hunt down a level 2 chi refining boar demon. According to Chao Tianla's past experiences, as long as they can bring back the heart blood and demon core of the level 2 chi refining boar demon, their strength will once again be elevated. In Su Yang's perspective, a new karma thread emerged at this time, indicating that the level 2 chi refining boar demon had reappeared. Exiting the room of the injured old Taoist, the group began to discuss how to deal with the level 2 chi refining boar demon. Before, we always suffered casualties when dealing with the level 2 chi refining boar demon because our mana is limited. We can only use one spell. Now, with an extra person, maybe we won't experience casualties again. Chao Tianla spoke with excitement. Losing one person less would make a significant difference in a major battle. It increased their chances of survival. But Su Yang looked somewhat strange. Limited mana? Do you mean you have to slowly recover your mana? Su Yang couldn't help but ask, making Chao Tianla smile bitterly. Sovereign Su, you may not know, but right now, we only possess the power of the first layer of chi refining. So, the capacity and recovery rate of our mana are both at the level of the first layer of chi refining. You'll understand if you try it. Su Yang felt a momentary expenditure of his sword intent, which was then replenished, and he couldn't help but wonder if he was somehow different. So, could he use sword techniques limitlessly, just like in the outside world? At the first layer of chi refining, his sword intent would be at LVI. But even with limitless use of LVI sword intent, it shouldn't be sufficient to contend with a second layer of chi refining. At this point, Su Yang had an idea. It seemed that as long as he could grow a little in this closed-loop world, he could start dominating. Using LVI sword intent to deal with the most powerful beings might not work, considering the vast gap in power between a level 6 chi refining demon and a LVI sword intent. Even if he could use sword techniques limitlessly, it would be pointless if he couldn't break through the defenses of a level 6 chi refining demon. Dealing with the most formidable demons might not be feasible, but in this closed-loop world, his growth would be rapid. There wouldn't be any mission segments that could hold him back. He could bypass them all. Take, for example, the task of dealing with a level 2 chi refining boar demon. Chao Tianla and his group might need to devise various strategies, be cautious about mana consumption, and so on. Would Su Yang need to consider all that? Under the influence of limitless sword techniques, a mere realm difference hardly counted as a disadvantage. All right, I understand, but I might be a little different from you. Everyone's circumstances are different. A slight difference is perfectly normal, Chao Tianla replied with a smile, not too concerned. Different? A slight difference is perfectly normal, but how much of a difference could there be? After the conversation, they set off once again towards Bai Mang Mountain. Although there were still 4 karma threads pointing to events in the Lu family village, Su Yang didn't rush to explore them. According to Chao Tianla, there would be a 2-hour window after they killed the boar demon, during which the injured old Taoist would refine the boar demon's heart, blood, and demon core to create pills that would boost their strength. They would have 2 hours to explore freely. During this time, Su Yang could take the opportunity to investigate the other 4 karma threads pointing within the village. With a clear plan in mind, the group quickly continued their journey. After walking for some time, they arrived at the wild boar forest on by Mang Mountain. Because Chao Qianla and the others had acted here many times before, they were very familiar with the area and easily located the level 2 Qi refining boar demon's location. After pinpointing its location, Chao Qianla began to plan tactics. However, Su Yang straightforwardly said, "This is too troublesome. Let's just go ahead and attack. I'm a little different from you guys, and I should be able to take down this level 2 Qi refining boar demon single-handedly." Su Daoist, it's better not to act recklessly in situations like this. After all, if we fail, we'll waste another day, Chao Tianlo advised, slightly concerned about Su Yang's words. The others also didn't have much faith in Su Yang's idea of single-handedly taking on a level 2 Qi refining boar demon. In battles between human cultivators and demon beasts at the same realm, human cultivators usually weren't at an advantage because demon beasts had extraordinarily sturdy bodies. Human cultivators in the Qi refining stage often had limited mana, and their spells were less potent, to the point where they couldn't even break through the skin of a demon beast of the same realm. In this situation, they naturally didn't think highly of Su Yang's idea of single-handedly taking on a level 2 Qi refining boar demon. Su Yang didn't explain further and simply unleashed a series of thunderous roar attacks. Although LVI, thunderous roar, had limited power, it was still sufficient to easily shatter a tree. Su Yang only had a thought, and one after another, thunderous swords condensed in the void. The surrounding trees suffered as well. Within moments, dozens of trees were shattered. Amidst the chaos, Chao Tianla and others were dumbfounded. I can use my techniques without being limited by mana when dealing with a Qi refining stage 2 pig demon. I don't foresee any major issues. Su Yang calmly explained the situation. Friend, your situation seems a tad different from ours. Chao Tianla's thoughts churned internally. Well, it was just a tad different. In reality, it was more than just a tad. After a brief moment of shock, Chao Tianla quickly regained his composure. If Su Yang had this kind of ability, then whether it was the impending crisis or the battle at night, it would be extremely advantageous for them. He could even see a glimmer of hope in shattering the enclosed world. Friend, it might be better not to use thunder attributes against the pig demon to avoid shattering the heart's blood and demon core. Could you try another method? Naturally. That's not a problem. Please lure the pig demon out first. Su Yang readily agreed, as employing a different sword technique was just a thought away for him. Chao Tianla nodded and led his people into action. Invisible to all, Su Yang seemed to have become the leader of the entire team. This was also due to their strength. In any place, a universal law prevailed. Ma makes right. As long as you had sufficient power, regardless of whether you were the leader of the team or not, gradually, you would become one. Harumph! With an angry snort from the pig demon, a massive pig demon charged out from a cave. This pig demon had already surpassed 2 meters in size, and its thick layer of fat resembled heavy armor, with shiny black hair draped over it. If it were an ordinary Qi refining stage 1 cultivator, they would never stand a chance against this pig demon. Su Yang even doubted if the techniques of a Qi refining stage 1 cultivator could break through the pig demon's defense. Unfortunately, Su Yang was no ordinary Qi refining stage 1 cultivator. Upon the pig demon's appearance, he immediately activated his sword intent and began targeting this formidable opponent. One after another, unceasing gusts of sword intent blades appeared in midair. They averaged 1 blade per second. The pig demon had just come out, roaring angrily. In less than a moment, more than 10 bloody wounds had appeared on its body. The intense pain restored the pig demon's sanity. Without a second thought, it turned to flee. You want to run? Su Yang wouldn't let his prey escape so easily. He pursued, and the gusts of sword intent blades followed at an extremely fast pace. The pig demon's wounds multiplied, and no matter how strong its constitution or defense, it could only be cut to death by these endless wind blades. In no time, the pig demon lay on the ground, its massive body covered in bloody wounds with no safe spot. This spectacle left Tianla and the others dumbfounded. While they could accomplish such a feat outside, this was happening in the enclosed world. Even with their current strength, if they attempted 1 or 2 spells, their mana would deplete, and they wouldn't be able to cast a third one. In the past, trying to kill this pig demon was not only challenging, but they also had to be cautious, as a slight mistake could undo their progress. Each time in the past, they were the ones being chased by the pig demon all over the mountains. Now it was different. The pig demon had appeared for a mere moment, and it had already sustained over 10 wounds, rendering escape impossible. This was the easiest experience they had had since entering the enclosed world. After easily dealing with the pig demon, the group extracted its heart's blood and the demon core from its body. As for its demon flesh, it held little value since they didn't require it for cultivation. They swiftly returned to Lu family village, with Tianla delivering the demon core and heart's blood to the injured old Taoist. Next came 2 hours of free exploration time. I have some clues here. How about we explore together? Su Yang took the initiative to suggest. Tianla's expression gradually became strange. Goodness, how could you have clues the moment you entered this enclosed world? What kind of clues could you possibly have? Furthermore, Su Yang had been with them all along and hadn't acted independently to discover any clues. Wasn't this a bit unreasonable? However, with Su Yang's various recent performances, they were aware that he was significantly different from them. They didn't know why Su Yang was so distinct, but it was probably due to his cultivation path. So far, they had noticed that Su Yang's path of cultivation was somewhat different from theirs, and perhaps it was because of this difference that Su Yang displayed a distinct strength within the enclosed world. Regardless, if Su Yang had clues, it was best to explore with him to determine their authenticity. After several explorations of the enclosed world without finding any clues, it made sense to accompany Su Yang on this endeavor. All right, since suffering has clues, we shall explore with you, Tianla stated, finalizing the decision. The group had no objections, and Su Yang led them to explore the villages for additional karmic lines. Several people followed Su Yang as they continued forward and came across a dried-up well. Su Yang gazed at the dried-up well and was highly confident that this well was one of the keys to breaking the enclosed world. Seeing Su Yang continually assessing the well, Tianla couldn't help but inquire. "Friend, is there anything unusual about this well? We've observed it before, and it appears no different from an ordinary dried-up well." Su Yang responded with a solemn tone. "Have you gone down to take a look?" "Well, no." Su Yang's words left Tianla dumbfounded once again. The entrance to this well wasn't very large, only big enough for an adult to go down. Given their current strength, it would be inconvenient for them to descend. So after briefly examining the well and determining there was no issue, they hadn't done anything further. Find some tools to go down and inspect it. Su Yang instructed Tianla and the others to prepare the necessary tools. They were definitely going to explore the well since it was provided as a location by the karmic lines. There had to be a reason for it. Tianla agreed and proceeded to make arrangements. Although they hadn't found more favorable clues in recent times, they still knew where some tools in Lu family village were kept. If they couldn't find suitable tools, they could ask other villagers. Tools were soon brought over. They had ropes, ladders, and the kind of ladder that could hang on a well's mouth. Of these, the ladder designed to hang on the well's mouth was the most suitable. "Stay outside and keep an eye on things while I go down to see what's happening." Once they had gathered the tools, Su Yang promptly decided to descend for an inspection. Since the well only seemed to have space for one person to go down at a time, Su Yang chose to descend alone. At this point, Tianla and the others had sensed Su Yang's extraordinary capabilities, so they had no objections. Soon, Su Yang reached the bottom of the well. After descending, He could clearly sense a chilling aura. What is this, a special seal? After a quick analysis, Su Yang detected something amiss. On the stone wall at the bottom of the well in front of him, there were peculiar black chains that floated in the air, slowly undulating. With his current strength, Su Yang could forcibly break this seal using his sword techniques and thunderous bombardment. In the face of Su Yang's unlimited firepower, it was only a matter of time before it gave way, even if it sustained minor damage. However, Su Yang didn't intend to forcefully break the seal at the moment. He decided to gather more information before making a decision. After making up his mind, Su Yang left the well. After Su Yang came up from the well, Chao Tianla and the others gathered around. "How is it? What's down there?" Chao Tianla inquired. Su Yang responded in a deep voice, "There's a special seal down there. Although I can forcibly break it, I refrain from doing so because I don't know what it's sealing. Let's go on to the next one." "Huh, there are more." Chao Tianla was now lost in self-doubt. How did Su Yang obtain this information in the first place? There are 3 more locations," Su Yang replied. By the way, Suffriend, how did you learn about this information?" Chao Tianla couldn't help but ask at this point. If Su Yang's method was something he could use, it might make future expeditions into these enclosed worlds much easier. It's quite simple. Our main body is outside, right? By using the power of causality to deduce the entire enclosed world, I can discern some crucial causal events within the enclosed world. Then, I locate the causal factors that can influence the shattering of the enclosed world, mark these factors, and my avatar within this enclosed world naturally becomes aware of them. I explore according to these marked locations, bypassing the process of searching for clues within the enclosed world. Then, I merely link these clues together and find the useful information among them, Su Yang explained casually. Su Yang's explanation sounded straightforward, but Chao Tianla and the others were once again dumbfounded. Suffriend, you mentioned deducing the entire enclosed world using causality. Can celestials do that? Chao Tianla asked. Su Yang thought for a moment. If the power of causality were cultivated to surpass the mid-stage celestial realm and exceed the evil deity, he could naturally achieve it. Even though he was a golden immortal, there was no problem in saying that celestials could accomplish it. Of course it's possible. You just need to cultivate the power of causality to surpass the evil deity, and then you can use the power of causality to deduce the enclosed world woven by the evil deity. So, Suffriend, your power of causality is already at the late-stage celestial level. Yes, of course. Otherwise, how could I deduce it? Su Yang replied. Chao Tianla. So, deducing the entire enclosed world is quite simple. After leaving that dry well, the group continued to advance, following Su Yang as they explored Lu Village. After a while, they arrived at the location of the village chief of Lu Village. Suffriend Su, does the village chief of Lu Village have a significant impact on the shattering of the enclosed world? Chao Tianla didn't say much now, as he had investigated this place with the other team members and hadn't obtained any information. Since Su Yang had come here, there was likely something unusual. Su Yang nodded. Yes, there is indeed something amiss here. Is there anything unusual about this village chief? Chao Tianla shook his head, saying, I investigated before, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about this Lu village chief. He's quite normal. He basically helps the villagers with their problems and does his job. Upon hearing Chao Tianla's response, Su Yang didn't say much and simply gestured for everyone to follow him inside. Su Yang directly took everyone to find a village chief. Village Chief Lu, do you need any help from us? Since there didn't seem to be any unusual behavior, Su Yang planned to check if they could be of any assistance. Village Chief Lu was momentarily stunned when he found himself surrounded by the group. He smiled and said, No need. I don't have anything that requires your help. If there's something, I'll call for you. Village Chief Lu waved his hand with a smile. Upon hearing Village Chief Lu's response, Su Yang didn't press further. He signaled for everyone to leave, and once outside, he told Chao Tianla, Leave one person behind to keep an eye on Village Chief Lu and record any unusual behavior. Understood. Chao Tianla readily agreed and left Gu Daofeng behind. After making the arrangements, Su Yang and the others continued on to the next location. This time, they arrived outside a villager's house, but this villager was a bit special as they were the village's doctor. Su Yang led the group directly inside. They carried out a similar inquiry. Dr. Lu, do you need our help with anything? Su Yang asked. Dr. Lu first scrutinized everyone from head to toe. Do all of you possess the cultivation of the qi condensation stage? Su Yang immediately felt that this was promising. That's right. Do you have anything we can assist you with? Dr. Lu hesitated, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally said, if you can open the seal in the dry well in Lu village, I can help you with alchemy. You only need to provide the main materials, and there's no need for you to provide the auxiliary materials. The seal in the dry well? The group immediately remembered the dry well they had explored recently. So these two matters were connected. Opening the seal in the dry well would grant them an opportunity for alchemical assistance. But what materials would they use for alchemy? Su Yang thought about what Chao Tianla and the others had mentioned regarding the next event in the afternoon. In the deep mountains, a qi condensation stage level 3 boar demon would emerge to cause trouble, seeking revenge. The reason was that the boar they had killed was female, and the one seeking vengeance was male. In the past, the injured Taoist would deal with the qi condensation stage level 3 male boar demon, taking its heart's blood and demon core. Chao Tianla and the others wouldn't have had the chance. If Su Yang could handle the qi condensation stage level 3 male boar demon, would that mean they could obtain its heart's blood and demon core? With those materials, even if the injured Taoist didn't help them create elixirs to enhance their strength, Dr. Lu could assist them. Elixirs made from the heart's blood and demon core of a qi condensation stage level 3 boar demon would undoubtedly boost their strength significantly. However, Su Yang needed to clarify one thing at the moment, and that was what exactly was sealed inside this seal-like object. That's not a problem, but I'd like to know what is sealed inside, Su Yang asked solemnly. Inside is the restless spirit of my daughter. When she was young, she was infected by demons and turned into a ghostly demon. The village chief invited a Taoist from the outside to seal her spirit in there, and with the power of the formation, they've been continuously suppressing the influence of the demons. It has been 10 years now, and the influence of the demonic entity should have mostly been eradicated. However, my daughter's spirit should have become extremely weak without the influence of the demon. Her consciousness should have partially returned. If we continue this way, she will disappear from the world. I wish to see my daughter's spirit one last time in her final moments. Dr. Lu expressed his request. He had harbored this idea for a long time, but didn't dare to bring it up with the village chief. He had kept it to himself until Su Yang and his group arrived, offering a different perspective. It was a somewhat risky idea. If this were the real world, Su Yang might need to think it over more and wouldn't easily help Dr. Lu. After all, nobody knew what was inside the seal, whether it was genuinely weak or just pretending, and the potential risk of releasing an uncontrollable demon was significant. However, this was an enclosed world woven by an evil deity. Even if the sealed entity was powerful and could cause great havoc when released, it wouldn't matter much. They had the opportunity to experiment and time to rectify any mistakes. However, they wouldn't do this without a good reason, and in this case, there was a clear necessity. No problem. I agree to this, Su Yang nodded in agreement. Originally, Su Yang intended to take Dr. Lu to the location of the dry well and directly break the seal inside it. But Dr. Lu continued, to break that seal, I need you to give me some tiger tongue-tip blood to use for creating something to break the seal. Su Yang suddenly realized that the tiger's carcass served a purpose here, explaining the entangled causality lines. However, the tiger had been dead for quite a while, lying in the courtyard. Would there still be any tongue-tip blood left? Su Yang thought it was unlikely. Under normal circumstances, they would need to restart the cycle to solve this problem. which was one of the reasons why every closed world was so challenging to breach. Collecting information was one thing, but knowing what to do at each specific time was another matter. If they missed a particular event or task at a certain point in time, it could affect subsequent events, potentially wasting valuable opportunities. The next chance would only come when the closed world reset. This feeling was uncomfortable, but luckily, Su-Yang was present this time, and they could simply proceed directly without any hassle. Why go through all these troubles to break a seal? After hearing Dr. Lu's words, Chao Tianla and the others secretly thought it was unfortunate. They needed tiger tongue-tip blood, but since the tiger had long been dead, there was no way to obtain it. However, they suddenly remembered that when Su-Yang came up from the well earlier, he mentioned something about being able to break the seal. Chao Tianla and the others looked at Su-Yang, and at that moment, Su-Yang spoke up. Dr. Lu, this matter doesn't have to be so complicated. Just come with us, and I can break the seal at the bottom of the well. Dr. Lu's eyes brightened. You've already seen the seal at the bottom of the well? Yes, Su-Yang responded. With this confirmation, Dr. Lu had a good idea of the situation. All right, let's go. As long as they could help fulfill Dr. Lu's wish, Su-Yang didn't mind a method. There was no need for him to help unless necessary. Since they were just in the village, they quickly returned to the dry well's location. After arriving at the spot, Su-Yang went down first, followed closely by Dr. Lu. The others remained above because the well was quite small and could only accommodate 2 people at a time. After descending into the well, Su-Yang started attacking the seal with sword techniques. The thunderous sword technique, although only at the first level, was powerful enough to handle the current situation. In the face of the infinite thunderous sword techniques, the limited power of the seal was gradually overwhelmed. After a brief struggle, the seal's array formation shattered. In that instant, a chilling aura filled the entire well's bottom, rushed up through the well, and gave those around the well a bone-chilling feeling. Beneath the well, after the seal broke, an ethereal soul slowly condensed. Although her form was faint and surrounded by faint traces of black energy, it was clear that she was a woman, presumably Dr. Lu's daughter. Yato, upon seeing this ethereal soul, Dr. Lu was overwhelmed with emotion. Su-Yang could clearly see that Dr. Lu's body was trembling. The ethereal soul slowly raised her head. Her eyes occasionally showed confusion and occasionally a hint of awareness. Finally, it seemed like she remembered something, and a single word slowly escaped her lips. Dad, Yato. Dr. Lu couldn't contain himself anymore and rushed forward, trying to embrace the ethereal soul in his arms. But after he rushed forward, his body passed directly through the ethereal soul. There was no physical contact whatsoever. Dad, I am now in a soul state. You can't touch me. Dr. Lu's voice seemed to come from far away. Dr. Lu watched this scene in silence, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He raised his hand, even though he knew he couldn't touch the ethereal soul. His hand remained suspended in the air near the ethereal soul's face. At this moment, Dr. Lu had many words he wanted to say, but he couldn't say anything. Su-Yang shook his head from the side. He couldn't stand to see such regret, even though he knew that this world was just a closed loop created by an evil god. In a single thought, a special sword intent enveloped Dr. Lu. Soul sword intent. If Dr. Lu wants to embrace her, then go ahead. You can touch the soul now. Su-Yang said this, got up, and left the bottom of the well, leaving this place to Dr. Lu. Seeing Su-Yang come up from the well, Chao Tianla asked, "How is it? What's happening down there?" "No problems. This matter will be completed shortly. Let's wait for Dr. Lu to come up later." After hearing Su-Yang's explanation, the group refrained from asking more questions. Indeed, after a while, Dr. Lu emerged from the well. "I thank you all for your help. If there's anything you need from me, don't hesitate to ask." Dr. Lu bowed to Su-Yang, speaking earnestly. Perhaps due to Su-Yang's effortless help, Dr. Lu did not mention that he could only help them once. This implied that if they had more alchemical materials in the future, they could bring them here and request Dr. Lu's assistance for refinement. However, it remained uncertain how many alchemical materials they could obtain in this world and whether they would actually need them. Next, they parted ways with Dr. Liu. Chao Qianle and the others followed Su Yang to the final location of the clue. After a few steps in the village, they arrived at the hunting team's location near the village. When Su Yang and his group arrived, they faintly heard the complaints of the hunting team members. Now what do we do? Ever since that giant snake appeared on the mountain, almost all the larger game has been killed by the snake. The amount of game we catch each day is decreasing. Sigh. Perhaps we'll have to ask the village chief to bring someone in to deal with it. Otherwise, with the influence of that snake, the village's food supply will continue to diminish. Though the distance was a bit far, they could still hear the conversation of the hunting team members. After hearing these dialogues, Chao Qianle and the others were astonished. These conversations contained valuable information they hadn't previously collected. Could it be that they had visited at the wrong times before? They certainly hadn't come here near noon, having only performed a morning inspection. Their inspections merely involved checking for any anomalies and not initiating conversations. Now it seemed that, despite their considerable strength in the outside world, their investigative skills were rather weak. Perhaps they were accustomed to gathering information through force, lacking the inclination for dialogue. This might be why the celestial immortals of the universal mortal realm went to the forbidden star zones for training before entering the immortal realms, an adaptation process for closed-loop worlds. Now that they had clear clues, the next steps became quite simple. After a brief conversation, they understood the situation. A massive snake demon had appeared on the mountainside of White Radiance. Mountain. This snake demon occupied the mountainside, preying on many of White Radiance Mountain's animals, causing a decline in the hunting team's harvest, which was the source of their distress. Through Su Yang's investigation, they learned that this snake demon only appeared in the forest after noon, where it hunted until nightfall, after which it would return to its cave. Su Yang pondered the situation. Since his karmic threads hadn't multiplied, the snake demon had likely not appeared yet. It seemed they would have to wait until after the level 3 Chi cultivation board demon arrived for the snake demon to make an appearance. However, they were unsure of the snake demon's strength. The hunting team's role in the closed-loop world was simply to provide clues. The real help would come from defeating the snake demon. If they managed to hunt it, they would probably obtain something helpful, though they'd need to investigate further to know for sure. At this point, Su Yang had explored all 4 of his unknown karmic threads. Now, they only had to wait for the arrival of the revenge-seeking boar demon at noon. Chao Qianle was now very excited. He felt there was a high chance that they could break this closed-loop world. Initially, he thought the team didn't have enough members, so he brought in someone casually, but it turned out to be someone so powerful. This was a great gain. If they continued to attack closed-loop worlds with Su Yang, wouldn't they have an easy path to victory? Although their ideas were hopeful, Su Yang couldn't be expected to stay with them indefinitely. Currently, he was only familiarizing himself with the so-called closed-loop worlds. After waiting for a while, in Su Yang's eyes, a new karmic thread appeared. It appeared that the level 3 Chi cultivation board demon had refreshed at this time. In other words, they could now go and find the injured Taoist and obtain the boar demon's heartblood and demon core for alchemical purposes. Upon their return to the injured Taoist, they successfully obtained 1 pill from him. Chi Cultivation Pill. Level 2. Status. Temporary tier. First tier for attributes. Quality. Low quality. Function. After consumption, it allows one to exhibit the power of level 2 Chi cultivation. Restrictions. Usable within closed loop world, surviving for 1 day. This time, they had only obtained 1 pill from the injured Taoist, meaning only 1 person among them could use this pill. It was clear who should use it now, even without any doubt. After receiving the pill, Chao Qianle immediately handed it over to Su Yang. Su Taoist, you should use this pill. Your utilization will maximize the benefits. This was something everyone could clearly see. Leaving aside other factors, Su Yang's ability to infinitely use magic at the same level wasn't something they could provide. They weren't sure if it was due to Su Yang's physique or the special reasons of his cultivation technique, but that was not important. Su Yang didn't show any courtesy to them, as the benefits of taking this elixir were his top priority. Taking the elixir in one gulp. This elixir was just a representation, a product of the rules within the closed world. The moment Su Yang ingested it, he could already manifest the sword intent of the second level of Qi cultivation. Translating the second level of Qi cultivation into levels, it was equivalent to the third level of sword intent. As a result, the power of his sword techniques would be significantly enhanced. Previously, he could only shatter small stones, but now, breaking a boulder roughly the height of a person was no longer a problem. This was a change in power. With his current strength and the ability to endlessly execute his sword techniques, dealing with a Qi cultivation third-level pig demon would be a walk in the park. After taking the elixir, not long passed before a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Liu family village. Everyone knew a Qi cultivation third-level pig demon had arrived. In the past, Chao Qianla and the others would go to the village entrance to engage in a struggle, but their primary goal was to stay alive. They had to wait for the wounded Taoist Lao to appear before they could deal with this Qi cultivation third-level pig demon. But this time might be different. Chao Qianla and the others all turned their gazes towards Su Yang. Let's go and deal with that pig demon. Perhaps the things on its body can further boost my strength. Su Yang speculated, planning to deal with the Qi cultivation third-level pig demon and take its heart's blood and demon core to give to Dr. Liu. Perhaps this would allow him to unleash more of his strength. Previously, Chao Qianla and the others couldn't enhance their strength in this process because the materials on the Qi cultivation third-level pig demon had already been taken by the injured Taoist Lao, so Chao Qianla and his group had no chance. The outcome of this time would undoubtedly be entirely different. The group quickly arrived at the village entrance. They could see a pig demon standing there, with a size exceeding 3 meters. Its body was covered in heavy mud armor, and its bristle-like fur was as sharp as steel needles. When the villagers of the Liu family village saw this pig demon, their legs turned weak with fear, and even the hunting team members who reluctantly stayed were in a state of panic. Seeing this scene, Chao Qianla and the others each activated their respective techniques. Several techniques were launched towards the pig demon from a distance. However, the result was that not even the pig demon's skin was pierced. It only knocked off some of the mud clumps on its body. However, their actions successfully drew the attention of the pig demon, which was their intention. The pig demon's eyes turned bloodshot the moment it saw them, and the intensity of its murderous aura left the hunting team members near the pig demon paralyzed on the ground. Thankfully, the Qi cultivation third-level pig demon didn't pay any attention to these hunting team members. Instead, it fixed its gaze firmly on Su Yang and his group. Visible wisps of white breath emanated from the pig demon's nostrils as it charged towards Su Yang and his group, resembling a heavy tank in motion. The earth quaked as the pig demon advanced. Chao Qianla and the others had achieved their goal, and it was time for Su Yang to act. Su Yang stood calmly in place, watching as the charging pig demon's face transformed. The charging power of the pig demon, if it were to collide head-on, would instantly tear Su Yang apart. However, in the next moment, a gust of sword intent blades appeared behind Su Yang. A sword intent blade was sent slashing towards the pig demon's waist. But it didn't end there. After the first sword intent blade appeared, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and more followed in rapid succession. An endless stream of sword intent blades formed a river that surged towards the pig demon. The Qi cultivation third-level pig demon possessed some strength and formidable defense. A single sword intent blade struck its skin, only managing to create a small wound. But with the appearance of this wound, it indicated that the pig demon was doomed. In the presence of Su Yang, being injured was tantamount to facing death. However, the pig demon did not care at this moment and continued to charge forward. As it charged forward, it got closer to Su Yang, and its wounds multiplied. The distance between the two sides gradually decreased. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Chao Tianla and his group watched anxiously. Although Su Yang's attacks had left the pig demon severely wounded, with blood splattering all over its path, the pig demon's charging momentum had already formed, and Su Yang still stood calmly in place. Wouldn't Su Yang move to avoid it? If he didn't move, and he got hit, this journey through the closed world might come to an end. Chao Tianla and the others watched this scene with bated breath. However, just as the pig demon approached the last 10 meters towards Su Yang, it couldn't hold on any longer. Faced with the inexhaustible sword intent, it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The entire process was extremely brief, lasting only about 10 seconds. Although it was just 10 seconds, it was an incredibly tense moment. After seeing the Qi cultivation third-level pig demon finally fall to the ground, Chao Tianla and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, they noticed that Su Yang was still taking action. It wasn't until he beheaded the entire pig demon that the endless sword intent disappeared with a resounding thud. Chao Tianla and the others thought to themselves, so cautious. The battle had already ended, and they looked at the pig demon lying on the ground. It was covered in bloody wounds, and there was no good flesh left on its body. At this moment, the pig demon lay in front of Su Yang. If it took just 2 more steps forward, it would have reached Su Yang. After killing the pig demon, Su Yang took out its heart's blood and demon core. Just after they had completed this step, the injured Taoist Lao appeared as if he were destined to, standing behind them. Could you hand over the demon core and heart's blood to me? If I can absorb it, my strength will undoubtedly advance further, and I'll have a better chance of dealing with that demon tonight, Taoist Lao said with a smile. Su Yang glanced at him and realized that it was impossible to give this item, which could unlock more power, to Taoist Lao. Regardless of the correct procedure, Su Yang believed that absorbing and refining it himself would provide greater help in the future. Only by holding strong power himself could he be safe and reliable. I'm sorry, but I can't give this to you. We have our own use for it, Su Yang directly declined. Chao Tianla and the others had no objections either. They had handed this item to Taoist Lao earlier, and it had not led to a good result. Taoist Lao's face twitched, and his expression darkened for a moment. However, he still maintained a strong smile. Very well, this was meant for all of you from the start. I won't insist. However, I can't guarantee your safety tonight. We don't need you to worry about that, Su Yang calmly replied. The Taoist Lao turned and left, evidently somewhat angered. Seeing Su Yang driving away the injured old Taoist, Chao Tianla and the others were somewhat concerned. This is what Su fellow Taoist did a problem? Chao Tianla asked. Su Yang shook his head and said, what problem could there be? Before this, these 2 things were taken by this old Taoist, but in the end, you all were still killed by demons, and he didn't help much. Although this is only a closed-loop world, the principles are the same as in the outside world. Only the power you control is real. Entrusting your life to someone else, how can that possibly shatter the closed-loop world? After Su Yang said a few words, Chao Tianla and the others also found it very reasonable. They nodded in agreement. This was because subconsciously they already felt that the injured old Taoist was the key to their safety during the night. That's why they chose to selectively hand over these things to the injured old Taoist. But in reality, the injured old Taoist had not provided them with much help during the night over these many times. Those who were supposed to die at the hands of demons still died at the hands of demons. After realizing this, they didn't have much objection. With determination in their hearts and demon pills, they rushed to Dr. Lu's house. To make use of these 2 things, they needed Dr. Lu's help. After handing over the items to Dr. Lu, he told them to come back in an hour. It seemed that they would have to wait for some time. It was at this moment that another strand of cause and effect appeared in Su Yang's eyes. The events in this closed-loop world just kept coming one after another. A slight delay or inaction could affect the conditions for shattering the closed-loop world. But to Su Yang, it all came down to not having enough strength. The closed-loop world was currently created by the 4-dimensional evil god, and he couldn't simply obliterate it through brute force. He was well aware of this, but what if he also mastered the power of the four dimensions? Let's not forget that after killing the four-dimensional evil god, he could obtain the four-dimensional will of all beings. Could it be used to enhance his four-dimensional sword intent? If it were possible, once he raised his strength, there would be no need to bother with these events. He could just charge straight ahead. Now, he only needs to kill the first four-dimensional evil god to clearly understand whether he can use the four-dimensional will of all beings as he wishes. In the closed-loop world, one needs to complete one task after another because their own strength is insufficient. Only by completing these tasks can more power be unlocked. But if Su Yang can directly control the power to shatter the closed-loop world, it would be much less troublesome. After handing over all the materials from the three-layered chi-refining pig demon to Dr. Lu, Su Yang, along with Chao Tianla and others, prepared to enter the Bai Mang Mountains once again. Currently, Su Yang could only see the appearance of cause and effect lines, but couldn't perceive their meaning, what would happen, or what they would affect. The reason he couldn't understand these was that his current strength was still insufficient to decipher the things connected by these cause and effect lines. When he raises his strength further down the line, perhaps he can directly deduce what these cause and effect lines represent, what will happen, what they can gain, and what impact they will have on the following events. Although Su Yang couldn't achieve this at the moment, he had a general idea of what the newly appeared cause and effect line represented. This new cause and effect line pointed straight to the Bai Mang Mountains, and at this point in time, based on the information he had obtained before, it was the time when a giant snake would appear on the mountainside of Bai Mang. Ciao, fellow Taoist. We should go to Bai Mang Mountain. The giant snake that is supposed to appear on the mountainside of Bai Mang has already shown up. Chao Tianla and the others also knew that Su Yang had deduced the entire closed-loop world and knew everything. So they naturally followed Su Yang's arrangements without question. They agreed with a nod and set off once again, heading towards the Bai Mang Mountains. On the way, Chao Tianla was thinking about a problem. Dr. Lu would refine a new elixir in an hour, which meant they could improve their strength again. The giant snake in Bai Mang Mountain would only disappear after the sun went down, which meant they could wait for Dr. Lu to finish the elixir before climbing the mountain. He voiced his thoughts. Su Yang responded after listening, "It makes sense, but we're already halfway there. Let's forget it and go up the mountain directly. The elixir can only enhance our strength to the third layer of Qi, refining at most. With my strength, killing enemies a few realms higher is no problem. Let's go up the mountain first. If we can't handle it, we can always go back for the elixir." Although Su Yang's words sounded arrogant, they were based on facts. Chao Tianla and the others found his reasoning sensible. Lu Village was built at the foot of Bai Mang Mountain, with only a short distance to travel. Dr. Lu needed an hour to refine the elixir, so they could not afford to wait idly. They could head up Bai Mang Mountain to observe the situation with the giant snake. If they could defeat it, they would deal with it directly and then return to Lu Village. If not, they could at least gather some information. With Su Yang leading the way, there was no opposition within the group, and they quickly arrived at the mountainside of Bai Mang. If Su Yang were not present, even if everyone knew that the snake demon was on the mountainside, it would take some time to pinpoint the specific location of the snake demon. Now, following the direction indicated by the cause and effect lines, Su Yang could find the location of the snake demon without wasting any time. They wasted no time at all. Following Su Yang's footsteps, they soon found the snake demon. At this moment, the snake demon was still lurking at the entrance of its cave and showed no intention of going out for a hunt. The snake demon truly lived up to its name as a giant snake, with a length of up to 10 meters. Its body was wider than a person's thigh. The scales on its body were bright red, and its breath gave away that it had reached the 4th level of Qi refining. Under normal circumstances, they would have to wait for Dr. Lu to refine the elixir before coming to hunt the snake demon. Even though they had a deep understanding of each realm, if their strength was too weak, deep understanding wouldn't help. For example, they were at the 2nd level of Qi refining, while the snake demon was at the 4th level. In normal circumstances, they wouldn't even be able to break through the snake demon's defense. Moreover, They had very little mana in their bodies. In the Qi refining realm, it was incredibly difficult to overcome a two-realm gap. If it were Chao Tianla and others deciding, they would have chosen to retreat now. Going back and getting the elixir to reach the third level of Qi refining might not even be enough to defeat the snake demon, especially when they were currently at the second level. However, Su Yang would never give up. Since they were already here, he had the advantage of the infinite sword intent. Crossing two minor realms was just a formality. Chao, fellow Taoist, please step back and wait on the side. I'll test the strength of this snake demon, Su Yang said. All right. Chao Tianla and the others didn't hesitate and moved aside. Currently, with only the strength of the first level of Qi refining being targeted by the snake demon, they weren't sure if they could survive, let alone defeat it. In such a situation, they wouldn't act recklessly. Once Chao Tianla and the others had moved a little further away, Su Yang acted immediately. To deal with the snake demon, Su Yang chose to use his starfire technique. In the dense forest, the starfire giant swords rained down as if they had fallen from the cosmos. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swords formed from his sword intent, slashing through the air with a howling sound, heading straight for the snake demon. The snake demon, with its cultivation at the fourth level of Qi refining, had good strength. As soon as Su Yang's sword intent appeared, the snake demon sensed something was amiss. The snake demon continually spat out snake signals indicating danger. Faced with the unending barrage of starfire giant swords, the snake demon swiftly writhed its body. It immediately moved away from its original spot, locking onto Su Yang. It understood that the human ahead was the source of the threat. Therefore, it directly targeted Su Yang for hunting. Quick! The sound of rapid movement echoed through the forest as the snake demon's figure moved extremely fast. However, Su Yang's sword intent was even faster, and his attacks were more accurate. He directly locked onto the snake demon and pursued it. In the face of Su Yang's inexhaustible starfire giant swords, the snake demon had only one choice: to face it head-on. Apart from facing it head-on, the snake demon had no other option. In the next moment, the snake demon and the river of sword intent formed by the starfire giant swords clashed in the middle of their path. The river of sword intent formed by the starfire giant swords was gradually crushed by the snake demon upon contact. At the moment of contact, the river of sword intent formed by the starfire giant swords was clearly at a disadvantage. However, this was only temporary, and it had been anticipated by Su Yang. Although the river of sword intent formed by the starfire giant swords was initially at a disadvantage, it still managed to block the snake demon. Breaking through the river of sword intent formed by the starfire giant swords wasn't such an easy task for the snake demon, especially since the starfire giant swords were being continuously created under Su Yang's control. At this moment, the snake demon seemed to be swimming against the current, attempting to break through the river of sword intent. Su Yang wasn't too concerned. He calmly stood in place, controlling the continuously generated starfire giant swords. He had already noticed that wounds were starting to appear on the snake demon's body. The previously tough scales on the snake demon's body began to show depressions, and some red blood was oozing out. When injuries started to appear on the snake demon's body, everything was set. This snake demon truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable demon beast at the fourth level of Qi refining. Faced with Su Yang's endless attacks, it endured for some time. This forced Su Yang to take a few steps back. That's right. In the process of dealing with this snake demon, Su Yang had to make a slight adjustment to his position. After moving a bit, creating some distance, he successfully wore down and killed the snake demon. But that was all there was to it. After seeing Su Yang successfully slay the snake demon, Chao Tianla and the others came out from the sidelines. At this moment, their feelings were mixed. The more they understood Su Yang's strength, the more curious they became. They were envious of his limitless mana, wondering how he achieved it and why they couldn't. Su Yang's cultivation seemed to be a mystery. However, they knew it was inappropriate to inquire about another person's cultivation, so they shook their heads and didn't dwell on it. Su, fellow Taoist, your abilities are truly enviable. Tianla spoke up. Su Yang smiled, but didn't say anything, just gesturing for everyone to clean up the battlefield.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.